Hello guys, right now you are watching the world's biggest editing tutorial. If you actually want to learn video editing, please note that this tutorial is for DaVinci Resolve 16 onwards. Even though the tutorial is from the 15th version, there are almost zero differences to the latest version, so it's okay. This tutorial is extremely advanced, so if you are not serious for learning DaVinci Resolve and you are just here for the meme, then do what you want. I will divide each and every part of the video with timestamps so it is easy for you guys to learn. Also, me being the selfish person that I am, I added the links to download the zip files in the description. Though if you are a Linux user, I am sorry because the files can only be provided for Windows and Mac users. Just click the big blue button which shows how big the file is and it will start downloading. Please do not switch off your PC or your Wi-Fi until it is finished downloading. Next you have go to your File Explorer, find the file, which most probably will be in the download section, and right-click on it. Then you must click Extract Files here. By the way, forgot to mention that there is no virus in this. Also, sadly, I cannot provide the project files mentioned in each of these tutorials. They are only our Mac users, and me being a Windows user, cannot download the project files or my PC will get a virus. Now open the extracted file and you will see a bunch of different zip files. Extract each and every single one of them. And the extracted files should be containing the video files with their names on for each and every tutorial. This file which you downloaded will be containing the following files: 1. Introduction to Editing. 2. The Art of Color Grading. 3. The Mini Panel. 4. Fusion VFX and Graphics. 5. Fusion VFX in 3D. 6. Fairlight Audio Production, Parts 1 and 2. 7. Managing Media. 8. Delivering Content. The link for downloading DaVinci Resolve will also be in the description, but don't worry Linux users, it's compatible with Linux, Windows and Mac. Now begins the tutorials. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Paul, and today I'm going to teach you how to edit with DaVinci Resolve. The Edit page features all of the editing and trimming tools you need to assemble a story. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to start a project from scratch. We're going to import and organize our media, we're going to edit and trim clips, we're going to add transitions, effects, and even do a little animated titling. So let's jump in and get started. When you launch DaVinci Resolve, you're presented with the Project Manager. This window shows you all of the projects on your system. We're going to start with an empty project, so I'm going to double-click, which takes us right to the Edit page. On the top left portion of the Edit page, you'll see the Media Pool, which is where we keep all of our clips and organize our media. Now, there are several ways to import and organize your media in DaVinci Resolve, but I think the easiest is to just drag the clips in from the Finder. So let me do that. I'm going to go to the Finder, and here I've got a folder full of media. I've also got subfolders that have additional clips in them. I can select all of this, drag them right into DaVinci Resolve, and when I do, a window opens up. Now this is asking me if I want to set the project format, frame rate, and resolution to match the clips that we're importing. So this is a huge time saver that helps you get started without having to worry about setting up your project. I'm going to click on Change to change the project to match the clips that we're importing. And then let's take a look at our user interface. The Media Pool at the top left includes those folders that we had in the Finder. So the master bin contains everything. Then there's the audio folder, the end credits folder, and you can see them here in icon view. I can turn the sidebar on and off. I can view things in list form if I'd like to. I can even turn on and off different columns and customize the list view however I'd like. You can reorder columns just by simply dragging and dropping them and then saving your custom sets. You can also show a film strip that lets you scrub through the clips right here in the media browser. I'm going to go back to icon view because that's how I prefer to work, and we're going to just turn the sidebar on again. All right, let's load a clip into our source viewer. There are two viewers at the top of the screen. The one on the left is a source viewer, and this is where we mark clips in and out and decide which portion of the clips we're going to edit with. Then you've got a timeline viewer on the right and the timeline at the bottom. The toolbar in the middle of the screen contains all of the most commonly used tools, and we'll get to those as we go through this tutorial. Right now, I'm going to add a new bin by right-clicking in the Media Pool and selecting the New Bin command. And we're just going to call this SFO because I know we've got some clips that were shot at San Francisco International Airport. I'm also going to sort my clips based on file name using the pop-up menu at the top of the window. I'm going to select these clips and drag them into a folder. So now I've just created a custom bin. So bins can contain any information I want. I can organize these as however I'd like. But there's also smart bins. Smart bins are metadata-based bins. So we can automatically populate a bin based on the clips that you bring in. If you'd like to learn how to add smart bins, watch the video on the media page. But we're going to keep going for this particular tutorial. So the fastest way to edit something is to just drag it to the timeline. I'm going to drag it to the timeline, and it automatically creates the tracks that I need. Now, the default tool is the arrow tool, and that is a position tool. It lets me pick up clips, move them around. It lets me shorten and extend the clips however I'd like. And we're going to be using that for the first portion of this tutorial. All right, I'm going to go into my SFO bin here that we've created, and we're going to get another clip. This clip shows the airplane taking off. Now, in the source monitor, I can click and drag the playhead to decide what portion of the clip I want to use. And when I get the start frame that I want, I just click the Mark In button here in the interface, move the playhead to where I want it to end, and click the Mark Out button. Now, I can also use the keyboard shortcuts I and O, so if I wanted to change this, I could just move the playhead and tap the O key, and that will adjust the out point. Again, I can just drag that down to the timeline, and I've now got two clips down there ready to go. So let's do another clip. All right, so I'm loading this clip into my viewer. Now, if you take a listen to this, it's got some audio.
You can go any slower or no?
Now, this is a documentary, a trailer for a documentary, and I'm really just going to use this as a B-roll. So I don't want to edit the audio in, I just want the video. So I'm going to zoom into my interface here and show you, as I mouse into the clip, an overlay pops up that has a film strip and an audio waveform. If I just grab the film strip, we're going to edit the video only in and not the audio. As I drag the clip over to my timeline viewer, you'll see an edit overlay pops up on the right-hand side that gives me quick access to the 7 most popular types of edits. The default is an overwrite, but in this case, I'm going to use the insert because I want to place this clip between the two clips that are on the timeline. So it's going to insert this clip at the location of the playhead on the timeline. All right, starting to come together. Let's add a little music. In this case, I know that we're working on a trailer. There's already a score for it, so I'm going to just drag this down. Now notice that DaVinci Resolve automatically creates the track for the audio that I'm dragging in and places it on the timeline. Now, I'm going to go in here and we're going to change the color of the clip. If I right-click on it and select Change Track Color, I can make it blue. Now in this case, I like to keep my work organized by color coding things. So all of my dialogue is going to be green, all of my music is going to be blue, and sound effects, when we get to them a little later, are going to be yellow. All right. Down here in the track header, I also want to show you a couple of additional tools that are going to be really important. So first is the auto select button here that I'm clicking on in the middle. So this button basically tells me that a track is enabled or that it's armed for edit operations, which means if I do something like an insert edit, it's going to affect this track. Let me show you. If I go to my toolbar and I select the Insert Edit button here, it's going to edit the clip that I've got in the source viewer into the timeline, and it split my audio, moving the rest of it down. I don't want to do that because I want to keep my soundtrack intact for this edit. So I'm going to undo that. When I turn the Auto Select button off, the track has been disarmed or disabled for edit operations. So now when I go and do that same edit, it will edit the airplane clip into the timeline, but it'll leave the audio alone. Okay, one more thing I want to show you down here, and that's the lock button. The lock button lets me do, as its name implies, lock a track and all of its contents so that it can't be edited, moved, or anything else while I'm working. So these two tools, the lock and the auto select tools, are really important as you start to edit longer, more complex projects, because they're the two tools that are going to help you manage and maintain the sync relationships you have between your clips. All right, let's zoom out a little bit and keep going. All right, let's take a listen to this.
A documentary about.
Okay, the first thing that I notice is that my audio is very loud. So before I go any further, let me just unlock that for a second, and I'm going to adjust the level. there's a white line over the audio waveform, and that's my level, and I can just grab that and I can just drag it down very quickly to adjust the levels, and I'm going to lock that up again.
The airplanes changed the world. It was really important to go out.
Okay, there's a nice big swell in the music, and I want to deal with that later because I really want to accent or emphasize that particular part of the music. So I'm just going to drop a marker onto my timeline to leave myself a note to do that later. To add a marker, I can go to the marker menu here, and I can just select a marker. In this case, I'm going to drop a yellow one. I could also tap the M key. That will bring up the marker dialog box. And in this case, I'm going to type sound effects and leave myself a note to add a big drum hit. I'm going to click on done. And notice up here in the timeline, there's an overlay that shows me the marker time code, its name, and the description of the marker. There are a couple of other options up here. The 3-dot menus, which you'll see in other places of the interface, give us different options for that selected panel. In this case, we're showing marker overlays. I could also show timecode overlays, which shows me all of the source timecode for any clips under the playhead. Let me just turn those off for now. We're not going to need them for a little while. All right, so let's grab another interview clip and drop this into the timeline. So I'm going to select the portion of the clip that I want in the source viewer first. Now, when you're cutting dialogue or interview clips like this, it's really helpful if you can see the audio waveforms with the video, because then I'll know exactly where sentences are starting and stopping, and it'll help me cut faster. So if I go to the option menu here in the source timeline, in the source viewer, I can turn on audio waveforms and see those with my video at the same time. So I'm just going to play back a little and listen to where I might want to cut this.
It was real. If it was possible.
Okay, so it looks like he starts a new sentence about here. I don't want his I just want when he starts a sentence with the word if. So I'm using the J, K, and L keys to go forward and backwards. L goes forward, J goes backwards, and K stops it. And I can just tap to get exactly where I want it. And once I find the exact moment in time that I want to mark, I can tap the I key for my in point. Let's play through to see where we want to stop.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie.
Or it didn't make the movie, he said. I want to end the clip there, so I'm going to click O for an out point. All right, so in addition to the keyboard shortcuts and the toolbar for doing different edit types, insert, overwrite, and replace here, I've shown you the edit overlay. There's another edit we can do, and this is an append at end. In this particular instance, the playhead isn't at the end of the timeline. It's in the middle of a clip, and I want to put this clip at the end. So I just use the append at end command, and it goes straight to the end. Now this clip is looking a little long, so I think I want to cover it with a little bit more B-roll. So let's go get another clip from our San Francisco folder. I'm going to double click that to load it in the timeline, and we'll just take a couple of seconds of this. Now if I know exactly what I want to take for my clip, whether it's an absolute timecode value or maybe it's a relative timecode value, I can type those in instead of using the mouse. So for example, right now, if you look at the top right of the source viewer, we're at 14 seconds and 16 frames. If I wanted to go forward 2 seconds, I could just type +2, let's go forward 2 seconds and 8 frames. It'll move the playhead forward 2 seconds and 8 frames. If I want to go back 3 seconds, I type -300. If I want to go exactly to the 16-second mark in this clip, I just type 1600 without a plus or minus, and it moves to that absolute timecode position. So let's just set our in point here. We'll go +2 seconds and 8 frames. I'll go out. And now we've entered exactly the timecode values that we want. I'm going to just overwrite that into my timeline, and you can see it here. Now let's look at some of the other tools on the toolbar. The first portion of the toolbar contains my editing and trimming tool, so the arrow or the position tool, the selection tool, is what we've been using. We've also got the trim tool, which we're going to get to in a minute. And then we've got a razor blade, which lets us slice up clips on the timeline, and then I can switch back to my selection tool and move them about. So in this case, I'm just going to move some of the dialogue from the interview under the B-roll so it's a little more evenly spaced. In addition, you see new tools here for snapping and linking and things like that. So as I move, you can see that when I get close to the edge of another clip, it automatically snaps into place. If I turn that off, it doesn't snap anymore, and I can position it wherever I want. Another really nice feature of the snap tool is that I can use the keyboard shortcut. So after I've started dragging, I can toggle snapping on and off with the N key so that I can move it wherever I want. And then when I release the mouse button, it toggles back to its previous state. So that's just a really handy and quick way of working with the snapping. All right, let's do another shot here. We're going to add a few more shots. I'm going to go into my bin, and I've got clips 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm just going to select all of them, and we're going to drag them to the end of our timeline. Okay, so the timeline's getting a little long now. Things have gone off screen, so let me show you how we handle different view options in the timeline and how we handle zooming as well. There is a zoom slider here in the toolbar, so I can just slide this up and down to zoom as needed. You can also zoom in and out with the Command plus and Command minus keys. Really important keyboard shortcut to learn is Shift Z. Shift Z acts like a toggle. It zooms you all the way in or all the way out. So if I hit Shift Z, it takes me to the full timeline. It fits the screen. It's basically a fit to fill. If I tap Shift Z again, it zooms me right back into where I was. So the Shift Z toggle is really great. There's also the timeline view options menu here in the toolbar. And this lets me turn on and off different features that affect the look of the timeline. So I can adjust track heights, I can turn waveforms on and off, and you can customize that however you'd like. All right, so now I've got a bunch of clips on my timeline. Let's talk about organizing and moving clips around. If I wanted to swap clips, maybe I want to put clip 8 before clip 5, you could, of course, pick all of these up, move them around, and drop it down. But I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to show you how our swap and shuffle tool works, because it's the fastest way to rearrange clips on your timeline. Just by holding down the Shift and Command key, I can pick a clip up and I can drop it down, and everything else slides out of the way. So I'm just reordering these clips with Shift and Command, and we've gone 5, 6, 7, 8. We've turned it into 8, 7, 6, 5 without having to move any clips. So a lot of what you see in the editing interface for DaVinci Resolve is designed to speed up your workflow by removing unnecessary steps. For example, let's look at this clip on the timeline. This clip on the timeline, I can tap I and O to set an in and out point on my timeline, and that's going to let me see the duration of that clip here in the timeline viewer. That's the duration, 2 seconds and 10 frames. I want to replace that clip with something else. So let's go get another clip here in our media pool, and I've got this great clip of, sorry, I've accidentally deleted that clip. Let me just undo that. Okay. So I've got this great clip of the plane, the water plane flying overhead. So we're going to just set an endpoint, and I want this to be about 1 second and 15 frames, maybe a little longer. All right, we'll start there. Great. So I've got a clip that is 1 second and 20 frames, and I've got a clip of my timeline that's 2 seconds, that's more than 2 seconds long. If I edit this to the timeline, you'll see that it puts the clip in, but there's a little bit of the old clip left. Well, I could delete that, and then I could ripple or close that gap, but that takes a bunch of steps. So I'm going to undo all of that and show you how to use the ripple overwrite tool. The ripple overwrite tool is designed to replace a clip of one length with a clip of a different length. So all those steps that I just showed you, it does them all in one fell swoop. Let's take a look. When I select ripple overwrite and drop that in, it's going to drop it into the timeline and automatically close the gap for me. Now that I've shown you the ripple overwrite, let's take a look at some of the other trimming tools. So if I go to the toolbar here, the trim tool is the second tool. Now the thing that's really unique about the trim tool is that it's context sensitive. So it changes from a rolling edit tool to a ripple tool, a slip, and a slide tool based on where you're clicking on the timeline. Let me show you what that looks like. If we zoom into our timeline a little bit, as I mouse down to the timeline, notice the cursor is going to change. So when it's on the edge of a clip, it's a ripple tool, which allows me to shorten one side of the edit or the other. And if I'm on in between an edit point, it's a roll tool, so I can make one side shorter and one side longer. Now if I just zoom out again on my screen, as I'm using these tools, you'll see that I get a 2-up display there in the timeline viewer. This is showing me the last frame of the clip on the left and the first frame of the clip on the right. Now, when I click in the middle of the clip, it becomes a slip or a slide tool. When I'm over the icon, it's a slip tool. And basically what this is showing me is it's not going to change the position of the edit in the timeline. So the edit's going to stay exactly where it is, and the length of the edit is going to be exactly the same as it is. What's changing is what's inside of the edit. So as you can see on my timeline, if I zoom in, there's a white outline that shows me the entire clip that I have to work with, and I'm just changing the portion of the clip that is shown here in this slot in the timeline. Now the 4-up viewer shows me the first and last frame of the clip that I'm slipping, and the bottom 2 frames in that 4-up view are the clip on the left and the clip on the right. Now if I drop down a little lower and I click over the name, it becomes a slide tool. And this lets me move the clip without changing it in the timeline. So the only thing that's changing now are the length of the clip on the left and the length of the clip on the right. So you can see those are the frames that are changing in the 4-up view. So that's ripple, roll, slip, and slide. There are dozens of other editing and trimming tools available as well, and we're going to take a look at those now. So let's look at the edit menu at the top of the screen. You can see that I've got a lot of different options here. I can delete clips, I can ripple delete, I can delete all my gaps. The major edit types that show up in the overlay are all here. You can see the keyboard shortcuts for all of them, multicam editing tools, swapping clips. And then under the trim menu, you'll see that we've got a lot of different commands for selecting edit points, for nudging clips, for trimming the start or the end. And let's actually show how the trim start command works. If we go to the beginning of this particular clip in the timeline, I'm going to select it and make sure I hit T to go back into trim. We want to basically remove the first few seconds of this clip.
Yeah. So in this film,
I want it to start when he says in this film. So I can go to the trim menu and I can just say trim the start of this clip to the location of the playhead. So whatever frame is under the playhead is going to become the first frame in this clip, and it's going to move everything down. There you go. Very easy way to change these edits. Now you can also trim in real time during playback. And this is really great if you want to loop around a certain section and really get precise with your editing. So if you're cutting on action or something like that, you can really get in there and nudge the edit to get it exactly where you need it to be. Let me show you how that works. I'm going to go and turn looping on here in the timeline viewer. And then under the playback menu, there are a lot of commands for different playing. So I can play around the current selection, around the current frame, clips, in and out points, all that stuff. I want to use the play around current frame command. You can see here that the keyboard shortcuts are located on the right side of the menu. This doesn't have a keyboard shortcut. I actually want to use the keyboard for this part of the tutorial, so let me show you how to customize it. Under the application menu at the top left, there's the keyboard customization option. This brings up the window. I can tap on these keys to see what commands are assigned. In this case, I tapped on Shift-Z with the mouse, or clicked on it rather, and you can see that it's assigned to zoom to fit. I can also search for a command. In this case, I want to find the play around current frame command, which I know is in the playback menu, so I can just do a search there and play around current frame. And now I add my keyboard shortcut. So when I add the keyboard shortcut, the save button is highlighted. It lets me name my custom keyboard set. So I'm going to call this Paul's keyboard and click OK. And now that key's been mapped. At the pop-up here, there is the standard DaVinci Resolve keyboard, and there are other keyboard sets that are predefined in case you're moving to DaVinci Resolve from another piece of software. It just helps you get up and running a lot faster. So I'm going to close that. With my looping turned on, my keyboard now set up, I can select this edit point, and I'm just going to start playing. I'm going to tap the tab key, and then I'm going to just nudge with the keyboard and let this loop around the play point until I get it to be exactly the way I want it. All right. So that is a look at trimming and editing with DaVinci Resolve. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to switch to the version of this project that you may have downloaded if you're following along, primarily because all of the edit points and trim points are precisely done and finished the way we want them for me to move on with the rest of the project. So I'm going to go out to the project manager by clicking on the little house icon at the bottom right, and we're just going to click on the Age of Editing tutorial. And you can follow along. There are several timelines in this project at every step of the way. So as I move through them, I'll highlight which ones we're using so that if you're following along, you'll know exactly where to go. All right, so we're in the transitions timeline. This is timeline number 1, and we're going to look at adding some transitions. If you go to the top of the screen, there are user interface buttons that show and hide different parts of the interface. So if I click the media pool, it turns on. If I click it, it turns off, which gives me more room for my viewers. If I click effects library, you can see the effects library. You can also click the arrow at the top left of the screen to expand the window so it goes all the way down the side, which is great if you've got really long items. So we're going to look at the video transitions, and we're going to grab the cross dissolve, which is our default. I know it's the default because it's got the red highlight next to it. So I'm just going to drag and drop that onto my clip here. Let's turn off the effects library to make a little more room. Command plus to zoom in, and now I can click on my dissolve and I can customize it simply by dragging the edges to change its length. If I double click on it, it loads in the inspector at the right. Now the inspector is again one of those panels that you can show and hide. You can also go into single viewer mode if you don't need to see both viewers. And then we can adjust the dissolve, we can adjust the length, I can adjust the style of the dissolve. In this case, let's make it a film dissolve. You can even adjust whether it eases in or eases out. The default is to be a linear transition. By easing in and easing out, we can make it a curve. So there's our transition. Now we've customized the transition. If I really like this and I want to use this in other parts of my project, I can save this as a custom transition preset. So let's do that. I'm going to right click on it and select create a transition preset. We're going to call this Paul's cross dissolve. Save that. Now when I go into my effects library, you'll see at the bottom is my cross dissolve, which I can reuse anywhere that I need to in my project. All right, let's go a little further down the timeline. Now in this version of the cut, the video was edited. We took out a portion of one of his sentences, which results in a jump cut. So I'm going to just play that back for you. I'm actually going to hit Command F, which will take it full screen. Watch his head, where you'll be able to really tell, it's very obvious where we cut out one of his sentences, and it creates a jump cut. So Command F, let's play that back.
Go back to that location, or it didn't make.
So you see that little hitch on his head?
Moved it. It's really important.
Okay. So we're going to fix that. We're going to do that with a different type of transition called a smooth cut. So let me just scroll up in my transition list. I'm going to grab smooth cut and I'm going to drop it between these two clips. I'm going to change the duration of the smooth cut to 4 frames. It really doesn't need a lot of frames to do this. What smooth cut does is it actually uses optical flow image analysis technology to create new frames between the clip on the left and the clip on the right. So it's basically trying to do like a morph between the two clips to smooth out that jump cut. Let's see how it did.
To that location, or it didn't make the movement.
So that's much better. We've removed the jump cut and it looks great. So let's go back in and keep moving. All right. Now I want to open another timeline. I'm going to close my effects library here, and I showed you the timeline pop-up earlier, but there's another way that we can load multiple timelines or different timelines, and that's by going to the Timeline View Options menu and turning on Tabbed and Stacked Timelines. So you see here, once I've done that, it's added a tab at the left above the timeline. I can click the plus button and now open another timeline. So here's my audio timeline. I can pick the tabs up, I can reorder them and move them around. I can continue opening additional timelines. I can even stack them. So if I click the stack button, I can stack multiple timelines together. Now we're running out of screen real estate, so I'm going to make them smaller. So this is great if you need to copy and paste or move quickly between different timelines or different scenes in a larger project. Using stacked and tab timelines lets you do that very quickly. I'm just going to close these up and make these a little bigger again so that we can continue working. We're going to work on some audio now. All right, let me just move these elements. All right. So let's go into our audio timeline. So if you're following along, you can do that. And you can see that I've got here a note to put in the big drum hit. So we're going to do that. In order to do that, I need to add another track. So Down here, if I right-click in the track headers at the left, I can add a single track and choose its format, or I can add multiple tracks at once. The multiple track window lets me change the number of audio and video tracks I want to add. In this case, I really just want to add one track below the first one, and we want to make it mono to add our sound effect. So it's just added another track for me. I'm going to go into the media pool. Let's just tidy this up a little bit so we have some more screen real estate. Okay. I'm going to go into my audio and look for my big drum hit. There it is right there. We're going to drop that down on the timeline. And I want this to be yellow like the rest of my tracks, so we're going to just color that really quickly. And let's zoom in on that. I'm going to zoom in really far. The reason I'm doing that is because I want to show you when I'm working with video, I can only move the video in single frame increments. But when it comes to audio, I can actually move the audio in subframe increments. So I can precisely time this drum hit to exactly the frame that I want. So I'm going to move that there. Let's zoom out a bit and take a listen.
Shoot the real world.
Okay, the drum hit sounds great, but what doesn't sound great are these sound effects, because they're way too loud. So let's open the mixer and adjust those. I'm going to move this up a little bit to make some more room so we can see these tracks. You can reorganize or resize any portion of the interface just by dragging between windows, so you can really make this look however you'd like. And if at any time you want to reset the user interface, you can just select Reset UI Layout from the menu. Okay, let's turn on our mixer. So here's our mixer. This is the same mixer that we have on the Fairlight page. It will show you the levels of each track playing under the playhead. You can see that our sound effects are quite loud on this particular clip with the jet taking off. Now, I could adjust the level on the entire track if I wanted to, but in this case I want to just adjust the clip. So like I did earlier, I could move that line down, but I'm going to just go into the inspector by turning that on, and we're going to look at the audio. Let me select the audio clip, and here you can see that we have clip volume, clip panning, clip pitch, and an equalizer on every single clip in the timeline. Now, you may notice that depending on the resolution of your particular screen, that you may want to show and hide different parts of the interface to make some room for you to work. The good thing is that it's completely customizable. So in this case, I'm going to change my mixer from an audio mixer to meters just to give me a little timeline back. Now, these meters just show me the output of the entire program, not the individual tracks. All right, we're going to drop this volume down substantially by about 19 decibels. And we're just going to close up the inspector and take a listen. Okay, so that's a more appropriate volume for the sound effects. Now, if I've got something that I want to do on multiple clips, I can copy and paste this clip, and I can select the clips that I want to paste to, and I can paste attributes. So this works for audio and video. I can paste attributes like opacity, position, scaling, rotation, and in this case, volume for the audio, from one clip to multiple clips. So now I just paste it, and they're all matching. All right, so that's a little bit about the mixer, the meters, some audio levels. In this particular clip, this next clip,
It was really important. Every shot.
we've got the biplane flying in. And what I really want to do is I want to just animate the level of this sound effect of the engines. So let's zoom in on that. We're going to make these audio tracks a little taller. Okay. And I'm going to option click here in the clip to add keyframes that then allow me to adjust the audio level. So now as the plane flies in, the volume of the engines will increase.
It was really important. Every shot was original, and then everything.
Okay, so that's a little bit for level automation here on the edit page. And then the last audio thing that I'm going to show you right now is around this clip here. We smoothed out the video using the smooth cut transition, but the audio has a definite blip because it's two different levels where we cut it. Have a listen.
To that location, or it didn't make.
One more time.
You would either go back to that location, or it didn't.
So I want to just clean that up, And to clean that up, I'm just simply going to use the fade tool just to drop the level at the beginning of that a little bit. Now, the fade handles you see are at the ends and beginnings of any video or audio clip. It's just a really fast way to quickly fade audio or video in or out. Let's have a listen to see if that worked.
To that location, or it didn't make the movie. It was really.
That sounds great, so we're going to move on. Let's switch to the next timeline, which is animate and retiming. I'm just going to adjust the height of our audio tracks, make them a little smaller because we don't really need them right now. And let's take a look at this clip here. This is a time-lapse clip, and we're going to speed it up. So I want it to run at about twice the speed that it's currently running. Now, in DaVinci Resolve, we can do constant speed changes or variable speed changes. The variable, as its name implies, lets the speed of the clip change over time. So we'll start with the constant speed change. To change the clip speed, you just right-click and select Change Clip Speed from the menu. In this case, we're going to make it 200%, twice as fast, which will also make it half as long. So I'm going to select the Ripple Sequence checkbox, and what that's going to do is instead of leaving a gap in my timeline, it's going to ripple that closed. It's going to close the gap because we're making the clip shorter. So now as I do that, it ripples that in and it comes in. Let's take a look. Okay, so that's running at about twice the rate that it was. I'm going to zoom in just a bit, and let's say that about 2/3 of the way through, we want that to change from 200% back to 100%. So we want to turn this from a constant speed change into a variable speed change. I'm going to turn on my retime controls by right-clicking on the clip. And what this allows me to do is it allows me to set new speed points. So basically, I'm setting a point in time at which the speed is going to change. So as I do this, you can add as many speed points as you want. So I could have the speed go from 200% to 50% to 100% or any number that I choose. So on the second portion of this clip, I'm going to change the speed point to 100%. So now, the first part of the clip is running at twice the speed, and the second part of the clip is running at regular speed. Let's look at that. Okay, I'm going to go full screen just to show you that. You'll notice that it's an abrupt change when it goes from 200% to 100%. Now, if I want to smooth out that change, I can right-click and open the Retime Curve window. Now, what you see here is a curve editor built right into the timeline. The curve editor can be used for just about any parameter that can be animated here in DaVinci Resolve. So right in context with the clip, I get to adjust its keyframes and add curves. Now, you can see here by looking at it that we're going at 200% up to this keyframe, and then it's a sharp and abrupt change to 100%. If I want to smooth that out, I just click on the Smooth button, and now I have handles. So when I bring the handles in, it's more abrupt, and when I bring the handles out, it smooths that line to make it a nice curve, and then we can watch the speed change, and it'll be a nice gradual change from 200 to 100. Okay, that looks great. Let's close this stuff up. I'm going to close my retime curve, close my retime controls, and we're going to move this back up. Now, let's do a little animation. I'm going to reframe this. Let me move this down so we have a little more room to see. We're going to reframe this. I think in addition to the time lapse that we've got going here, I think it'd be more dramatic if we actually did a little push into it as well. So in your viewer menu, your timeline viewer, you can adjust the zoom level here with the drop-down menu. You can also use the scroll wheel or the middle mouse button to adjust your zoom level. I'm going to turn the inspector on. Let's turn the media pool off so we have a little more room. Okay, now we are going to adjust the zoom on this clip. Let me zoom out of my timeline a little. So at the bottom left of the timeline viewer, there is a pop-up menu that lets me turn on-screen controls on for things like transformation and crop. This is really helpful when I'm animating. I'm going to go to my transform controls in the inspector. We're going to drop a keyframe at the start of the clip. And then for the last frame in the clip, we're going to just zoom this up. So we're zooming into the clip. I'm going to turn those overlays off too so they're not in our way. And then if I wanted to change the position, I can just drag this. I can put it wherever I want. I can smooth out the animation path right here on the screen so you can see I've got handles. And I can adjust the ease on that motion path as well by grabbing the handle in the middle. So you've got some really great animation controls here. You can do it visually. using the on-screen overlays, or you can do it by the numbers here in the inspector. So however you prefer to work. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's zoom back out, and we're going to go to the beginning of our timeline. Now, in addition to keyframe-based animation, we also have another feature that makes it really easy to do gentle pushes or ins and out onto a clip. So in this particular case, I want to just add a nice little push in just to give the camera some motion. It'll add some dramatic effect and make it look really good. So I'm going to turn on, I'm going to select the clip and turn on dynamic zoom. If we look at the overlays here again in our menu, we've got dynamic zoom controls. And basically what this is showing me are two boxes, a green box and a red box. So the green box is the framing of this clip at the start of the clip, and the red box is where it's going to end. So if I want to start wide, we can start there, and then if I want the shot to end tighter on his face, I can move it there, and then when I press play,
In this film, making a documentary,
you'll see that it's just going to do that move. Now I want to go for something a little more subtle, so we're just going to resize that and then play it back.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes change.
So the benefit of using dynamic zoom is that there are no keyframes. So if I trim this clip, if I make it longer or shorter, or if I add a transition like a dissolve, that's going to add frames or handles to the clip. I don't have to move keyframes or reanimate this. It will automatically just animate to fit whatever is visible in my program. All right, so that's a little bit about retiming and some animation. Let's take a look at some effects. All right, we're going to add another timeline here. We are going to look at titles and effects next. I'm going to shut off my mixer, and I'm going to make my inspector a little shorter so that we can see more of our timeline. And we're going to go down to this clip here at the end, turn my overlays off, and let's add an effect. So if you look in the effects library, you'll see different categories. We've looked at the transitions before. We'll get to titles in a second. There are audio plugins that ship with it called Fairlight effects. So we've got chorus, de-essers, hum removers, all kinds of different plugins. And then you've also got open effects plugins for video. We, of course, work with third-party plugins as well, but we also ship DaVinci Resolve with dozens and dozens of GPU and CPU accelerated plugins to add effects to your video. Now, DaVinci Resolve Studio has the complete set of Resolve effects, and the free version of DaVinci Resolve, which you may have downloaded, has a subset. To learn more about the differences between the two packages, check out our website. There's a comparison document that you can read. In this case, I'm going to just add a Gaussian blur to this clip, and let me scroll down my timeline a little bit so we can see that. All right, so we're going to select the clip. Now notice in the inspector, in addition to the video controls, there's now an Open Effects tab because we've added a filter to this. When I click on that, you can see the parameters for the Gaussian blur. And in this case, I'm going to add a keyframe. We're going to take it to 0, go to the last frame in the shot, and just crank it up. And then I'm going to just set the border so that it replicates the edge pixels so that we get a nice clean image. And now as I play back, it's blurring out to that title. Let's do something fun with the title. So we've got blur filters, color filters, generators, light filters. There's also revival filters for doing things like automatic dirt removal, fixing dead pixels, sharpening, stylization, texturing, warping. We're going to use some light rays, so I'm just going to grab the light rays plugin and I'm going to drop it onto the clip. When I select the clip, its parameters show in the inspector. There's the light rays plugin, and I'm just going to add keyframes for the position here. We're going to just adjust that position, maybe take it to the left a little bit, and then we'll also animate the length of those light rays and the brightness. All right, so that's where it's going to start. Maybe about a second or so later, we will take that all down, adjust the position, take that all down, and make this shorter. So now when we play out, we're going to blur and have light rays on our text. All right, so really easy to add some very cool effects and filters to your video. Let's look at some titles. I'm going to just close this up a little bit and zoom our timeline again. All right, in the titles section, you'll see at the top there are some basic titles that we can add. I'm going to just move this down and we'll add a lower third. We're just going to use the basic title generator. You can add this down, you can extend it, make it as long as you need to. And then just go into the inspector and type your text, change your font, change the color, and then you can animate that using the animation controls that we used earlier. So if I wanted this to move across the screen, I would do it exactly the same way as I did. But what I really want to show you are the Fusion title templates, because this is a collection of pre-built animated title templates that you can use in your projects. They're really easy to use. Let me show you how. I'm going to delete that title. In the Fusion Titles section here, you'll see there are several dozen templates that we can use. So I'm going to just grab a simple lower third. It's an animated underline template, and we're going to drag this out, turn our on-screen overlays off, and then we're going to change the text. So I'm going to type Brian's name here, and we're going to change the font size, and maybe we'll change the weight of the font. We can go down and change the color of the line and different elements here. Now, what you're seeing here is a title template that was designed and built entirely inside of Fusion here in DaVinci Resolve. So if you go to the Fusion page and look at this title template, you'll see the entire project that makes up, or the entire composition that makes up this animated title. But on the edit page, you only see a limited number of parameters. So if you want to design titles for your colleagues to use, or if you want to design titles for somebody else to use, you can expose only the parameters that you want them to change right here on the edit page. So really fast and easy way
If we couldn't get the shot or the weather,
to take advantage of the power of Fusion built into DaVinci Resolve. So let's look at that.
if we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie.
So that clip looks great. The lower third looks great. The smooth cut really helped smooth that jump cut. The audio now sounds good. And we're pretty much done with our project. This is a quick cut of the trailer for this documentary film. I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. There is a complete set of tutorials on our website, so there's one for each page in DaVinci Resolve. Visit blackmagicdesign.com, go to the DaVinci Resolve website, check out the training page, and learn more. Thanks for watching.
Hi, my name is Daria, and I'm a colorist, compositor, and a DaVinci Resolve Master Trainer. Today, I'll be taking you through the workflows and operations of the color page in DaVinci Resolve. Now, at first glance, the color page might look quite busy, but it's much easier to approach when you think of it as a collection of panels, each with its own dedicated function. So let's take a look at this layout. In the top left corner, we have the gallery. This is where you're going to be storing all of your stills. Stills are high-quality grabs of a frame from any one of your clips, but they're also capable of containing all of the grading data from those clips. So they're going to be quite important for sharing grades and also for copying across your timeline. In the top center, you have the viewer. This represents the location of your playhead at any time. And it also gives you the final look of any clip. So this is essentially what's going to be rendered out in the deliver page. The viewer has a lot of usability. We will be referring to the controls in the bottom left-hand corner. With these you can activate the on-screen controls, and they will usually also automatically light up depending on which panel you have active. In the top right corner, you have the node editor. So this is arguably the bit in the page where you have the most control. You're able to break up your workflow into separate little nodes, each with its own dedicated approach to the RGB signal. Underneath the viewer, you have two different representations of the timeline. You have the thumbnails timeline, in which you can see a grab of all of your clips. And it's completely independent of the duration of these clips. So this is just to give you a visual overview of what everything looks like. Underneath that, you have the timeline ruler, which is more representative of the timeline that you have on the edit page. So here you can check out the durations of the clips in relation to each other. Also see things like transitions. You can see multiple video tracks. If you're performing visual effects compositing, that's going to be quite vital. So you'll refer to that when you need to. At the bottom of the page, you have a collection of palettes. So these are divided into 3 columns. You've got the left palettes, the central palettes, and then on the right-hand side, you've got your keyframes and your scopes, which you'll be referring to quite a lot. There's also a lot of other functionality in the page that's not immediately visible. So for example, at the top, you've got the interface toolbar. And here you have buttons with which you can either reveal or hide panels based on what it is that you're trying to do. So if, for example, I wanted to start applying LUTs or lookup tables to my media to remap it to a certain color standard, I would open them up at the top here, then refer to the media pool if I need to, and go back to the gallery if I had to. Another reason to take advantage of these buttons is that the way that the interface behaves is dynamically, which means that whatever space you afford any of the panels, they will take advantage of it. So sometimes I really want to see my viewer more prominently than it is right now. Usually the first thing I'll do is collapse my timeline ruler, the top, and as you just saw, the viewer popped up dynamically, so that's really great. And I can keep going with this. I can also collapse my clips timeline and either collapse the gallery or even just grab the edge and extend it. So there is a certain level of customization on this page. I'll bring my clips back so I can keep working on them. Something else that a lot of the panels have are options menus. So these are represented by this button with the 3 dots. And when you select these usually give you access to additional controls or tools that are embedded in all of these panels. So you can see the viewer's got one, and the node editor, etc. Something else that some of the panels have is pop-down menus that give you access to additional modes of any given palette. So that's quite interesting because that means that we have the curves palette, but inside of that we actually have 5 additional HSL curves. So I can access these by using the drop-down menu here. Or what I prefer to do is actually use the palette controls at the very top. So these are represented with these dots. And as long as you know where something is located, you can jump to it pretty quickly. You can also find it on the color wheels. So this is usually how I switch between my primaries wheels, my bars, and my log controls. Finally, you've also got the contextual menu. This pops up anytime you right-click within the color page. But what's unique about it is that it's never the same in 2 locations. So it is unique to whatever element you're clicking on, whether it's a clip or whether it's a palette. So it will never give you controls that you can't actively take advantage of. All right, so let's start looking at our media and performing some grading. First thing I'd like to do is address some of our primary grading tools. So primary grading is any grading you perform that affects the entire frame of the image. This can be done at the earliest stages of grading, so whether you're doing color correction or you're doing normalization and balancing. So with all of those, it implies that you are calibrating the entire frame. But this is also done at the latter stages of the process when you're creating looks and you're performing creative grading, so that's also primary. And we perform all of these changes usually using the color wheels or the curves palettes. Those are our main approaches. So we'll use both today, and they will oftentimes achieve similar things just in different ways. I'm going to make sure my first clip on the timeline is selected so that I can see it in the viewer. And I'm going to make sure that looping is enabled underneath my viewer so that when I play it back, I just keep watching it on loop. I'm going to press spacebar. And something that is probably very evident about this clip right away is that it's really flat. So there's no colors in it, and the tonal range is just not very dynamic, so I'm not seeing much contrast. I don't have a very clear idea of what the black point and the white point are. So our job right now with normalization is to try to extend that luminance range so that we can get a greater breadth of shadows and highlights. To do that, I am going to need to refer to my scopes. So like I said earlier, they're hiding in the same panel as my keyframes. I'm going to zoom in here and click on the scopes button next to it. Now, by default, you're going to see the parades, which are absolutely fantastic for balancing because you can see the relationship between the red, green, and blue channels. But in this case, if we're just adjusting luminance, then I would prefer to use the drop-down menu to open up the waveform. And by default, it's overlaying the red, green, and blue channels, which is also useful for balancing because you can then see where they line up and where something might be too high or too low. But if I want to just see the luminance, I can access the settings of my waveform scopes, and I get this little pop-up interface. I think it's quite handy because it allows you to switch from RGB to yRGB at the top, so now we've got just a luminance waveform. But then we've also got additional controls at the bottom. You've got brightness controls on the trace inside the graph, so I can click and drag the scroller. And this can be extremely useful because sometimes the elements that you need to see might be quite faint on the trace. They might be very small, or they might just be specular points, so highlights in the image. And by brightening it up, you make them pop a little bit more. To get rid of this settings window, all I have to do is just click outside of it and it pops back into the palette. And now I can start making adjustments to my clip. Like I said, the first adjustments will be made using the color wheels palette. So let's check it out. Let's identify what everything is doing over here. As you can see, we've got 4 wheels. We've got the lift, gamma, and gain, which are responsible for the shadows, midtones, and highlights respectively. And then on the far right, we've got the offset wheel, which is just a combination of all 3. So it will perform a uniform change to the entire image. On the wheels themselves, you're able to change the colors of the image. So I'm just going to grab the pointer in the middle of the offset wheel and just drag it towards one of the colors just to test it out. And you can see the entire image just went magenta. We can shuffle it around so you can see I'm increasing saturation the further I push it. If I want to reset the color wheel, I will double click inside of it and the pointer will just pop down to the center. Now, another way to control these tonal ranges is to go after the master wheels underneath the color wheels. So these are the dark horizontal sliders, and they are also responsible for all of these respective tonal ranges, but this time only affecting the luminance of the image. So on the left-hand side, for example, I have the master wheel for lift, which means that I can either make my shadows darker or I can make those shadows lighter. So if I was to grab it right now and drag it to the left, you can see it's darkening. And it is impacting the rest of the image as well, so it's not a very strict tonal range. It does spill off and affect the midtones a fair amount, and even the highlights a little bit. And that just makes for a very organic application of the luminance change. If I want to reset the master wheels and the color wheels together, I can use the bigger reset button next to the tonal range name. And then there is also a universal reset button in the top right corner of the color wheels palette. So you're going to see these in a few of the other palettes if you ever want to make a more blanket reset. So how will I make this adjustment based on the scope's information that I have? You can probably tell that the trace is quite crunched up. It's quite compressed in the bottom half of the scope's graph that I have. And that's usually indicative of a very flat image, so not much variety. Also, because it's in the lower half, it tells me that it's a dark image. So what I'm going to do is try to spread that out a bit and also to raise the brightness. I will begin with the lift and the shadows, and they're already in a fairly good place, but I tend to bring them down a bit lower, so I try to pop it down between the black point and the first horizontal line above it. Remember, the idea here is not to set up nice contrast. It's not to make a look. It's just to normalize this trace so that later on when we do start applying creative looks, we have access, to the full range of that RGB signal. So we're just cleaning this up right now. I definitely don't want to go anywhere near the 0 point, which is our black point, because as soon as the trace starts touching that line, it's going to start clipping our data, and we will essentially be looking at a pool of black in the image, and that's just no good for later stages. So I am going to very gently drag that master wheel to the left, and that's just about where I would drop it off. It's a very small adjustment. I can then do the same thing for the opposite end, for the gain. I can click it, and this time I'm not dragging left because I'm going to be darkening it. I'm dragging to the right to spread it out. And normally, if I am just setting up a tonal range, I'm just normalizing, I would drag it all the way to just under the second horizontal line, because that way it brightens up the image, but without bringing it anywhere near, overexposing it. But something that matters a lot when you're color grading is context. So you also have to keep an eye on the image and ask yourself, do I have enough relevant information to perform this adjustment? So if I had something like a clapperboard visible in the shot, or if somebody was holding up a white piece of paper, then I could say objectively, yes, I've got my light source, it's hitting the white piece of paper, so I can drag the top of that trace to that horizontal line. But in our case, we have some B-roll from a documentary. They were not using color checkers, so I kind of have to guess as to what is pure white in this image, and there's not a clear reference. However, I do see something that can be used as a reference for luminance, and that is this person's hand that you can just see through these wooden poles in the image, right? So knowing what I know about calibrating skin tones, I know that with a fair skin tone in direct sunlight, I can probably aim between 50 to 75% of the height of the scopes. So in this case, what's happening is I'm actually really overexposing the image based on this trace, which is that hand that we're seeing. So you can even see it in the viewer as well. So if you look at the full screen of the image right now, and the thumb is quite hot. So I'm going to grab the gain master wheel and pull it back and drop it off at around 75% of the height. And now it looks much more natural, and I've kept the colors and the luminance safe. You'll also have noticed that the bottom of the trace is pulled up when I readjusted the gain, so that's completely natural. This happens. Grading is very much a reiterative process. It means that you often have to go back to the tools that you used previously and make further adjustments because the tools offset each other a little bit, and that's fine. So I can go back to the lift and just drop it down a little bit more. And then maybe the last thing I want to do with this image, because it is particularly dark, is just brighten up the gamma range, which is essentially the midtones. Right now, most of the trace is falling beneath the 50% line, so I'm going to try to get it a bit closer to the 50 dotted line. I'll click the gamma master wheel, pull it to the right, and you can see I'm brightening up the entire image. All right, so I'm pretty happy with this adjustment. The next thing I'd like to address is the lack of saturation. So it almost looks monochromatic right now. To do that, I will continue using the color wheels palette, but this time I'm going to look at the very bottom of it, at this bar called the adjustment controls. So here you can make some standard adjustments to your image, things like contrast, saturation, hue rotation, and you've also got a second page of adjustment controls, which we'll be looking at later, but it gives you temperature and tint adjustments, which are really nice, really quick ways of balancing your image. So in this case, I'll go back to page 1. To make changes, by the way, to any of these values, you can either click and drag with your mouse, so you can notice that when I hover over either the name of the adjustment or the numerical field next to it, you've got these double arrows pointing in either direction, which encourages you to drag. So I can click on the contrast, for example, drag left to decrease, drag right to increase. To reset any of the values, all you have to do is double-click the field name. So to reset the contrast, I'm just going to double-click, and it jumps back to 0 or to 1. In this case, I'd like to increase the saturation, and the way I'm going to do it is by clicking on the numerical field and just entering the value if I know what it is using my number pad. Press enter, and that's just popped up the saturation a bit. I know that for something in a log gamut, 75% is pretty decent, but if I do want to saturate it further, I'll probably have a dedicated saturation node for it. All right, so image has been shifted. Something that the saturation has revealed in this particular image is that it does have a really strong color cast that wasn't immediately obvious to me before. So it's almost got like a reddish or pinkish tinge to it. So let's address that next. I am going to continue using the color wheels, well, the palette at least, but I might not want to use the wheels themselves for this, right? So I find that the wheels are quite fun to work with when I'm applying a creative look to the image, because it almost feels like playing around with paint. You're pushing colors in one direction, you're dragging them away in another. But when it comes to exact calibration, they're a little bit trickier to work with. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to switch from the primaries wheels to the primaries bars. All right, so these are also known as printer lights, and they affect the image in exactly the same way as the wheels. In fact, if you look down here at the numbers under the master wheels, you can see that the values that we had established on the color in the primaries wheels section of the palette have stayed in place. So this is just an alternative way of adjusting the colors, but much more exact. If I want to make a change, I could just grab any one of these bars and drag upwards or downwards to adjust the strength of the value. I'm going to press Command Z to undo that. I also like to use the scroll wheel on the mouse when I'm making adjustments with these, because I find that the changes happen in much smaller increments, which means that you can be very, very precise. You can go down in 0.1 or 0.01. All right, but how much should I be adjusting this and where? We could use the parades for this, and we will later on, but I want to show you a different technique, which is really simple and really helpful, and that's using an overlay inside the viewer itself. So I'm going to right-click to bring up the contextual menu, and I have this option to show the picker RGB value. What that means is that when I select this, everywhere that I move my mouse in the viewer, I will get a readout of the pixel directly underneath it. And if I had reliable white and black references, I could hover over them and identify if I had a color dominance in any of them. Like I said previously, I don't have that in this image. However, when we refer to context, we have a rhinoceros, and I have every reason to believe that his skin tone would be grayscale. I don't really think there would be a really strong lean towards any one color. But when I hover over him with my mouse, I find that there's a variation of about 15 to 20 points on the red channel that are higher than on the green and the blue. So that implies to me that we definitely have too much red. And based on these numbers, I'm also seeing that they're in the higher range of the trace. So if this was closer to 10, 20, 50, that would imply more of a shadow area. So then I would go for a lower range in the primaries bars. But in this case, I think going after gain would make the most sense. So I'm just going after the brighter areas of the image. I think the shadows actually look pretty neutral from where I'm sitting. So I'm just going to hover my mouse over the red bar on the gain and very gently just scroll my mouse wheel. Oh, actually, it's doing it in reverse because I'm on a Mac. So I'm scrolling upwards. And you can see that red tint is starting to disappear a little bit. Before I go too far, I can go back with my mouse, and I'll see that the numbers are getting much closer. So now it's a variation of maybe less than 10. So I might even take it up just one more scroll, just one more flick, and come back. And I'm perfectly happy with this. Now it's just a couple of points, and it'll vary a little bit as I move around. So I'm pretty happy with that. I will want to compare this to my original image before I move on. I think that's a really good way to ground yourself in reality, because sometimes when you disable the grade and you look at the original image, you realize how far you've strayed. So to do this, I can either click on the number of the node that I'm working on, so that would be number 1, and that bypasses it temporarily, and I can see that's the original image. And yeah, definitely, we've brightened it up. We can see much nicer colors now, and there's no color dominance. Something else I might prefer to do is just to use a shortcut. So that would be Command D on a Mac or Control D on a PC. And I will just have my fingers over Command D pretty much all day long, bypassing as I'm grading. Oh, scrolled up too far, so I'm going to hit Shift Z to pop back in. So now that the image has been cleaned up, it's been normalized and balanced, we're ready to start applying creative looks to it, knowing that we have full access to the entire RGB range, so at its full extension. And what I'd like to do is to create a new node for that. It's an organizational step, of course, so that you've got one node for balancing, one node for color grading, but it's actually more important than that. Breaking up the workflow into 2 steps means that I'm now taking advantage of this extended signal. If I was to start applying a creative look on the same node that I balanced on, it wouldn't really make sense, because I would actually be grading that version of the trace, the compressed one. So I want to move past that. I want to open up a fresh node and now work on this version of the trace. To create a new node, I am going to right-click on node number 1, and in the contextual menu, select Add Node and Add Serial. And this will just add a standard corrector node connected to the one that you already have and allow you to apply more grading. Notice that the new node that I've created is pretty blank, so there's nothing visible on it, whereas on the left-hand side on node number 1, I can see a little symbol. So this is one way that we know that a node's already been used for grading. Another way is when you hover over it, you will also see a list pop up telling you which tools specifically you've used. This is super helpful because it allows you to keep track of what you used, which node you used for what, and make sure you're not duplicating your processes. Something else that you can do for organizational reasons is to start labeling your nodes. So I'm very, very big on housekeeping. I organize everything. I make folders and bins, and I label absolutely everything. So I'm going to right-click on node number 1. I'm going to select Node Label from the contextual menu, and I'm going to enter Balance, because that's what I was doing on that first node. And now the clean signal is being sent out to node number 2, and I'm going to change that to Look. So that's where I'll be creating my creative look. Cool. So for that, what I think would be nice to do is just to push a certain color dominance into it. Like I said earlier, for that, the color wheels are absolutely fantastic. They're really intuitive. If you were using a panel, which I'll be getting out in a second, you can use the balls to just rotate them and get a feel for what works well with that image. Of course, you'd also talk to the director about the context of the scene, what mood they're going for, or does a certain location have a certain color code? But in this case, I'm just going to switch from the bars back to the wheels. And a really easy way to establish dominance, as you saw at the very beginning, was using the offset wheel, and you just push it in one direction and you've got a color. However, I'd prefer to use the gamma wheel for this because it will create a similar result, just without affecting the white point and the black point of the image. And those two are quite nice to keep neutral, because then it keeps an element of realism to the scene, even with a strong color cast. So I'm going to drag this pointer in the gamma towards a cyan look, just a greeny blue. And I can be pretty aggressive with it because I'm just setting it up. But because of how large the gamma tonal range is, it will inevitably impact the shadows and the highlights. So what I also like to do is then go to either the lift or the gamma, the gain wheel, and counteract the grade that I just introduced. So I'm essentially sort of neutralizing one area of the tonal range, and that again grounds it in reality and makes it look a little bit more accessible. Right now it looks too much like a flat filter, I think. So I'll grab the pointer on the lift wheel, drag it towards red, and that's kind of made the shadows a lot more neutral, right? And it might look like the whole shot has now become like balanced again, but let's press Command D and take ourselves back to reality and see what this used to look like. So I'm going to press Command D, and you can see that we have actually added a cyan cast to it and kept the shadows nice and realistic. Something else that I might want to do at this stage is to start working with the luminance, because even though we've rescued our trace, we haven't really made it look very dynamic or very interesting. So I am going to go down here into my adjustment controls, click and drag the contrast, and increase it until I'm happy with it. So I really like what it's doing to the detail on the rhino. It's making that skin pop and those, his eyes, his wrinkles. But I think what's also happening is that certain parts of the image are becoming a little overexposed. So sometimes you get that. So you're happy with the contrast, but not with how dark or light the overall image is. And for that, you can use the pivot. So you can find that next to the contrast, and you can think of it as the contrast balance. So it will kind of sway dominance to either the brighter or the darker areas, while still maintaining the same level of contrast. So if I'm happy with the wrinkles as they are, I'm just gonna grab the pivot and try to remove some of that like overly exposed areas. All right. So now I think the rhino skin looks much, much nicer than it did before. And maybe lower the contrast just to bring back some of the shadows that I have down here. Something else I might want to do is take advantage of this tool I have called the Midtone Detail. This is found on the second page of the color adjustment controls, and it's labeled as MD. And what MD does is it increases contrast in areas of the image that have a high amount of detail. So it's really great for bringing up patterns or bringing up, in this case, the wrinkles on the rhino without necessarily increasing like the overall contrast of the image. I am going to use the scroll wheel on my mouse to zoom in on the viewer so I can see his skin texture a bit better. And I'm also going to middle click my mouse button to drag across the viewer. Well, I'm going to go back here into the adjustment controls, click on MD, and drag it upwards. And you can see what that's doing to the skin. It's just really popping it out, making it even more dynamic. I'm pretty happy with that, so I'm going to press Shift-Z to pop out of the viewer. And it's a pretty strong look, I know, but this was my intention, so I'll stick by it. Cool. I think... yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Let's move on to the next clip on the timeline and try to do something similar, but this time using a completely different palette. So this will be our curves. Let's move on to this next clip too. And once again, I'll play it through. It's really important to review the media before you start grading it because I've used this word before, context. Sometimes things move into the shot that you don't see on the first frame. And you might spend, half an hour or even hours working on something and then play it back when you're done and realize, oh my gosh, two people just walked into the scene that I thought was just, a landscape shot. So in this case, it seems to be pretty uniform. It is a really dark image and it's really quite compressed on the scopes. So I'm going to try once again to expand that tonal range, this time using the curves. Let's take a look at the curves interface. You have the primary curve control on the graph over here, and it correlates exactly to the scopes graph that you have on the right-hand side. So the very bottom of the curve represents the black point, the top represents the white point, and when you make adjustments to those, you will then be extending or compressing your trace. So for example, if I wanted to increase my trace right now, I could grab the white point, and when I pull it to the left, I'm pushing it upwards. When I drag it downwards, I'm compressing it downwards. Same thing for the black point. You can also add additional points to the curves by clicking on it. So I can decide to lift the gamma range, and that will be the central point. And as you can see, it's kind of expanding our trace. And I can add additional points depending on what I'm trying to achieve. I can also right-click on any of my points to delete them. And finally, I can use the universal reset arrow in the top right corner to just go back to the default position of the curves. Notice on the right-hand side, you have some individual curve controls for the red, green, and blue values, which is fantastic. I can click on any one of these and start adjusting just the red channel, for example. By dragging it upwards, I'm increasing that value. By dragging it downwards, I am adding the opposite color. So the opposite of red is cyan. You can memorize these color pairs, red, cyan, green, magenta, blue, and yellow. But if you can't remember them, you can always just refer to the color wheels, which just represent those relationships very clearly. So there it is, red and cyan on the opposite side of it. And color grading is performed in much the same way. You introduce colors that you want to see or remove them if you don't. And so is balancing. So you just push back on what you don't need to see. I'm going to reconnect all three of my channels, and I'll use this first node for normalization and balancing. I'll grab the black point and drag it downwards until the trace again falls somewhere between the black point and the first horizontal line from the bottom. And then I'll also drag the white point a fair amount to the left, so I feel like there's a lot of room to raise this image. It's really dark. And unlike the previous one, I think I have a fairly reliable point. I have this window that's open in the background, and I have no reason to believe that it's going to have a cast on it, but I'm going to try to make it as bright as I can without overexposing it. So I'm going to drag it to about the the second horizontal line from the top. So it falls about yay high. And I can still see a little bit of detail through the window, which is quite important, I think. If I try to be a bit more aggressive with this and keep pushing it forward, I'm going to lose some of that detail, and eventually I'm going to start overexposing it, and that's not what you want to do. So I'm going to drag it back down, and I'll press Command-D to compare that to the original, so you can see it's got a really nice extension, a bit more to work with. Also, just like with the previous image, I'm going to raise the gamma range a little bit just to bring that trace a bit higher. I'm not going to go for the mid-range necessarily because I know that this is an interior shot. I don't believe there was any lighting in that room aside from what was coming in through the window, so I can naturally anticipate for it to be naturally dark anyway. I'm going to click on the center of my curve and just drag it up just a little bit to reveal some more details on the face of those scales, but then drop it off when I'm finished, just about there. Now, to balance the image, this time I'm going to use the parades. Before I switch my scopes to the parades, take a look at this trace and maybe try to memorize its pattern a little bit, right? We've got this area on the left-hand side, which is representing the bright window, and then the rest of it is kind of more or less flat in the bottom half. When I click on the parade mode of the scopes, what you're actually seeing is the same exact trace, just tripled. And it's representing the luminance, or the presence of luminance in all three channels, red, green, and blue. If this image was black and white, then these parades would be exactly equal to each other. And if I had reliable white and black references, then those areas of the traces would also line up perfectly, because in something that's pure white, the RGB values should be identical. Same thing for black. If there is naturally colorful objects in the scene, so in this case, for example, I have this red arrow in the middle of the scales, so I would anticipate that in that part of the trace, the red would be a bit more dominant, and that's perfectly fine. But I feel like I am seeing some unnatural dominance, one that I cannot justify by red objects. So if you look at the very top of the red channel trace, it is visibly higher than the green and the blue, so I'm going to need to address that using my curves. And you can also see that the midtones, there's like almost like a hump on the lower midtones that's higher than the green and blue as well. So for this, I'm going to isolate my red channel. And I'm just going to go for the midpoint and hope that the gamma is enough to pull down the top half of this trace as well. So I'll click the point that we've already created. And I'm not even looking at the viewer, by the way. I'm just looking at the parades as I do this. And you know what? I'm pretty happy with this. I've got a pretty good lineup between the red and the green. But now I've also revealed that the blue channel is substantially lower. So I can also address that. I'm going to isolate the blue channel on the curves. Click the pointer and then drag it upwards to try to get the height closer to where the green and the red are. So it's a very gentle adjustment, but it's getting us there. If I press Command-D right now, you can see that we've wiped out that red tint that we had, and also the image has been substantially brightened up. So yeah, that'll be a pleasure to work with once we create another node and we start applying a creative look. Once again, I'm going to label this. as my balance. By the way, we've been performing both normalization, which is when you work on the tonal range, and balancing, which is when you work on the colors, in one node. But very often colorists break this up into 2 steps, and that's perfectly fine. That allows you to expand the luminance of the image as much as you need to, and then use a completely separate node to then work on the colors on a much broader range of the image. So that sometimes just makes it more comfortable, and you might consider doing it that way. In our case, I'm going for the contrast next, so I'm going to right-click on the balance and add a new serial node, which will go right after it. And I will only use this for contrast this time, so I'm just interested in kind of popping out the details and yeah, making the shadows a bit more dramatic. I'll right-click and select contrast, and type in contrast. And since we're using the curves for everything on this clip, we will continue to use them for the contrast. I'm going to bind my RGB channels so that I'm now impacting the entire luminance range of the image. And to adjust the tonal range or to create contrast, I'm going to need to deepen the shadows while brightening up the highlights or the upper midtones, because that's essentially what defines contrast, right? I can do this using the black point and the white point, but the more conventional approach when you're color grading is to add 2 points to the curve itself and drag them in opposite directions. And this tends to produce an S shape. So that's why it's called an S curve when you're applying contrast using these tools. I'm just going to grab the bottom one here, make sure that it's not too dark, but it's just affecting just the parameter of those scales just a little bit. And I'm also going to drag the white point up. But remember, still keeping an eye on the trace, because I was really particular about not overexposing that window. I still want to keep it like in a reasonable range. But just a little bit. And if I feel like I still want to add more contrast to bring up the details on the scales, but I'm starting to see a bit of crushing on the edges, like some other information, again, I'm going to switch to the adjustment controls on the color wheels and just push up my midtone detail. Just a little bit. There we go. And I'll press Command D, and you can see in the full image, even though the colors have remained unchanged, we now have a much more dynamic looking image. Now, if I wanted to start color grading the image, still using the curves, I might not want to do it on the same node. First of all, we've already used our curves palette, so there's already points in it, and if I start playing around with that, I'm kind of working on the previous version of the trace that we had. And on top of that, I don't really want to interfere with the contrast that I've created. I'm really happy with it. So I'm going to create a dedicated look node. Now the question is, where do I want to place it on this pipeline? I'm going to discuss the importance of node structure and pipelines later on, but in this case, I'm motivated to put the look before my contrast, because I find that I'm always happy to see like what it does to the shadows at the very end. Whereas if I put the contrast in too early, then it tends to be a little bit more destructive to the final look. So I might end up kind of creating flat pools of luminance in certain parts of the image. So to add a node before one that I have selected, I will go into my contextual menu, and this time I'm going to select Add Serial Before. So it's the same corrector node, but it will appear before it, even though it will be numbered sequentially. And what I'm going to call this node will be cross-process, which is a very specific type of look. It refers to a type of film development method, and it produces a very retro type of look because it forces you to bring in opposing colors into opposite tonal ranges of the image. So I can show you what this looks like. It's really interesting. The only thing you really have to do is isolate one of your color channels on the curves, and again, either create an S curve or reverse S. So with the red channel, I could, for example, increase cyan in the shadows and then push red into the highlights. And you see it's immediately got a very distinct look. If you are trying to use this in creative projects, you might want to be really subtle with it, because I think it does pack a punch even when you're using it very minutely. But of course, it looks much more dramatic for demonstration purposes if you push them in very far areas. So I'm going to switch to the blue channel, and I'll do a reverse S-curve for this. So I want to push blue into my shadows, push yellow into the highlights and the upper midtones, and then counteract some of that if I feel that the shadows are too strong. Cool. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So I can look at my full image. So it's Command F on your keyboard, by the way, if you want to expand that to your full monitor. And you can still use the same shortcuts for bypassing your node. So I can press Command D, and I can just bypass the look, and I can assess, compared to the original data, do I like this look? And I think, yeah, this kind of works, it's cool. I can also use another shortcut, which is Shift D, and that will bypass the entire node pipeline, which includes that balancing that we did and the contrast and the look. And that just brings us back to the original media that we were working on. So sometimes that's also helpful for review purposes. I'm then going to press Command F to exit full screen mode and keep working on this. So we've created a couple of looks now. Let's save these just so we can keep track of them, and also so we can reuse them at a later time if we need to. I'm going to save this first one by right-clicking in the viewer, and I'm going to select Grab Still at the very top. Right. As soon as I did that, the still has appeared in my gallery. So it's got a thumbnail that represents the exact frame that I was on when I grabbed it. Underneath that, the conventional naming method is that the first number represents the video track that the clip is on. The second number represents the order of the clip in the edit. And then the third one is the version of the still that you've grabbed. So in this case, we're on video track 1. This is the second clip on the timeline, as we saw. And this is the first time that I've grabbed a still from it. So that means that you can then, start designing new looks and start grabbing new stills, and they will be named accordingly, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. You can also double-click just underneath those numbers to enter a custom name, which I think makes a lot of sense, because not only can you be more descriptive, but you can also remind yourself of what the purpose of the still is. Not all of them are for retaining your looks, right? Some of them will be there for matching and grading purposes, which is what we'll look at later on. But I'm going to give it a name. I created a very distinct cross-process look, so that's how I'm going to save it. And I'm also going to navigate back to the first clip that I have with the rhino and do the same thing. I'm going to right-click, grab still. That one's called 111, of course. And if double-clicking underneath those numbers doesn't work for you, you can always just right-click on the still itself and change the label, and that will give you the same controls. And this time we went for like a blue look on this image, so that's what I'm going to call it. And you know what, since we're here in the gallery, and I am very particular about housekeeping, as I've said, we're also going to organize these stills. So right now they're just sort of floating out there in the gallery. I'd rather create a dedicated album that we can just file them away into. To access our list of albums, I'm going to click on the sidebar icon in the top left corner of the gallery. And by default, these are the albums you're going to see. Stills 1 is where everything ends up. Power Grade 1, which is essentially an album that shares your grades with other projects on your workstation, which is really cool. And then Timelines, which gives you access to all the timelines that you have in any given project that you're working on. So in this case, I'm going to right-click in that sidebar, add a new Stills album, and I can just double-click to name it something else. This will be where I keep all of my looks. So that's what I'll call it. Then I can go back to Stills 1, which is where these ended up. And I'm going to just press Shift to select both of these and then drag and drop them into that looks album. All right, cool. The next thing I'd like to start taking a look at is matching clips to each other. So this is another very vital process in color grading, in primary grading. Just now we've been working on these clips individually, making sure that they're normalized, that the colors are all accurate and balanced. But equally important is matching clips to each other, so referring to other media on the same timeline and asking yourself, does it all flow? The idea, of course, is that you want everything in your project to look like it was happening in real time. So if the colors start shifting a little bit, then it's going to be obvious that this was shot over the course of a day or several days. In this case, for example, we have these 3 clips captured for a documentary on aviation. And I'm going to disable looping in my viewer and then just press play to watch all 3 of them backwards. So notice how none of them really match, right? The first one starts off, it's quite warm and quite dark compared to the one that follows it, which is really bright and pretty neutral as well, followed by another one that's way too dark and a bit colder. So they're all in completely opposite directions. And this happens a lot with documentary recording. So usually the DPs don't have as much control of the environment. They can't really set up the light sources as often if they're shooting outdoors. Oftentimes they're jumping from indoor recording to outdoor. Wedding videographers experience this a lot, so it's important to be able to match everything, make sure it flows well. I think this central clip is a really good neutral clip, so I'll use this as my basis. And for the first set of exercises, I'm going to use the auto match tool on the color page. So I'm going to select the clip that I want to change. And I'm going to right-click the clip that I want to match it to, and that will be clip number 5. And I will, from the contextual menu, select Shot Match to this clip. And did you see that? So it's a pretty strong change in color. Once again, I can press Command D. You can see that's the original, and that's how much the colors have shifted. If you look at any shared elements that they have in terms of like content, so they're both on the tarmac, these are both planes, they've got fuselages. You can see that both of those elements match up so much more closely now, which is great. I can also do the same thing with the next clip. So once again, select the clip that you want to impact, but then right-click the clip that you want to borrow the grade from. So shot match to this clip. And once again, another successful adjustment. It's brightened up the image, and we no longer have as much of a cold cast. So now I can switch between these, and I can also play through. And now as B-roll, it just feels much more natural. It flows through. All right. However, this has been particularly successful because of the many shared elements that these clips have, and essentially the reliable white points and black points that they have. Oftentimes when you're working with media, you're not going to have these types of reliable points, which makes it more difficult to use auto matching, which is sort of a mechanical process. So it's super important to also be able to match things manually using the scopes, the grading tools, and our eyes. So we're going to do this for these 2 clips on the timeline. So these are also from a documentary. And you can see captured at different times of the day. The first clip is very cold, and the next clip is a bit more neutral, much warmer as well. So it doesn't really matter which one I match to which. It kind of depends on where my final grade is going. In this case, I want to match clip number 8, this one, to the one directly after it. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a still of clip number 9 as a reference. So if I grab it right now, it's going to end up in my looks album, and I don't want that. So I'll click on stills 1, and then I'm going to right-click in the viewer and going to select grab still again. And this time I'm going to double-click and type in the word reference. And that way, if I'm starting to clear out my gallery at a later stage, I'm not going to be paranoid about, am I deleting an important grade that I created earlier that I need to hang on to? No, it's just a reference. I can get rid of it. Cool. I can now go back to clip number 8. And if I was to double-click that reference still right now, it will appear in the viewer side by side, so it's actually being wiped right now. And then a couple of things have changed in the viewer itself. So in the top left corner, I can see that image wipe has been activated. This is also where you will be deactivating it as well. So if you just click the icon, it goes away. On top of that, you have full control over the wipe line in the center. So if you find that there's something you need to see that you can't, you can always just reveal it that way, make room for yourself. And then finally, you also have access to different wipe modes. So depending on the content of your video, you might find that a vertical wipe is preferable to a horizontal because it might reveal, certain shared elements, and that's perfectly fine. All right, I'm going to go back to a horizontal one. And what I also really like about the behavior of the wipe tool is that the scopes also get wiped. So I can actually see a live readout of how the channels are different from each other, and that's going to make it so easy for me to match them to one another, because matching, unlike balancing, is not about getting all three parades to look the same in grayscale areas. It's actually about getting the relationship between the channels to be the same. So if on one image the red channel is far more dominant than the blue, then if I'm performing matching, I have to kind of replicate that mismatch between the parades. So in this case, if I was to zoom in right now, you can see there's a few different cutoffs. The red, for example, is a little bit too low along that wipe line. You can see that the parade on the left-hand side is just all dipped a little bit. And then even more so on the blue, you can see there's a really big spike at the top here. So that means that the image in the midtones and the upper midtones has got a lot more blue in it. And when I look back at the image, that makes perfect sense, right? This is a much, much cooler image than the one on the right. So for this, I am going to use the curves. I'm going to select this first node, and I'm just going to preemptively label it so I know what it's doing. I'm going to right-click, node label, and call it match. And then without even going after the luminance curve, I'm just going to directly activate R. And I'm going to click on the white point of that curve and drag it upwards. And you can see, if I zoom into the parades right now, that I'm just very gently raising that left parade to match the height of the one on the right. And it's a very small adjustment. I don't have to be too extreme. Then I can do the same exact thing for the blue channel. So I'll click on B to isolate the blue, and I'm just going to lower that white point until the height matches. Notice how I'm not looking at the viewer right now. It really doesn't matter. If I'm relying on the scopes, then if I do everything right, then the viewer should just catch up and show the right thing when I'm done. What else? If I'm looking at the shadows, which I also have to match, I'll zoom out and take a look at what's happening. So yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better. So that dry grass is starting to match up. When I see those dips in the traces, those are the darkest parts of the image. And on the left-hand side, that will refer to the man's hair and to the wrinkles in his clothes and also the dog's face. On the right-hand side, that will most likely refer to the horse's mane. So I think that it's reasonable to get those elements to match in terms of contrast and in terms of color. And I can see that the blue, I think, is substantially higher than it needs to be. So I'll also go for the blue-black point and drag that down just a little bit. So a very small adjustment. And then drag the blue back up again, so reiterate it if I have to. And then finally, it feels like there is just a little bit of like a green dominance in the image, so I'm also going to isolate the green channel and drag that down ever so slightly to counteract that. And there we go. I think safe to say that's a pretty good starting point considering we only spent about a minute on it. I can increase my wipe mode so that it fills up pretty much the entire viewer, and also press Command W to switch between them like that. And I can also, so let me just actually lower that green just a touch. I can also just deactivate my wipe mode and use the up and down arrow keys on my keyboard to jump between the clips on the timeline as well. So these are now matched up. The great thing about matching your media is that when you then start to perform creative grading, you can copy those grades across clips, and they will continue to look consistent, right? And that's really the most important reason for matching. If you had a certain look that you had designed and you then copied it across to a whole bunch of media that wasn't matched, their differences would just be further accentuated. They definitely would not, continue to look the same with the same grade applied. So let's test this out. I'm going to create a new serial node. This time I'm going to use a shortcut. So I'm going to press Alt-S, and I'm going to right-click, select Node Label, call this Contrast. Awesome. And for that, I am just going to use the color wheels adjustment controls. So that will be increasing the contrast. And then also use the pivot to maybe brighten up the overall image. All right, so it's a pretty nice look. Command D to show it before the contrast, and then Shift D to look at it before the grade and the contrast. I can now just use standard copy and paste shortcuts to copy that contrast onto clip number 9. So I can press Command C, Command V. However, you also have access to these types of controls in the Edit menu on the interface. So Edit, and then you have Copy and Paste as well. So I can click on clip number 9. And just for the sake of consistency, I'm going to create a new node, even though I haven't applied a grade to node number 1. So that will be Alt-S to create a new serial, and Command V to paste it. And that's our contrast. And now when I click back and forth, their relationship has been maintained because of that match node. So that's why it's really important. It's really fun to work with. All right. So now that we've looked at the grading tools and we've looked at a few different techniques, I'd like to come back and talk a little bit more about organization. And this time, I want to talk about applying flags to clips to identify certain features that you want to keep track of. So flags work fantastically with this filter option at the top of the color page called Clips. Well, it's located in the Clips button. When you click on the drop-down arrow next to it, you reveal all the different filter options that you have access to. These are pretty straightforward. I really like this one called Graded Clips. So if I was to select that right now, I can review what I've graded, but then I can also look at the inverse of that, ungraded clips, which then reminds you of, oh, by the way, you may have accidentally, skipped these when you were grading, and that will, be important to check out before you render out your video. So that's one thing. But I'm also really, I'm prone to using this with flags because if I'm working with a lot of media, I might start to identify certain needs that certain clips have that I would rather approach like in one fell swoop, as a batch, as opposed to jumping up and down the timeline trying to find certain clips. So I'll give you a few examples. I would like to continue working on clips 2 and 3 today to perform some secondary grading. So I'm going to mark them with a yellow flag. I can right-click on any one of these and select Flags and Yellow. Just brings it up in the top left corner. Another way to apply flags is to use the shortcut G. However, the color of the flag that appears will reflect the color that the flags are set to on your edit page. So if you want to change that behavior, just change it over here. But another thing I could do if I've already applied a flag and I want to change the color is just to double click it. And that will bring up its own little flags interface. Here I can change the color to yellow. And I can even add a note, which is super useful. So in this case, I know that what I want to do in this clip is to change that water blue. And I'll click Done. And notice that a black dot has appeared in the center of the flag, and that's an indication that there is some sort of note associated with it. So that's pretty good. I would like to also apply a couple more flags. So clips 7 and 10 I'm going to be using later on for demonstrating open effects. So I'm going to press 7. I'm going to hold Command and press clip 10 as well. So you can apply flags to multiple clips as well. It's not just one by one. I'm going to right-click, select Flags, And this time I do want a blue flag, and now it's appeared on both of those clips. Cool. So yeah, let's start looking at some secondary grading. I'm going to filter my timeline based on these flags. So I'll go over here, flagged clips, select yellow, and immediately all other clips have disappeared, just those two yellow ones have come back. I'm also going to filter it by blue flags, so that's just going to append those two as well, based on the order of the clips on the timeline, of course. Something that I use this for a lot is when I'm working on projects that have green screen materials, so like a music video, because I don't want to be jumping up and down and doing chroma key work like that. I'd rather just put green flags on all the green screen clips and then just filter it, and then for the rest of the afternoon I'm focused on compositing and nothing else, so it's quite handy. With these clips, what I'd like to do with the first one is continue refining the face of this scale. So I like the look that I've created, I like the level of contrast that I have, but I feel it's just not punchy enough. It's still a little bit flat, a little bit boring. So what I'm going to do is use a window to select that the face of that scale and just pop it out a bit more. So by the way, I've used that term secondary grading. I haven't really described what it does. Secondary grading, as opposed to primary, which affects the entire frame of the image, impacts only a portion of the image. And this is done primarily by two means. You can either perform a key, so in this case you're using the qualifier on the color page of DaVinci Resolve to impact a specific color or a specific luminance range. And the second way that you perform secondary grading is by using masks. So this will be vector shapes, or even custom shapes that you create with a pen, or in this case, what's it called? A custom curve tool. Yeah. And you can then track to the footage or even keyframe and animate and rotoscope. So we'll be looking at both of these in a second. For this one, I am going to first create a brand new node. When it comes to secondary color grading, you usually want to apply these after the normalization and the balance, but perhaps before you start applying creative grades and harsh contrast. So what I'm going to do is just move these two aside a little bit, select my balance, and add a new serial node. There we go. And I'm going to change the label. Call this scales, because that's what I'm impacting. And I'm going to, for the first time, launch the window palette in the central palettes. And it's a pretty easy window to navigate. All along the center here, you have a series of window presets. So these are mostly like standard shapes, like squares and circles. But you've also got customization options. And then at the top, you also have a line of additional presets, preset buttons. So in case you wanted to use two circles, then you would activate the one that comes already in the palette and then create a second one at the top. On the right-hand side, you have all of the controls that you're going to need to position and scale up the window. But you will also have on-screen controls, which you're about to see in a second. So I am going to click on that circle window and bring it up in the viewer. So now I can pick it up and reposition it. I can drag the corners. I think these types of transform controls are pretty intuitive to use on viewers. Something else I might want to do is collapse my clips timeline so that I can see this much better. And I can also scroll out of the viewer a little bit so I can see beyond the boundaries and adjust that circle a little finer. Finally, because these scales are not directly to camera, so they're not perfectly round, they're at an angle, I might want to transform this circle into a Bezier shape. And what that's going to do is just break up the constraints of the circle and allow me to navigate the points individually. So I'm going to convert to Bezier, and I can now pick these up one by one and reposition them to the edges. I can also drag the handles on the Bezier points to refine the severity of the angle of that selection, so I can make sure that it follows the curve of that tilted circle. All right. And if I want to see a preview of what that selection looks like in the viewer, I can click on the highlight tool in the top left corner. So this is pretty close to that white mode clip button that we had. And we now have a representation of our selection against a gray background. So that gives us a pretty good overview of what we've just done. I can see that the edge on this is pretty harsh, so I'll probably want to go here into my softness controls in the window palette and just drag that value upwards a little bit to make it just a little gentler. Usually if you're selecting something that's organic, like people's faces, you're following something around, then you can be quite aggressive with the softness, so you want to just blend it in quite evenly into the shot. But with something as geometric as this, you can keep it pretty minor. And then disable the highlight mode when you're done with your selection and refining it. So what do I want to actually do with these scales? So far, we haven't really done anything. Secondary tools like the window and the qualifier don't actually make any changes to your image at all. For that, you have to go back to your standard color grading tools and perform the changes. So I'm going to go to the color wheels, back to the master curves, and I'll drag the gamma to the right to brighten up those scales. That looks really nice. They're just popping out like that. I'm also going to increase the contrast and the pivot even more. And once again, just return to that mid-tone detail because I've got so much fine information here and I just want to pop that out. Cool. I'm going to press Command D, and that's a pretty big change. And you know, if this was the focus of the shot, if I really wanted the audience to pay attention to what they were looking at, you know, this would be such, you know, a great way to direct the eye. Since I'm here, I may as well apply another form of window secondary grading. This time I'm going to add a vignette, which is classically like a shadow that falls on the lens from the matte box of the camera. But now with digital grading, it's used for aesthetic purposes and it adds a sort of frame to the image by darkening the edges. So that makes sense to add at the very end of the workflow because you definitely don't want any of your color grading affecting the vignette. So I'm going to press Alt-S to create a new one. So when it starts running out of room in the node editor, it's going to start placing it on a second line. And there's a few ways you can work around that. You can, for example, collapse a panel that you're not using and give the node editor more room. Something else you could do is also just rescale the size of those thumbnails and just zoom out a bit, and they're more likely to end up on one line. So I'll select that last one, and that will be my vignette. Cool. And I'll return to my window palette. Once again, I'm going to activate the circle. And you know what, this time I'm also going to name it, because I didn't name the previous ones. So all you have to do is just double click the empty space next to the circle window icon. And that brings up a field. So I can type in vignette, which is its purpose. And now I'm just going to drag the edges, extend them to the viewer. And I can also drag the red points around the circle, which controls the softness. So just make sure that the edge is not harsh. Now, if I was to go into the color wheels and start darkening the edges the way I want to, something really strange is going to start happening, right? The inside of the image is actually getting darker, which is the opposite of what I want. So I'm going to reset the gamma wheel, and I'm going to click on the highlight mode in the viewer to see what's actually happening. Right. So it's important to remember that all of the windows are additive by default. Whenever you make a selection, you're actually targeting whatever's on the inside of the window. If you want to change that behavior, you can do so by using a couple of icons here next to the window name. So you've got the invert and mask controls, and you can use them in combination with other windows, so you can actually start to intersect selections or subtract selections from others, which is quite handy. In this case, all I want to do is invert the selection, so that will be the option on the left. And you can see now that's inverted it, and I'm now focusing on the edges of the screen. I can disable my highlight mode and do the same thing with the gamma. Again, the reason I'm using gamma is because I don't want to darken the white point and the black point, because that will be far more evident, especially in somewhere like the window. But if I go for the gamma ranges, it's going to target the walls first, and that always tends to look a bit more realistic. Also, while I'm working on this, I can go back to the softness controls in the window palette, make sure that the edges are not super obvious. And another tip is that if you go back to the clip's timeline, keep an eye on the thumbnail. A good rule of thumb is that if you can start to see the vignette in the thumbnail, that's usually an indication that the vignette might be a little too harsh, and it's going to be really obvious on a bigger screen. So I think mine is starting to look very obvious, so I'm just going to drag that back a little bit. All right, so it's almost to the point where you think it's not even there anymore, but again, press Command D to compare it to what it was before the vignette. And you can see that there is this little adjustment. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. Just before I move on, I'm going to save this window as a preset. I use vignettes quite a lot, so what I'm going to do is just go back here to the window palette, click on my options menu, and at the top I have Save as New Preset. So I'll select that. It prompts me to give it a name, and I think that's an obvious one, vignette. Click OK. And now, next time I'm on a clip and I activate a circle window, when I click on the options menu, I will see this preset at the top of the list. So I can just click on that and it will automatically rescale it, resize it to the viewer. But it will not make any changes to the color wheels. So that's still entirely in your control. It's just about reshaping and resizing that window position. This is pretty handy also if you're working on a documentary and you've got a lot of interviews, for example, and maybe the way that the people were framed and positioned were more or less the same from one interview to the next. You can just make something that's like specific, like the interview vignette, you know, and save that as a preset window and keep reusing that. All right, let's take a look at the second form of secondary grading on the color page, which is using the qualifier. So you'll find the qualifier right next to the window palette. And right now it's just giving us a broad selection of all the ranges. Once we start indicating what we want to key, then those ranges will contract to those selections. So let's do that. I am going to click and drag across the image. And I just realized I'm doing this on the balance node. I'm glad I made this mistake because I can explain why that was a bad idea. So right now, I'm completely extracting all of the data from the balance node. I'm going to press Command Z to reset my qualifier. There it is. And I'm going to make a dedicated node. That'll be a much better idea. So that's Option S. And I will also label it. I know that the task that we were given, that we wrote down on our flag, was to turn this water blue. So I'm going to enable looping in the viewer, and I'm going to play back this clip. And I think changing the water to blue will be relatively easy because this water is almost the color of green screen, you know, so it should be relatively straightforward to key out. But we do have to be really careful with all of these elements that appear in the second half of the shot. So you've got this really vibrant yellow airplane, you've got these flamingos in the background. So I'm going to keep them in mind, make sure we're not being destructive. I am going to make sure I'm on this part of the viewer when I'm making my selection, because a big part of keying is making sure that the extraction is clean around the edges, and I will not be able to tell how clean it is on the first frame of the clip. So it's not as useful to me. I'll drag it to the end, right over here. And I could just click to define a range in the qualifier, but by clicking and dragging, I'm actually recording like a multitude of ranges. So if you look down at the qualifier palette, you can see that the little ranges are just kind of expanding the more I drag. Cool. So now that I've made my selection, the ranges are defined. I need to see what that looks like in the highlight mode. You can already see the result of the selection, by the way, in the nodes, the node editor. But of course, I would like a much clearer representation of this. So I'll enable highlight mode. I can also collapse my Eclipse timeline so I can see this even bigger. That's great. So it's not a bad first selection, but I do need to clean this up. I can see a bit of noising here. One thing I can do is just grab the edges of that hue selection and whiten it, and you can see that it starts to grab a wider range of colors. So I think the airplane reflection was not being grabbed very well. I'm going to be quite careful with this because I don't want to grab, a really strong key at the expense of like some of the other elements in the shot. But so far that looks all right. I think maybe there's nothing else that jumps out at me. Maybe also grab things of a lower saturation. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Once I'm done refining the ranges over here, the hue, saturation, and luminance, which is where the name of the qualifier gets its name, I'm going to switch to a matte representation of this selection. So this is the black and white highlight. And this gives me a much clearer representation, so I'm no longer looking at these green and gray colors. And if I still had any noise left over, this would stand out in a really big way. I think I have a little bit over here. But to clean this up, I'm now going to go to the right side of the qualifier palette, which is the matte finesse. So this is almost like stage 2 of refining your key. Whereas on the left-hand side, you were refining it based on the image content and the RGB data. On the right-hand side, you were refining it based on the actual matte, right, the black and white image itself. So I am going to click on the denoise field and drag it, and I can see that a lot of the dots have just disappeared. Cool. And then clean black and clean white are almost like contrast adjustments. They will just increase white in areas where it's not as strong as in others. And that got rid of the rest of the noise that I had over here, so I'm really happy. Really small adjustments as well. I might want to blur this just a touch, just to make sure that I'm not seeing any like pixelation around the edges of my selection. I mentioned earlier that grading is a reiterative process. Same thing with key selection. You can always go back to this tool and refine your selection once you start performing the actual grade. So sometimes it's not always clear how the key tools, the grading tools will interact with the selection. I'm going to hide my highlight mode and apply a grade to this. So I'm going to decide which tool I want to use. I could use the color wheels if I wanted to. I could, for example, use the hue rotation in the adjustments. So that's not a bad option. Something that I think might work well as well is the blue channel. So I could grab the black point of that blue channel and just raise it up, up, up. And that will change the color pretty uniformly, which I'm very happy with. And then I can go back to the color wheels and maybe use hue rotation to change like the warmth of that blue, so I can make it a bit more cyan. And also change the brightness of the water using the gamma wheels. All right. Now I've performed changes to the water, but I might also want to continue working on the elements outside of that water. So in this case, I'd also like to grade the airplane. I could, make a new serial node, I could make another selection, and I could invert it, because I've already showed you that inverting is possible with Windows, and it is also possible with the qualifier. You have an icon over here. But generally, the rule with node-based grading and compositing is that you never have to do anything twice. So if I've already performed this key, I should be able to just reuse this key data and reuse it, invert it after the fact. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to right-click. And what I could do is add a new serial node and just connect the key between the two. But there's actually a single node that will perform both actions in one go. So I'm going to click on Add Outside Node. And we're suddenly seeing this structure for the first time. The RGB pipeline that we've seen before is still running through all the nodes and reaching the output, which is what we're seeing in the viewer. But now there's this new mini pipeline running between the key output of the blue water into the key input of node number 3, which I'm also going to label outside. And by default, when you have this kind of connection, it will automatically invert the key that you had. I could disable this behavior and I can re-invert it so that I can keep working on the water if I wanted to. But in this case, I do actually want to work on the plane. So maybe what I want to do is fix how vibrant it is. Like, it almost looks artificial against this blue water, which I toned down a bit. So what I'm going to do is maybe go back to my curves, connect all of my channels, and I'm just going to lower both the white and the black point, almost like to darken it a little bit. And I'm bringing back a little bit more detail in the shadows of the airplane, so it's not as overexposed anymore. So if I press Command D, you can see it's brought back a lot of information. Maybe another thing I could do is just drag the offset towards yellow so that it's also still quite vibrant. All right, maybe raise the gamma. Cool. One thing that I'm not crazy about is that I think that there is a pretty solid outline around the airplane in the image. And like I said, you can continue to work on your qualifier tool and the matte finesse after the fact. So I can now go back to blue water and select my qualifier palette, and then use the in and out ratio to either expand or contract that matte that I have. So I'm going to click in and out ratio and pretty much clean up that outline by dragging it to the left. If I drag it to the right, then I'm going to end up expanding it, and you can see there's like a red tinge around it now because it's being affected by the hue rotation. So I'm going to reset and drag it inwards. All right, and that's pretty good. Cool. Something that's also a bit of an issue when I disable this node and bring it back in is what's happening to the flamingos in the background. So they're obviously being graded as well. And that makes sense, right? Because when we were making the selection of the water, we were just focusing on the blue of the water. So when we inverted that selection and started working on it in the outside node, anything that we, any grades that we apply are also going to apply to the birds. So that's the next thing I'd like to do, is to draw a window around that airplane to isolate that extraction to just that area. And that's what makes secondary grading so versatile, is that you can combine so many different tools. And combining the qualifier with the windows is just one of the best ways to refine your grade. So I'm going to create a custom curve around that window. I'm going to activate that icon down here, double click to call it airplane. And to start drawing a custom curve, I just have to click and then click. When I just click, I create linear points, but when I click and I drag, I create a Bezier curve. So that allows me to create fewer points, because that means that I can just make circular selections around something. This is particularly helpful with organic selections, like when you're trying to rotoscope people. And then to turn this into an actual shape, I have to click on the first point that I made last. That closes the loop of the path and it generates a shape. Great, and now it's also given me some on-screen controls, so you can see that I've now got this rotation arrow that I can take advantage of. But then I've also got the transform controls of the window palette itself. Cool. All right, so that feels like it's almost done, except if I was to play this through, of course, this is a moving shot. So we'll also need to track the motion of the airplane. I am going to navigate to the next palette next to the window, the tracker palette. And I'm just going to generate a very basic track. Since we're at the end of the clip, we will need to track in the left direction. So I'm going to click on Analyze or Track Reverse. And the playhead will just dance across. Once the airplane starts leaving the shot, the tracker will stop performing because obviously there's no more RGB data for it to follow. So I'm going to need to complete the rest of this manually. This is also fairly straightforward to do. I mean, it just took us about 2 seconds to perform the front end of it. That's already finished. I'm going to use these keyframe navigation controls in the tracker graph to jump to the last point that it was able to analyze. And I'm then going to switch from clip mode, which applies changes to the window on a clip-long basis, to frame mode, which allows me to essentially perform keyframing. And when I'm in frame mode, I can also jump to the very beginning of this clip. Or actually, you know what? I'm just going to pick up the playhead and drag it across until the plane leaves the shot, like there. So it's not really the very beginning. And I can center click my mouse so I can drag to the top of the viewer, pick up the window, and then just drag it off like that. And because we're now performing manual keyframing, the data between the preceding keyframe and the current one is just going to be generated for us based on the amount of movement the window has performed and the amount of time that occurs between the two of these. So I'm going to drag these and make sure that we're not leaving out the window, and that's great. And then finally, there was also a keyframe at the very start, so I'm going to just jump to that with my navigator and drag the window off for that as well. So that's great. And now if I was to check out the matte data, the airplane is on its own. If I was to deselect that outside node, you will see that it reveals the birds again. Cool. So I'm going to turn off highlight and return to my clips timeline. All right, so I've been talking a lot about the node editor. I've been talking about the integrity of the RGB signal and also pointing at the nodes, but I haven't expressly talked about this workflow. So what I'd like to do is construct a few very basic grades, really to show you the principles of how the RGB signal is treated on this pipeline. So the first thing I'd like to do is just talk about the node anatomy. First of all, you have a single starting node with every clip that you select. It's completely ungraded. And it's stranded on this single pipeline that runs from the RGB source on the left-hand side. This represents your source media, essentially. This is what the RGB values are when it enters. If you're working with raw media, this will be the stage at which it is debayered. So debayering happens before that. And again, you're now working with RGB pixels at this stage. It enters the RGB input of the corrector node, and here you can start to perform any sorts of changes that you'd like, whether they're color-based, whether they're effects-based using the OpenFX palette. And these changes will impact the waveform of the image, and then that version of the waveform exits, and it travels through all the other nodes, which also transform it in some way until it reaches the final output node. And this is what you see in the viewer, and is also what will end up on the deliver page, what will be rendered out. Underneath the RGB inputs and outputs are the keys, which I mentioned earlier. So these do not carry any RGB data. These purely work on the basis of a black and white guide layer that will notify the RGB pixels where they should be visible and where invisible. So white in this case is full opacity, black is full transparency. And then grayscale also qualifies as semi-transparency. You saw earlier that we can share key data and that we can send them out. Same thing for the RGB data. You can actually send out a signal to multiple nodes at once. Like I said, you don't need to do anything twice in a node-based structure if you don't want to, or if you don't have to. So with certain node structures, we have layer mixers, we have parallel mixers. They're types of nodes that are capable of taking multiple inputs. So then you can send a normalized version of the image and you can blend it with something that was maybe graded with a look. Or you can oftentimes blend things that have secondary grading on them. But there is a dedicated video for that, so check it out. In this case, we're just going to be looking at this linear pipeline. And the first demonstration I want to show you, it might seem really obvious, but it's kind of important to check it out just to verify that you've understood the nature of the signal treatment. So the first thing I'm going to do to this image is turn it black and white. The simplest way I can do this is by going to the bottom of the color wheels and just setting my saturation to 0, because of course when there's no color saturation, the image turns grayscale. But I think we can do something a little bit more interesting. I'm going to Command Z to undo that, and I'm actually going to use a different palette for this. Right next to the color wheels, we have this palette called the RGB Mixer. And what this usually does is it allows you to change the balance of the primary colors in the RGB signal. At the very bottom of this palette, you have a monochrome option, which will turn your image black and white. And then you can continue to adjust the individual channel outputs to control their strength in the black and white image, which I think is really interesting, gives you a lot of control creatively. So in his case, because we started off with an image that was very kind of beigey, very muted in tones, he's kind of like blending into it too much. And what I can do is increase the red output to make him stand out just a little bit against that wall. He is wearing a blue shirt, I believe, so using the blue output could either brighten or darken his shirt, but of course that's affecting his skin because that's affecting the amount of yellow information, which is the opposite of the blue channel. So these are pretty fun to play with, especially when you're working on videos with like organic elements like trees and skies, because obviously like green and blue will impact those quite a lot. All right, so I've made this black and white node. I am going to label it accordingly. And then I'm going to create a new node that's then working with this black and white version of the signal. So Alt-S. And I'm going to label this one sepia. And you might be familiar with the term sepia refers to like a reddish, brownish tint. It's usually associated with old photography. Since we've got a black and white image, it's perfect for this because all I have to do is just grab the offset color wheel and push it towards like an orangey red range. And that's it. So that makes perfect sense, right, in terms of what's happening on the signal, turning the image black and white and then adding a single color to make a monochromatic effect. However, what will happen if I was to switch the order of these two nodes? All right, think about what's going to happen to the signal and what we're going to see visually in the viewer. All right, so I'll perform that change right now. One way to switch nodes around is just by extracting one of them. So I will press the E shortcut for extract. And that popped out the sepia. I can now move my black and white node across, pick up the sepia node, and then when the pipeline lights up like this, it means that I'm ready to drop it off and reconnect it. And when I reconnect it, hopefully that result was predictable to you. The image turned black and white because that's the very last thing to impact the signal before it reached the output of this pipeline. But something else that should be noted is that the sepia node still has a function. So it's not completely useless just because it's being overwritten by the black and white. Remember, we increased the amount of orange and red in the image at this stage, which means that it is now impacting the way that the RGB mixer is revealing this information. If I was to go back here and disable my sepia node with Command D, that actually impacts the image as well. So everything matters in this case. I'm going to reset my pipeline and show you another example. So I'm going to right-click, and in the contextual menu, just in the general area of the node editor, I'm going to set reset all grades and nodes. That's great. And this time, I want to talk about destructive workflows. So it's something that's very easy to fall into, and I want to show you a few ways that you can avoid them. For this example, I'm going to first go into my color wheels. And what I'd like to do is just grab the master wheel of the lift and absolutely crush those shadows. So I'm dragging it to the left. Far darker than anything you would ever do in a grade, but I'm doing this to demonstrate something. So you can see that the shadows are completely gone. Down here in the scopes, they're all crushed under that black point line. All the detail in his shirt is gone, so I'll remind you, Command D, that this is what it looked like a second ago. And I'm going to label it accordingly. lift is what I adjusted. I'm going to make a new serial node, Option S, and I'll be honest with you, I am using a shortcut for labeling at this point, but it's a shortcut that I had to make myself. So actually, I'm going to show it off because this is a new feature with the latest release. But here in DaVinci Resolve, you have your keyboard customization options. And what I did was I just did a search for the label in all commands. And here it revealed that on the color page inside of nodes, I have the label selected node command. And what I like to set it to is the tab key. So it's a very prominent key on your keyboard. It's next to the letter Q. I use it all the time when I'm jumping between windows. And it's not really assigned to anything on the software by default. So that's my little spiel. That's the Daria shortcut. So I am going to press tab. And I'm going to try to restore these shadows, this time using the curves. But do you think that can be done? So image is completely crushed. And let me try this. I'm going to open up the curves palette. I'm going to click in the center of the curve, and I'm going to try to drag this upwards to try to restore this data. And this feels like a very strong no way. Like this feels like permanently damaged video. In fact, I'm clearly making it worse. I'm increasing contrast, I'm overexposing the areas that we can see, and that data at the bottom of the scopes seems to be permanently stuck there. So to a much lesser degree, this is something that a lot of colorists find themselves doing, adjusting their shadows or their contrast too early on in the process, not to this degree, but like to a much smaller degree, and then trying to bring some of it back at a later stage and finding that the adjustment is just too aggressive, and they're starting to see noise and pixelation and banding, and it's not great. So the good news is that technically it's not a destructive workflow until you start using the tools incorrectly. So when I reset this, I can still restore the data. It's a digital signal, so nothing is actually getting lost or destroyed. The only thing is that I was targeting the wrong range. When you grab the middle of the curves, you're actually adjusting the gamma of the image. And we know that we made the adjustment in this node using the lift master wheel. So the lift is the black point on the curve. I'm going to go back to this curves node, pick up that black point, and knowing that it used to be -25, I just have to raise it by a factor of about 1/4, and I should, in theory, be able to bring back all of this information and keep grading the way I started out. So yes, workflow is not destructive, but if you're not careful, it could very quickly become that way. I am going to reset this once again. So right-click, reset all grades and nodes. And then I'm going to show you a final example, and this will probably be the most subtle of the three, but it kind of follows the natural progression of what I've been demonstrating so far. So it will combine kind of both techniques. I will start off just by creating a bit of a contrast to this image, so something quite gentle. So I'm going to make sure his face is not overexposed, but it's just popping out a bit more. All right. And then I'm going to press Alt-S to make a new node, and this is where I'm going to apply a look. So I'll call this the blue look. And I'm going to make it super simple. I'm going to grab the gamma color wheel, push it towards blue. About this much. And the next question I want to ask is, again, will it make much of a difference if I drag the positions of these two nodes around? Let me perform that switch. So previously I used extract or the shortcut E, but another way I can do this is just by selecting and clicking the node, holding the command key on my keyboard, and then just dragging it across to a different node, and that will switch their positions. So you can see the blue look appears first now, followed by contrast. And did you see the switch in the viewer? Right, that was a pretty big change. So I'm going to Command Z to undo that to show you what it looked like previously, and then Command Shift Z, yes, to go forward again. So there is a really mild switch between the two. And to answer why this is happening, why there's such a big impact, even though we made such small adjustments, again, it all comes down to the trace and what it looked like at the point in which it was being creatively graded. So right now with the blue look in front, it's actually impacting the version of the trace in which there is no contrast, right? Because we're adding this last. I may as well turn this node off, bypass it, to see the original parade, and that's what the blue look is being applied to. So we've dragged the gamma, which I know is the central part of the image. So in this case, it's actually impacting a great deal of it, after which we are applying a contrast and pushing the two further apart with that blue look baked in. However, if I was to switch these two around, so again, I'm holding the command key and dragging them apart, the shadows look a little bit more neutral. And the reason why that is happening is because now the blue look is being applied to this version of the trace, where the tops and the bottoms of the luminance signal have been pushed further apart. And because the blue look is targeting the gamma range, it's impacting a smaller portion of the image while keeping the shadows and the highlights a bit more neutral, right? They're a bit more separated from that blue look. So I'm not trying to imply that one way is correct and one way is wrong, not at all. What I'm saying is that it's really up to you how you want the grade to look. And you have to keep in mind that where the node is placed has pretty substantial impact on the final look of the image. So yeah, if you see it behaving in a certain way, try to move some nodes around and see what happens. All right, now that we've taken a look at those, I am going to go back to my timeline, and we're just going to look at a few more options that we have on the color page. So I'll click onto this final clip. It's already balanced. It's even got a look on it, so it's got its own little cross process there. So you can see that's the original. And what I'm going to do is apply an effect onto it from our OpenFX palette. I'm going to activate it at the top here, and that will bring up the controls. By default, you're going to see the library of OpenFX. And these are broken up in a multitude of categories, which you can scroll through. You can also double-click the category names to collapse them if you know that there's certain ones that you just are not going to be referring to as often. And there's also a search option at the very top, which allows you to just, well, the whole top of it is blurry. Yeah, allows you to filter what you're seeing. So for the first demonstration, I would like to apply an effect called the Tilt Shift Blur. So type in the word tilt, and that it appears over here. Now I can just pick up the effect and drag it directly onto the pipeline, and that will turn it into a node. But what you could also do is generate a node first and then apply the open effect to that. And the advantage of doing it that way is that you can still use secondary selection methods that way. In this case, I'm happy to leave this the way it is. As soon as you apply an effect to your pipeline, the OpenFX palette will expand to show the settings as well. So you now have these two tabs, Library and Settings. I can collapse my search field at the top. And can I? I guess not. Yeah. There it is, yes. So here I've got the controls for the Tilt Shift Blur, and I can also already see the result of this effect in the viewer. If I was to press Shift F, I will end up expanding my viewer in a way that retains the OpenFX palette, which is really useful because it means that I can see everything at maximum capacity, but then I also have all of these settings that I can keep working on. And some of you might recognize the tilt shift effect. It's meant to mimic using a lens that achieves an artificial depth of field with a sensor that's tilted towards the lens. It's one of those effects. Here we're achieving this artificially. If I was to disable this at the top here, you can see that the top and the bottom of the image are being defocused or blurred. I can also activate the matte representation of this blur by clicking on Depth Map Preview, and that will just show me a black and white image. And using this, I can line up where I want the horizon of this focus to be. So right now, it's actually falling pretty well on those rhinos in the background. And it's covering some of the man, but he's being defocused at the bottom and the top, and I think that's making it look less realistic, because with true shallow depth of field, you can never really achieve that on that plane. So I'm just going to activate that preview and maybe expand, or sorry, relocate the focus sweep a little bit closer to him. It's just a little bit lower. And also expand the in-focus range, so that will just cover a wider range. I can now deactivate that and also impact the amount of blur that I'm seeing in the near blur range in the far. So I don't want to be too intense, but just enough to draw the eye. There we go. And once again, Shift F to get out of this, and I'm all done. Resolve effects can also be combined with secondary tools, like I just said. So I'm going to go back to this shot that I had of this gentleman, and here we're going to obscure his face and protect his identity. It's a little late at this point in the day, but you know, we'll do our best. I'm also going to reset the node pipeline. So I'm going to right-click and reset all grades and nodes. Or actually, wait a second, I want to hang on to that contrast. So I'll just delete the blue look and hang on to this. I'm going to press Alt-S or Option-S on a Mac keyboard. And I'll call this face blur. And what I'm going to go for is a mosaic blur, which is kind of like an old school way of obscuring things, and we're going to see some pixelation on a certain part of the image. If I was to just drag and drop this the way it is, can't really work with this image anymore. So I'm going to disable this, and I'm going to use a window to identify what it is that I actually want to apply the mosaic to. So I'll open up the window palette at the bottom. I will activate my circular window and remind myself what I'm using it for again. So that'll be face blur. Reposition it over his face. Excellent. There we go. And then I can bring back the mosaic blur, but the pixels are a little bit too large, so I'm going to have to increase the pixel frequency so that they become a little bit smaller. And I can also further refine my window. I can maybe blur out the edges a bit, make it larger. However, if I was to play this back, I can see that he's moving his head around a little bit, and I don't want to risk losing him. So once again, I'll switch to the tracker palette, and then I'll press track forward, and that will follow him along as he talks. All right, excellent. All right, let's go back to our full timeline before we applied the filter. So I'm going to collapse my OpenFX palette, and over here in the clips, I'm going to select all clips from the top. Cool. I'm also going to open my gallery up again. And remember, we made that looks album a while ago. We've still got our blue look and our cross process from earlier. And I'm going to try to apply one of those grades onto one of the clips in the timeline. So let me go for clip number 4. I think that's a pretty good candidate, right? Because it's a pretty neutral clip. We've already matched it to the other neutral media that we had on clip number 5. There's a couple of very quick ways to apply grades from an existing still or from even a clip on the timeline. You can either right-click and choose Apply Grade. So you can do that on either a still or a clip. Or you can actually use the middle mouse on your button and just click that over the thumbnail, and it will apply it to the media that you have underneath, that you have selected on the timeline. All right, so I've just done that, and what's bizarre is that it looks absolutely, oh, actually, I went for the cross process. There it is, yeah. So it looks absolutely nothing like the cross process that we had. This feels very strongly overexposed, really bright. The shadows are severely blue. whereas here everything's a little bit more muted. So why did this happen? Well, there's a reason for it. When you simply apply a grade, or you use your middle mouse to overwrite it this way, you're actually copying the entire pipeline across and overwriting anything that was there before. Remember, with clips 4 and 6, we had actually performed matching on them to clip number 5, and that match node is now gone. So I'm going to press Command Z to undo and bring back that match node. So if I press Command D, you can see it comes back. I'm also going to label it, so I know it's there. And instead of just overwriting the grade, what I can do is right-click, and I can display the node graph. And that allows me to actually see the individual nodes that make up that entire node pipeline in a separate node editor, and then I can just drag and drop them across onto this pipeline, which I think is great. So I can pick it up, drag it, and this is a much more subtle application, and it's no longer applying the balance that we had on clip number 2, which was very distinct to that clip. It's now using the match that we performed that was specific to this media. So it allows us to break up the workflow a little bit. If you want to export a grade that you've created, either to share with someone else or to save for your own use later on, it's very easy to do from inside the gallery. You can right-click on that thumbnail. I'm just going to disable this behavior right now. It's got live preview on, so I'm just going to turn that off. There we go. Right-click, select Export, and I'm just going to send this to my desktop, to a folder, call it Rhino grade. And select, oh, got a name. Select Export. And I'm going to go find that file now, just to demonstrate what it looks like when it's been exported out. So I'm going to go back into my desktop. There it is, my Rhino grade. Double-click to launch it. And notice how it actually exports out as 2 separate files, a DPX and a DRX. So these represent the 2 elements that make up a still. The DPX is that high-quality still frame of the image that's been grabbed. You can use it for viewing, you can use it for comparing and matching. The DRX contains all of the metadata that contains the entire grade pipeline. So you need both to be able to import a still into DaVinci Resolve. However, you can use DPX on its own purely for visual references. So I'm going to now do the reverse of that. I'm going to import a grade that I had made earlier. So I will right-click inside the gallery, and in the contextual menu, select Import. There we go. On the desktop, I have my airplane grade, and when I expand that, I also have these 2 files, but DRX isn't even given to me as an option. So in some systems, you might not even see this DRX at all, but it will piggyback onto the DPX file when you import it. So the grading data will come across. I'm going to select that, click Import, and there it is. We've got the still thumbnail, but I'm now going to select an image. So I think clip number 6. Number 4, yeah, go for clip 6. And I will right-click, and I will apply the grade. And this came with its own normalization stage. You can see that it's broken up. It's got a node that's combining 2 halves of a grade, and then contrast the vignette at the end. So with Shift-D, I can bypass the entire look, and you can see that the sky has been modified using the qualifier and stuff like that. So pretty nice construction. So I'd like to thank you very much for watching this overview of the color page in DaVinci Resolve. If you have any further questions, or if you would like some tech support, I highly recommend that you visit the Blackmagic forum. It's a pretty active forum. And you can get advice directly from the people who make the software and also from professional colorists who use it on a day-to-day basis. So you're going to get some pretty solid advice. Also to see a list of training partners, to check out our certified books and find the additional videos in this series, check out the DaVinci Resolve training page on the website. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Daria, and today I'll be showing you how to use the DaVinci Resolve mini panel to color grade. We're going to begin with the primary grading tools, the trackballs. So these are found at the bottom of the panel, and they correspond to the 3 luminance ranges that you will have at the bottom of the color wheels palette. So that's the lift, the gamma, and the gain that are responsible for the shadows, the midtones, and the highlights in that order. You can use the rings around the trackballs to affect the master wheels on that palette. So if I start to spin the ring in one direction, I start to darken the shadows of the image, and then in the opposite I start to brighten them. You can use these to set up your tonal range. So in this case I'm looking at my scopes and I am spinning the gain master wheel to the left to brighten up the image while also darkening it. Notice that I don't have to look at the palettes as I'm doing this. I can look directly at the viewer, so I get a really natural feel for what I'm doing with my brightness. And then of course also I can refer to the scopes and move both of the controllers at the same time, which is not something that you can do with a mouse. So already the workflow feels nice and fast and very intuitive. I can then use the trackballs themselves to work on the colors of the image. So of course we use this for creative color grading. We start pushing color dominance into certain ranges of the image. But we can also use this for color correction. So I think I'm seeing a bit of a magenta tint to the image, and I can just go after the gamma trackball and very gently push it in the bottom left corner to introduce just a bit of green and undo that. If you did want to use it for creative grading, then I could just pick a color and maybe push the entire image towards the red-orange range, make it look nice and warm. And I could also go for the highlight range or the gain, introduce a bit of green. And maybe I might decide that I don't really like what I've done here. So in that case, I'm going to reset this value. The reset arrows are controlled with the keys above the trackballs. In the very center you have a key for all, which will reset both the RGB and the luminance. And then you also have RGB on the left and level, which will only reset RGB, but keep the luminance levels that you've made, or vice versa. By resetting levels, you will pop it back to the default setting of the wheels, but keep the relationship between the red, green, and blue channels the same. So I'm going to press RGB above the gain track wheel and reset that. So to the right of these trackballs, I also have my navigation controls. These are absolutely wonderful because they work on multiple levels. At the bottom here I have my previous and next clip controls. So with these I can very easily jump to the next clip that I want to work on, and then of course I've got my previous button. Above that I have frame controls, so it's a much smaller increment. I could go in there and navigate frame by frame. And then above that I also have node navigation controls, and this is absolutely vital when you're trying to produce quick work. You'll notice that when you work with a mouse, you actually have a lot of traveling that you do, right? You work on a palette, then you travel to the node editor, you select a new node, and you go back to the palette. At the same time, you're trying to juggle looking at the viewer and looking at your scopes. By working on the panel, I can very quickly navigate between the nodes and then immediately go back to controlling the primaries wheels and all the other palettes at the top. So it truly is like a shortcut machine and really speeds up your workflow. So I'm going to jump to the beginning of this clip. Notice that I also have playback controls underneath all of these keys. So I can play my clip forward, I can stop it and play it backwards, which is quite handy. And right now my viewer is set to loop, but just above these controls I have a loop toggle switch. So I can disable this and that will play through to the next clip on the timeline. Now, we've covered the 3 trackballs, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, there's 4 wheels on the color wheels palette. Where's the 4th one? Well, to control that, you will need to toggle the behavior of these trackballs by enabling the offset key. This is found just above the reset keys. I'll click on it once, and now the gain wheel has transformed into the offset wheel. And as you may know, offset is responsible for adjusting the entire luminance of the image uniformly. So again, I can use the ring to adjust the brightness and darkness of the image. I might just set it down here to set my black point range. And then I can click on offset again. And now this has transformed back into a gain wheel. So I can brighten the top of the image, but my shadows stay put. So that's quite handy. Also, when I have this toggled to offset mode, the 2 remaining wheels turn into the temperature and tint controls of the image, which I use quite a lot when I'm performing balancing. So in this case, the image obviously looks a little bit warm. So what I might want to do is just go for the temperature controls. And I happen to know that rotating the wheel to the left is going to cool down the image. So I'm just going to pull it a little bit. I am keeping an eye on my parades, but then going back to the image, and you can see that that's now started to look a bit cooler. I can refer back to the keys on the right-hand side, and I'll see that I also have bypass and disable controls. So bypass refers to the entire pipeline, and disable refers to the node that I currently have selected in the node editor. I can press that to temporarily disable the tonal adjustment that I've just made, and also the temperature adjustment, and compare that to the original and see that I have a much cleaner image. Now while I'm still in offset mode, I can continue rotating the rings, and I'll see that if I go too far, eventually I will start to turn the image very blue, and then if I go in the opposite direction, it'll turn very warm. To reset temperature and tint controls, you can use the same reset keys that you have at the top, and you can press any one of them and they will just act like a uniform reset. With the tint, it's the same thing. I can drag it to the left. Notice that as well as holding onto the rings when I rotate them, I can also just give them a bit of a spin and the image just keeps changing. So it's quite intuitive. I like the feeling. It's very organic. And then once again, reset. There's no labels to indicate in what direction you should be dragging for, cold and hot for the temperatures and tint. But the way I remember it is that the warmer colors tend to be to the right. So that's warmer for temperature on the right, and then magenta for the tint. And I'll reset these as well. Together with the offset controls over here, I have a few more toggles. On the right-hand side, I have the viewer, so I can very quickly expand my image to full screen, so I can take a closer look. And what I love about this is that the rest of the controls remain active, which means that I can continue color grading without even seeing my on-screen controls. So I can keep adjusting the shadows, and in this case, I'm setting up the contrast of the image by being a bit more extreme with the luminance ranges. Cool. And then when I'm done, I can toggle the viewer button off and come back to my timeline. I'm now going to navigate to another clip and show you the final toggle control at the top of these track wheels. So that will be the log. If you look at the color wheels palette right now, you can see that by activating the log key, I'm actually toggling between primaries wheels and the log controls. And the difference between them is just in the expanse of the tonal range. The primaries wheels tend to look more organic because they cover a much wider luminance range, whereas the log controls are much more specific for those different tonal ranges. The shadow will genuinely affect only the shadows, and it will not really touch the highlights or the midtones that much. And when you're color grading, this can sometimes be vital because you need almost like secondary grading tools to reach certain areas of the image. So with an image like this, I've got extremely dark shadows, and I think it would be really nice to push them up, but I know that trying to do this in primaries controls, I'm going to see too strong a shift, and I'm not going to leave enough contrast between the midtones and the highlights. So what I'm going to do is make sure I'm still in my primaries wheels, and I'll just use the overall gamma to raise the brightness of the image. And now, to target just those trees and those details in the foreground of the viewer, I can press the log toggle switch, and by targeting the ring on the shadow, I can just drop the luminance on the trees. And I can also use these for secondary color correction. So right now I think the foreground looks really magenta. In that case, I can go for the trackball that refers to the shadow range and drag it away from magenta, which I happen to know is in the top right corner of my color wheel. But in case you don't know, you can always just exit full screen mode, double check that it's there, and then come back and do that. And now I've brought a bit of green into those trees. Once again, I'm going to press disable on the control panel to compare that, and you can see that's a really big shift. So for me, this would be like a primary setup for the image. This is before I even start doing the creative color grade process. This has just been normalized, it's been balanced, and it's good to go. Above the trackballs and above all of these key controls, I also have my adjustment controls. So most of these refer to the same controls that you have at the bottom of the color wheels palette. So stuff like contrast, pivot, saturation, hue rotation. In the very left, you have the lift, gamma, and gain luminance knobs. So these will adjust the luminance of those ranges without affecting the saturation of the image. So this is really the equivalent of using the primaries bars and using just the luminance bar versus using the master wheel underneath it. So that's quite handy. So I could adjust those controls, and I can very easily reset to any one of these knobs, but just by clicking on it. So it is a button as well. I'm going to navigate to yet another clip, and I'll use my adjustment controls to set up a bit of contrast. And I can also adjust the pivot, so I'll make sure that the horse's back is not overexposed because it is the brightest part of the image. Still want to balance that. And again, notice how I'm using both tools at the same time, so I'm not relying on, just doing one by eye and having to look at the palette. I can actually just not even look at my hands as I'm doing this and just focus on the viewer. Cool, and then something else I might want to do is increase the saturation in this image. So you do have a saturation control over here, but I almost always prefer to use the color boost because that targets the areas of the image that are naturally low in saturation, so you can just push them up a bit without oversaturating other elements that already had high saturation. So I'm going to drag this up, and I'm really liking the colors that reveals in the mountains in the background. However, I think it's also giving me a bit of a magenta tint in the white point of the image. So especially on the horse, you can see the shadows are a bit pinkish. So again, I'm just going to pop back to these primaries controls. I know that I want to undo a magenta tint, so I'll have to press the offset toggle switch. And I know that's temperature, that's my tint. To the right will make it warmer, so that means I have to rotate it to the left to make it a bit greener and neutralize the image. So I know I talked you through it step by step, but once you get used to these controls, it almost feels instinctive. You immediately start saying, okay, I need to undo the magenta, boom, boom, rotate, done. And then I can turn the toggle switch off. So before we move on from these key controls, I'm also going to cover some of the additional keys that you have above the navigation keys. So here I can very quickly grab a still of the frame that I'm on, and you can see that immediately the still appears in the gallery. Now, I might choose this time to, for the first time in this video, refer back to my mouse and keyboard, so everything I've been doing so far has been on the panel. But the reason why I still keep my keyboard and mouse around is so that I can name my nodes and label my stills. So that's something I'll still need the letters for. So I'll just type in, that's my look. And that's it. Using these same controls, we saw earlier that I was able to enable or disable looping. I also have undo and redo, so that's essentially your Control Z or Command Z controls. And finally, what I like to use this for is enabling play still, so that's wiping the image in the viewer. If I was to navigate to a different clip, I can press play still, and I'm now wiping that still that I just grabbed. Jumping back onto this clip, I can also press the reset button to completely wipe the grade that I had applied. All right, so everything I've covered so far can be found on the micro panel from DaVinci Resolve. But when we look at the mini panel, we also find that there's an entire segment at the top that gives us so many more advanced controls for working with the color page. So at first, we're going to look on the left-hand side. We've got all of these palette controls that allow you to navigate and jump between the palettes of the color page. So just by clicking any one key, you can see that the palettes on the interface react and change. Where do I need to be? On top of that, there's also a lot of additional controls to be found on the screens themselves. You've got these arrows at the very top of the keys that allow you to jump between the different pages of the palettes. So for example, when I've got my primaries controls open, you can see that I've got a lift and a gamma screen that allow me to control the individual channels. But then if I want to get access to my gain and to some of these adjustment controls, then I can just switch between the pages. Whenever you have a palette selected, the amount of pages that it has is represented by these dots underneath the palette name. So in this case, I've got 4 pages to jump between. On top of that, you can also access different modes of the palettes using the keys at the top of the screens. So right now, when I'm on the curves palette, I'm accessing my custom curves, but I can also go for the HSL curves, and their names are visible at the very top of the screens. And then finally, some palettes will also give you additional options or tools controls. So again, when I'm back on the custom curves, I can see that I've got a tools option up here. And when I select that, that gives me the ability to ungang my curves and start to work on certain curves individually. So it's a really versatile set of tools. You can access a lot of elements just from these 2 screens at the top. I'm going to jump to the next clip that I'd like to work on. And I'm just going to do some primary grading, but this time using the curves. So I'm going to lower the lower midtones to darken that range of the image, but then also raise the upper midtones to brighten it. And of course, I'm generating an S-curve, which is how we establish contrast in the image using curves. And again, I don't have to worry about working on the palette. I am just looking at the viewer and getting a feel for the image overall. I might also go down here for a second, maybe increase the color boost just a touch. There we go. Maybe even introduce a bit of a temperature to it, so I will switch offset on and maybe just cool it down a little bit. There we go. And then finally, if I want to apply a look to the image, then I can switch to the tools controls, ungang my channels, and I'm going to isolate one of my color channels and then just introduce more of one color than the other to create a bit of a cross process, a very gentle look. So I'm just going to drag the bottom of the green curve down to push just a little bit of magenta into the shadows, and then also increase the top of the curve to first neutralize it, but then also push a bit of green into it. By the way, resetting the knobs underneath the screens is the same as resetting them here in the adjustment controls. You just press the knob and it bounces back into its default position or default value. When you're working with the curves, you'll also notice that you have quite a few controls here. So these are spread out in 20% increments. So you can work on different ranges at the same time. So I'll go back to this, control it a bit more. And once again, when I'm ready to compare this to the original image, I'm just going to press disable and see the end result. We're going to jump to the first clip that we worked on, and I'll begin by creating a new serial node because I'm going to again, apply creative changes, but I don't want to work on a node that I used for normalizing and balancing. So to add additional nodes, I'm going to use these keys on the right-hand side. I'm going to press serial in the top left corner, and that just creates a standard corrector node. Now I can take advantage of my node navigation controls, and I can start jumping to the first and the second node. And while I'm on the second, I am going to gang the channels again. I'm going to exit the tool modes, and I'll take advantage of some of the HSL curves that I have. So these operate on pretty much the same level as the custom curves that we had. Let's say the task that we had with this shot is that we had to change the color of the door in the background to change it from blue to, say, green or magenta. First of all, you know what? I'm going to jump to the previous node, and I'm just going to up the overall saturation of the image just to pop the colors a bit more. There we go. And I think overall maybe it's too red, so I'm going to reset my gamma and brighten it up. So we've got a nice neutral starting point. Right? I'll jump to the next node, and to change the color of the door, I am going to use the hue versus hue curve, right? We're targeting the hue so that we can change the hue. That's the naming convention of HSL curves. So I will go for cyan. I think that's the range. And when I start to rotate this, I immediately see the behavior of this hue range down in the HSL curves palette of the color page. But then, of course, I can also just keep an eye on the viewer as I'm working on this. Drag it up to turn the door green. And I think there's like a slightly different shade of blue at the bottom of the door, so I'm also going to just switch to a different knob and drag it upwards to turn it green. Excellent. So that was a really quick, easy adjustment. I'll press disable, and I'll see that the door changes quite quickly. While I'm here, maybe another thing I'd like to address about this image is that there's a really strong color tint on the light underneath the door. I think it's far too red, so it's a bit distracting for me. So for that, because I want to change the saturation of an area of luminance, I will go for the Lum versus Sat curve. I'll click on that using the key at the top of the screen. And here I've got these 4 controls. If I was to click on either the shadows or the highlights knob, I am going to essentially create an anchor on my HSL curve, which means that I can now go for the white point and adjust that without adjusting the rest of the curve. So I can drag the white point down, down, down to completely desaturate that luminance range. They're still a little bit more visible under the door, so I'm going to need to expand some of that to the highlight range, and that's really easy to do as well. I can go back to the highlights, drag them a little bit lower, and what's really nice is that because I have this pointer active right now, as you can see in the curves palette, I can use the input luminance knob to just drag it left and right to extend that range. And once again, when I press disable, I can keep an eye on the light coming in from underneath the door, and you can see that that red tint has disappeared and it looks far more neutral. And we've also got that green door now, so 2 pretty strong adjustments done very easily using the panel. Let's keep looking at some more advanced secondary controls and how much you can really accomplish with the panel. I'm going to jump to yet another clip. So we've got this direct-to-camera interview. Something that you do a lot with interviews, especially if you don't have controlled lighting, is that you need to go after people's faces, do a bit of beauty work. Usually you need to brighten them up a bit, especially in her case because she's wearing this big hat, so she's got a pretty strong shadow being cast on her. On top of that, there's a lot of tan tones in the image, so her face kind of disappears in that color scheme. So I'm going to try to just get it to pop a little bit with saturation as well. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a brand new node. I don't really like to do secondary grading on the first and only node on the pipeline. So once again, I'm going to press serial in the top right corner. I'm also going to label this so I know what the purpose is of this node. Great. I will want to isolate her face. One of the easiest way to do that is just to apply a circular window and do a bit of adjustment to that. So I'll switch over to my window palette. At the very top you have the full range of presets that you will find on the window palette. And by default, it's set to circle, but that doesn't mean that it's active yet. So I have to actually click on Window On to see the on-screen control. And I really love how this behaves. I can pretty much grab both the knobs and start to navigate the window across the screen. So it's actually quite fun to play with. It's really fast, responds quite well to your adjustments. Now that I've got it over her face, I will also want to adjust the size of that window and also change its aspect ratio because I want to cover both her face and her neck. And now that I've got the aspect, well, I can just reposition the tilt as well, drag it down. And finally, I will probably want to adjust the softness so that that grade does not stand out so much as soon as I start applying it. So we're going to be quite subtle either way. To hide the on-screen controls, I can just move on to a different palette on the panel, and I can now use my trackballs to maybe increase the brightness on her face just a little bit. I can then refer to the contrast on the knobs at the top and maybe darken it. Use the pivot to make her face a little bit lighter. And then also refer back to the color boost to take advantage of her natural skin tones and, you know, bring up the sunlight on her face, bring up like the rosiness in her cheeks. If I was just dragging the trackballs towards orange, I might find that I'm starting to make her look a bit pancakey, a bit flat. So I like to work with what people already have and just enhance that. Great. And when I press disable, I'll now be able to see that change in the viewer. Great. Now, the last remaining task with this is that because she's talking, she's moving around a little bit. On top of that, this is a handheld shot, so I'm just going to play this back. You'll see. Wait. Let me just disable the audio here so I can hear myself talking. So yeah, once we start playing it back, we'll see that the camera is floating a little bit, and of course she's moving. So I'm going to jump to the beginning of the clip again and go back to my window palette, make sure I'm happy with the sizing. I did notice a little bit of a spill on either side of her, so I'm just going to change the aspect of this window a little bit so that it's less obvious. There we go, I'm pretty happy with that. And now I can switch to the tracker palette, which has got its own key, and then press track forward above the screen. And that took absolutely no time at all. So it works an absolute treat. I do this kind of corrective work all the time, and I find that just circular windows do the job majority of the time. And being able to track people forward in more or less a two-dimensional space is very easy to do, and it's just one click of a button on the panel. Let me, navigate to yet another clip. So this will be number 5. And this time, instead of looking at windows, we'll look at a different secondary corrective tool, and that will be the qualifier. So let's go through more or less an entire grading workflow with this clip. I am going to, first of all, set up the balance of the image. So I'll give it a label. And once again, keeping an eye on the scopes, I'm just dragging down the lift. I'm increasing the gain and the overall brightness of the image. I'm also going to increase the saturation because this video started off in a log gamut color space, so it is a little bit flat. So I'm going to bring it up quite a bit to see those colors. And now I want to work on a very specific element in this image, which is the sky. As you can see, it's quite overcast. I can see a little bit of blue in it, but I want to just bring it back a bit more. So for that, I'll need to first generate a serial node. And I like to break up my secondary grades using the mixer nodes. So I like to keep them as separate layers, essentially. You can generate mixer nodes using the panel. So you've got parallel and layer options. I'll press layer, and immediately I have a layer node and a mixer that they're now both connected to. I'm going to call this sky. There we go. And open up the qualifier palette down here in the palette, in the panel. So right now I've got hue and saturation controls, which are the top two bars in the qualifier palette, but I can use the pages to navigate to the luminance range. And because the sky is overexposed, I will want my selection to focus on the lightest areas of the image. So I'll go for the low knob and spin it to the right to just keep cutting out that range of the image. Now, the first evidence that this is working will be in the node thumbnail itself. So if I look in the node editor, you can see that some of that information is starting to disappear. But of course, I will want to see a highlight mode preview of what it is I'm doing in the viewer itself. So I do have highlight controls on the panel up here. So I'll press the key, and now I have a much better idea of my selection. So I'll keep dragging this until I can no longer see the mountain. Excellent. And I can also adjust the softness a little bit to make sure that the edges are not too harsh. If I keep rotating through the different pages, I will also reveal my matte finesse controls. So I could also use the blur radius. And if I had any noise, I can use my clean black and clean white adjustments to essentially control the contrast of the matte finesse. Once I'm finished, I can press the highlight button to go back to my image. And now I'm ready to start grading that range of sky that I've selected. So I will go back to my trackballs. I will need the gain for this because obviously it's like essentially a white point. The first thing I'm going to do whenever I work with overexposed areas is I'm going to use the ring to darken that area of the sky. And then I can use the trackball itself to push a little bit of color into that range. So a bit of sky blue like that. Once I start increasing saturation, it might feel like the foreground is starting to be mismatched. So I'm going to use my node navigation controls to jump back to node number 2. I'll call this my background now that I'm starting to work on it. And I think it'll just be enough to push up the contrast a little bit. Maybe also push up the mid-tone detail so that I'm enhancing areas of the image that have a high level of detail. So it's just going to push a bit more contrast into them. And maybe I'll darken the image a touch as well. Maybe it will work better with a bit of warmth. So once again, I'll toggle the offset and then rotate the left wheel to the right to add a bit of warm temperature to it. Awesome. All right, so even with these advanced structures, I can continue grading this image using standard corrector notes. I can use the navigation controls to jump to my layer mixer, press the serial key, and I am back to grading this as a whole image. So in this case, I might decide to apply a grade. I'm going to make sure I toggle off my offset switch, that I'm back to my lift, gamma, and gain. And now I can maybe push the whole image towards blue. Counteract that in the highlights, get a bit more contrast going. And once again, press disable for just the node, or in this case, bypass for the entire pipeline. All right, so everything that we've covered, you can, of course, perform all of these controls using the keyboard and the mouse. But you'll find that working with the panel is a lot faster. So if you're handling larger volumes of work, it might be worth thinking about working on a panel instead. It could be the difference between a 3-day turnaround on a project versus a 1-day turnaround. You see that there's a lot less traveling with the mouse. Essentially, the only thing I was using it for was labeling. Something else that I still use the mouse for is for generating custom shapes when I'm using Windows, because obviously those points are very specific on the viewer. So when I'm doing rotoscoping, but otherwise I use the panel for everything else. And thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy exploring the other videos on the website.
Hi, my name is Tony, and today we're going to talk about the Fusion page inside of DaVinci Resolve. Now, the purpose of this video is to give you an understanding of the basic layout and functionality, as well as look at some of the core concepts of compositing. So when we're done, you should be able to understand the basics of node-based compositing using keyframing, tracking, chroma keying, and start to be able to build and design your own visual effects and graphics. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the interface of the Fusion page. All right, so at the very top, we have the interface toolbar. Now, you can click and open different panels when you need them. It's a great way to customize the layout of your interface. You can also just click and drag and expand these panels based on your needs as you're starting to build more and more complex node structures. So if you need to, you can always just reset by clicking the Reset UI Layout in the Workspace menu, and that'll bring you right back to where we just started. So right below the interface toolbar, we're going to have our viewers. We have a viewer on the left and a viewer on the right. Now, if you're coming from something traditional, say editing, you might be used to seeing these viewers predominantly with the viewer on the left being for your source medium and the viewer on the right with your timeline medium. Well, in Fusion, it's a little bit different. Each viewer is independent. So what that allows you to do is to view any part of your pipeline in any viewer as needed. So for example, you could be viewing the output of your final composite in viewer 2, while in viewer 1, you're looking at, say, a text node or some other graphic node where you could be dialing in the color or the font and seeing it ripple all the way through in viewer 2. Above these viewers, you have these common tools. Now, these tools might change based upon which node you have selected. Right below that, we have the time ruler. Now, this allows you to navigate across your clip and seeing each frame as they're laid out. A common practice with compositing is to be able to preview just a certain area of your clip as you're working and as you're designing. So you can do that by adjusting these little render bars here. And I'm going to bring these in. And so now you can concentrate and preview just on a specific part of the clip. We're not changing the editing, we're not trimming it, we're just changing what we're previewing. So keep that in mind. If you need to be able to zoom in, you can use the zoom bar and zoom in on the frames that you need. Now let's reset that. We can reset the auto render range by just right-clicking and say auto render range. Now we reset our clip. Okay, below that, we have the toolbar. And the toolbar is going to have your most common used tools when you're compositing or designing graphics. If you need to have access to all the tools inside of Fusion, you can click on the Effects library, and under Tools, you have access to all the different types of effects and nodes. Next, we have the node editor. Now, this is where we're going to be doing a majority of our node construction and node building. And as you're building and designing bigger node structures, you're going to need to be able to move around and navigate inside of that. So how do we do that? Well, if you click on the middle mouse button, you can move your nodes. If you don't have a middle mouse, you can hit Shift plus Command, and you click on the left mouse button. That'll do the same thing. If you want to be able to zoom in and out, the Command key plus the scroll wheel will zoom in and out. Again, on the keyboard, plus or minus will let you zoom in and out of the node editor. All right. Finally, on the right side, we have the inspector. Now, the inspector is going to have all the different parameters and properties based upon which node you have selected. This is where you'll actually do your tweaking to your nodes. So you have one node selected, it'll show and populate with different sets of parameters for you. Okay, so now that we've taken a look at the interface, let's actually talk about the nodes. So what do we have? We have a media in node and a media out node. What are these? Well, right now we're looking at a fresh composite straight from the edit page. So let's take a look at the edit page. You can put your playhead over the clip that you want to work on, click on the Fusion page, and that clip is represented by this media in node. It's being piped or sent to the media out node, and this is what gets sent back to the other Fusion pages, the edit page, the color page, and ultimately the render page, the delivery page. So if we want to make any type of effect, we will place our nodes in between these two nodes, and that will affect our image pipeline. Now, if you notice, we're viewing in viewer 2 our media output node. So how is that, or why is that? Under every node, there is these 2 or 3 dots. On the media out node, we have a white dot in the middle. That's telling us that we're transmitting that node to viewer 2. If I wanted to, we can select media in node and click 1 on our keyboard. That's going to transmit the signal from that node into viewer 1. So again, you can see any node you want in your pipeline and any viewer you want. All the viewers are independent. So you can see the beginning, the middle, or the end of your pipeline. Now, in this case, we have 3 dots. That's because we have a grading monitor. So you can send the signal out from any node to your grading monitor as well. Okay, so let's start by first organizing and renaming our nodes to keep track of them. So we're going to click on Media 1, right-click on it, and say Rename. I'm going to type it South Pole. And just a quick note, when you're naming tools in Fusion, you can't use any spaces, so make sure you use an underscore or capitalize to separate. Now we're going to click our media out node. Instead of right-clicking, we're going to hit F2. Let's do that again. We're going to hit F2, and that will bring up our rename tool dialog. I'm going to name this output. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and start adding our first node. We're going to go to our effects library, scroll down to our warp folder, and let's click and drag our grid warp right into our node editor. Okay, so we've added our first node. But what's happening? Well, right now nothing is happening. We need to attach our grid warp node into our pipeline. So let's do that. I'm going to click and drag, holding the Shift key, and you'll notice when I place the grid warp over that pipeline, it changes to blue or yellow. When that happens, release. Now it's connected. Now we can actually start affecting our image pipeline. So let's go to our viewer and just start warping and changing our image. Now, I know this is not practical, but just a good way to give you a visualization of what we can do and how each node affects the pipeline. And real quick, I want to jump back to the edit page just so you can see that what we've done in the Fusion page has affected our edit page. There's a live connection between the output node in Fusion and the other pages in Resolve. You don't have to do any type of exporting or rendering. Make a change, and it's now available in the other pages. So we're in the edit page. At any point in time, if you want to be able to, let's say, bypass the effects, you can hit Shift plus D, and that will bypass all of the effects showing your source media. It's a great way just to toggle back and forth. While we're here, if you look down here on the bottom right hand of our clip, you'll see these 3 stars, and that's just letting us know that we have a Fusion composition on this clip. I'll turn my effects back on and go back to Fusion. Okay, let's reset this and do something that's a little more practical. So to reset it, with our node selected in the node editor, right by the grid warp on the far right side of the name, click the reset button. This just resets our tool right back to the default settings. All right, let's hover our mouse right over our viewer. Holding the Command key and using the scroll wheel, I'm just going to zoom out. Now I'm going to hold the Shift key and just select the bottom 2/3 of these grid warp vertices. So what do I need to do? Well, I want to reframe this shot just to give it a little more visual impact. And we're going to do that with the grid warp. So I'm going to shift all these pixels down and reframe my shot by hitting the down arrow. Now, if you notice, it's going to take me a little while to do that. So let's hit the Shift key, hold the Shift key, and just press our down arrow a couple times. All right. So I'm going to click inside of the node editor just to deselect. And you can see now we've reframed our shot using the grid warp. Again, let's go back to the edit page. It's available there for us. And if we go to the color page, we can also see that we do have a color look applied. Let's turn that on. And now we've got a color. So you can see the process from the edit page to the Fusion page, back to the edit page and color page. Very, very simple, very powerful way of working right inside of Resolve with Fusion. Okay, let's get on to our next lesson. back to the Fusion page. I'm going to change my clip by going to the interface toolbar and clicking on the Clips Timeline button. So what this has done is it's allowed us to look at all the clips available to us in our timeline. And while we're here, we can right-click on any clip and we can create a new composition. So why would we want to create a new composition? Well, a lot of times you're going to be working and designing and building, and you might want to try something different. So by creating a new composition, you essentially can create a new version, and anytime you need to go back to the original, you have access to that. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and close down our clip timeline, keep our workspace nice and tidy. What do we have? Well, our actress is in space. She's just waking up, and she's looking at her heads-up display, or HUD, on her screen. So we need to composite our HUD over our actress, give a little shallow depth of field effect, and we're ready to move on to the next clip. So let's get started. First of all, let's rename our clips. Media 1 in. And our output. Again, pressing the F2 key. Okay, I'm going to grab my animation of the HUD in my media pool. And just so you know, the media pool is the same media pool available in all the other pages in DaVinci Resolve. So when you're in Fusion, you always have access to your footage. So let's just click and drag our media asset right into the node editor. And so just like that, we've added our first piece of media right inside the node editor in Fusion. Let's close it down. And let's rename this. Okay, great. So I want to talk about one of the most used tools, and that is the merge tool. So we can add the merge tool from our toolbar right up here. And the beauty is that Fusion has laid out these tools for us based on categories. So on the left side, we have generators, we have color corrector nodes, we have compositing and transform nodes, we have nodes for mask, particles, and 3D nodes. Now, if you're not sure which node or which icon to click on, just leave your mouse over the icon and a pop-up label will let you know which one it is. In this case, we want to use the merge tool. So we're going to click and drag our merge tool right onto our pipeline. And just like that, you can add a tool or node right into your image pipeline. So what is a merged node? Well, when you're compositing, you're going to want to bring two pieces or two layers together, and that's why you use the merge node. It allows you to stack your layers over each other and merge them together into your image pipeline. So for example, you want to add text over video. Well, you use a merge node to bring those two together. Now, depending on how many different layers or how many different elements you need, you'll need a merge node for each of those elements. Okay, let's look a little closer at the merge node. We have two inputs. On the left, we have a yellow arrow. That's for our background. Above, we've got a green arrow. That's for our foreground. And keep in mind, you're going to want to, every time you do a composite, just keep that in mind as you're putting your layers together. Which layer do you want to be your foreground, and which layer do you want to be your background? Okay, we have also, like most of the other tools, we have this blue mask input. Now, this allows you to connect a mask to a node, and that way you can isolate that section of the node based on a mask. And we'll get into that a little later. Lastly, we have this white square, and that is our output. So our node has done all of our compositing or tweaking or whatever it's done, and that's going to send the signal out from that node onto the next node. In this case, it's going to our output node. Okay, let's do our first composite and take the output of our HUD and connect it to the foreground of our merge node. Right away, you can see we've done our first composite. So with our HUD node selected, let's hit the number 1 key and view it in Viewer 1. Now, you might have noticed that there's a checkerboard background behind our graphic. That's just letting us know that this element or this media clip has an alpha channel. We can view the alpha by clicking the letter A in our keyboard. And this is going to show us the black and white matte, white being full opacity, black being full transparency. Anything that's semi-transparent, it's going to be represented by gray. Okay, so let's hit A again so we can see our color image. Now, looking at these two, I can see that my HUD is a little larger than the frame for my actress. So I'm going to want to be able to resize it and reposition it. Now, we're going to do that with the transform node. But the question is, where are we going to place the transform node? Now, because I only want to affect our HUD, I'm going to place the transform node after our HUD. Let's do that. So let's go to the effects library, open up our tools, scroll down to transform, and again, just click and drag the transform node and connect it to our HUD node. Okay, great. Now, in the inspector of our transform node, we can click on the slider and adjust the size. If you want to get a little more granular, you can click on the text field and scale it down or up in smaller increments. Now, if you need to reset just that tool, there's a little white dot underneath. If you click that white dot, you'll reset that tool. Now, real quick, you might have noticed that as we are changing the size of our HUD, we only see the change happening on our viewer 2. Well, why is that? Well, we are viewing our final output from our output node into viewer 2, and we're viewing our HUD node into viewer 1. Now, our HUD node is happening before the transform node, so that's why we're not seeing any changes. So keep that in mind as you're building and designing your node structures, which node is going into which viewer. Okay, let's get back to our transform node. Let's adjust the size. We're going to scale it down. That looks about right. And we could use these text box controls for our position, but in this case, it's going to be much easier just to use our on-screen controls. So our two red arrows, let's click in the center and just move our HUD into place. There we go. Now, with our HUD scaled and into place, let's finish it off by adding a depth of field effect by adding a blur. Again, the question is, where are we going to add the blur? So let's bring in the blur. Okay, so if I add the blur after the actress, I'm going to blur my actress, my HUD will stay in focus. That's not what we want. If I'm going to add the blur after the merge, well, that'll blur everything. Again, that's not what we want. So if I were to put the blur after the transform, it would just blur our HUD, leaving our actress in focus, and that is what we want. So think about that as you're building your node structure. Where you place the node is going to affect that portion of the pipeline. So as you're building your node structure, just keep that in mind. Okay, let's add a blur, changing the size a little bit. All right, that's good. Now to finish this off, I want to be able to add some blur around the edges of our actress's face. And of course, to do that, I'm going to add another blur. But I'm going to grab it from the toolbar and bring it right in. And we're going to crank up this blur. Okay, so this is not quite what we want. We need to be able to isolate the blur to one specific area. And we're going to do that by using a mask, in this case, an ellipse mask. So let's grab our ellipse mask, bring it in, and connect it right to our blur. With our ellipse mask selected, let's hit the number 1 key, and we can view that in viewer 1. So on screen in viewer 1, we can change the shape of our mask and its position. Now, it's going to be much easier if I just do this in viewer 2. That way I can see it in context with my actress. All right, great. We've got the shape where we want it. But the problem is the blur is happening inside the mask. We need the blur to happen on the outside of the mask. And we can change that by going to the inspector and clicking on the invert button. Now we have the blur on the outside, and it's nice and sharp and focused on the inside. So let's just finish this off and polish it by creasing our soft edge and blending our blur into our shot. Okay, well, there we go. We've got our first composite, nice, clean, and simple, right inside of Fusion. Let's move on to our next section and build a nice, cool title design for this aviation documentary. So let's go back to our clips and switch over to our next one. Okay, so we need to create a title, Living in the Age of Aviation. And we're going to do that by using Fusion's Text Plus nodes. So with my media node, my media in node selected, I'm going to click on the text node in the toolbar. And because I had my media in node selected, Fusion has automatically added my text node and a merge node and linked them together for me. So based on what you have selected and what you click on, Fusion is going to start to put those things together for you. All right, let's just move this text node up above. And if you noticed in the inspector, now we have a lot more controls. We also have other tabs that we can access different panels and change different things like shading elements or transform controls, all inside this inspector. Now in the text tab, I'm going to click in the text box and type in our first line. Living in the age of. All right. Right below this, we've got a plethora of different types of controls to change sizing, tracking, font, you name it. We're going to change this real quick to Arial, change the weight to regular. I just want to decrease the size some. Let's see here. Right about there. Now in the viewer, I can directly control the position of the text, again by dragging those arrows. And I want to do that right above the waterline. Again, as we're working, I can just dynamically change the interface to what I need at that moment in time. All right, we got our first line of text. Now I want to break our title into two lines, a top line and a bottom line, because I want to be able to add different stylized look to the bottom line. So let's add the next bottom line. I'm going to select the merge node. Again, click on the text button. Fusion has added, just like before, our text and our merge. Okay, let's select our text and let's add our line. Aviation. Great. Let's quickly change our font, maybe like an Arial black. And let's increase the size. Again, you can just, adapt, shift, change according to your design preferences. I'm going to take the tracking out some, just so it's outside of our first top line. Okay, let's just change the color. Maybe something like that. Now, before we go any further, a couple things. I want to rename our nodes. Let's keep track of our nodes, making sure that we always can come back and know what each node is doing. So our text node is selected. Let's hit F2 and name this Living in the Age. Let's select our text 2 node. Again, F2, and name it Aviation. Now you can see here that I have my nodes laid out. My text node for the top line is up here, and the bottom one is down here. Now you're free to organize your nodes however you feel fit to organize them. It's not going to change or impact the visual outcome of your composite. The only thing that's going to change that is where you take the output of that node and where you connect it to. So as you see fit, go ahead and design and organize your nodes as needed. Okay, let's look at our bottom line, aviation. We can do a little bit more stylistically wise. So with our aviation node selected, let's go back to our inspector and let's click on our shading tab. Now this is going to allow us to add other different layers to our text. So for example, outlines or drop shadows or glows, you can do that all in one text node using the shading tab. So we've got our element, shading element of 1 selected. I'm going to change its type from a solid color to a gradient. Now, I don't want to use a black and white gradient, so I'm going to change that. Let's click on this triangle here to the far right, and let's go back to that bright yellow that we had. And now let's click on that triangle to the far left, and let's give it a nice dark orange. There we go. Okay, nice. So let's add another shading layer. We can do that by selecting our element and clicking on 2. Well, nothing has happened. We need to enable it. So let's click the Enable checkbox. And you can see its default is set to outline. And that's great. I don't want it to be red. I want to change the color. So I'm going to click and hold on this eyedropper right next to the color palette. Click, hold, and drag right on my text. And select my color. Great. Not bad. Let's add another element. Let's go to 3. Let's enable that. That's our drop shadow. That's a little strong, so I'm just going to change the opacity and dial it back just a little bit. So somewhere around half. Looks pretty good. And you know what? Let's go ahead and add that same shadow to our Living in the Age of top line. So let's go select our node in the editor, go to the Shading tab, and in our elements here, I can just jump straight to number 3 since we know that its default is a drop shadow. I'm going to double click here and just put it at half opacity. Not bad. We've got a nice structure for our title design. Now let's add a little bit of animation to bring our title to life. And we're going to do that animating keyframes. Okay, so instead of animating all these different shading elements, the opacity of that, let's just actually animate the merge node using the blend parameter. And as you can see, as I'm scrubbing the blend parameter, you can see on screen that it's affecting the opacity of our top line. So first we need to decide where we want our animation to finish. So let's say we want it to finish around the 1 second mark, which is at 24 frames. So put your playhead on the 24 frame mark. Let's go to our blend tool and let's set a keyframe. It's this white diamond next to our blend tool. When you click it, you've activated a keyframe marking that parameter's value at that point in time. So this is our end keyframe. Now we need to create our beginning keyframe. So let's say that we want to do this at half a second. So around the 12th frame mark, I'm going to click in my time ruler, go to my 12th frame, and I'm just going to drag my blend parameter down to 0. Now as I scrub this in my time ruler, you can see that we've animated our opacity for our top line, basically fading it on. You can also see in our time ruler that there's these white marks, and those are our keyframes. It's a great way to see, based on the node you have selected, where your keyframes are at in time as you're working on your node right inside the time ruler. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on our aviation button. And let's do a little bit different animation. So let's click on the text tab. And this time we want to animate the tracking. So our playhead is on the 24 frame mark. Let's click on our white diamond, making a keyframe. And instead of using my mouse to click and drag inside of my time ruler, I'm just going to double click inside the timecode box and type in 12. That's going to take me exactly to the frame that I typed in there. And let's just bring out our tracking. So now we've just animated our tracking. We started on frame 24, we set a keyframe, we went to frame 12, and we opened up our tracking. So now it's starting out wide and coming in tight. Real quick, we need to do the same thing we did to merge 1. We're going to do that to merge 2. We're going to go to frame 24. We're going to make a keyframe on our blend. We're going to jump to frame 12. And we're going to bring our blend down. So remember that render bar range we talked about earlier? Well, I don't want to play the whole clip. I just want to isolate the playback to just this area. So I'm going to hold my command key and I'm going to click inside the time ruler and just extend out. Just like that. I'm now just previewing my animation as needed as I'm working on it. And this doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty good. But I think we can change it up a little bit and make it a little bit more, make it feel a little bit more natural. So what I would like to do is take our tracking keyframes, extend them, slow it down, make our animation feel a little more natural. And we're going to do that using the keyframe editor. So let's click on our keyframe editor in the interface toolbar. Okay, with our keyframe editor open, it's basically has a different look and a version of all of our nodes laid out for us, stacked as layers. So let's go ahead and click on this drop-down menu for our aviation node. And you can see these little white marks. Those are representative of our keyframes we just made. So I'm going to grab the first keyframe for our character spacing for aviation and bring it to the left, making it happen slower and longer over time. Now I'm going to grab merge to keyframe, the beginning or starting keyframe for our blend tool, and bring that out as well. So we've slowed down our animation, making it feel a little bit more natural, and it's good. I like it. I'm noticing that the first line, living in the age of, is kind of coming up a little late. So let's go ahead and drag its first keyframe out to the beginning as well. So right away you can see adding keyframes, adjusting, tweaking is a powerful way of using node-based compositing to do that right inside of Fusion. Now it's worth mentioning about the spline editor. So I'm going to open up the spline editor. I don't really need the keyframe editor anymore, so I'm just going to click it and close it. Now the spline editor is a great way to tweak your keyframes to exactly how you need them over time. So right now we're not seeing anything. I'm going to click on the character spacing, and that's going to reveal the keyframes for that specific parameter on that node. Now to see that better, it's kind of small, I'm going to hit Command F, and that's just going to expand our keyframes to fill in the panel so we can see it a little bit easier. All right, so by default, our keyframes are linear, and you can see that by this line. This line is going straight from one point in time to the next. And that's fine, but it can cause, sometimes it can cause the animation to feel a little static or mechanical. So we want to be able to smooth that out and make it to where it eases in or eases out, speeds up a little bit, and then eases in before it stops. And we're going to do that by selecting our keyframes, just drawing a box around our keyframes. We've selected them. Now we're going to hit our smooth button at the bottom left. And you can see now that our line went from a straight line to this gradiated line. And you have full control of how you want your animation to happen over time. You can grab this vertice, you can change it, you can make it exactly the motion and the speed of motion that you want. But for us, for right now, the standard look is just perfect. So let's watch this back. All right, not bad. Here's our first look at doing some text animation right inside of Fusion. Let's get on to our next lesson and talk about some tracking. All right, so real quick, what do we mean about tracking? Well, what we mean is having the software analyze the pixel movement in a media clip to determine where things are moving. So we can take that, translate it into tangible coordinates, and we can attach it to other nodes or other tools. So what do I mean by that? Well, we can use it to attach a giant into a skyline or replace a screen on a mobile device. You're going to need to be able to track that motion and attach our artificial element or CGI element into our environment, and that's where tracking comes into place. So in our clip here, we've got our scientists giving an exposition on a robot they're developing. And so our audience should be seeing a robot, a holographic robot on stage. Now we're going to composite a robot and track it in. So let's go to our media pool. And our 3D department has already created a robot for us. So let's just drag our robot directly over our pipeline. We see the blue and yellow has changed on our pipeline. We're going to release. And again, Fusion has created the merge and attached our nodes for us. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and rename these nodes while we're here. So let's name this backplate. And let's select our media to in node. And let's name that robot. And our media out node, let's name it output. I hope that you're seeing that it's important to rename and keep your nodes organized, because you never know when you come back, you're going to forget which node is named which, and this way you do it right the first time, you always know where your footage and where your elements are at. Okay, so what are we looking at? Well, all I see right now is a robot over black. Why is that? Well, we're viewing our output into viewer 2. Let's take a look at our robot. So click our robot node, hit the number 1 key, and we're going to come up here to our on-screen controls, and let's take a look at the alpha channel. Right now, it's all white. So that's kind of telling us that we really don't have an alpha channel. And we need to, all those black pixels are actual RGB pixels. So we need to isolate our robot, removing the black and just allowing us to composite our robot. And we're going to do that using the merge node. So let's select our merge node. And let's change the apply mode from normal to screen. And that has allowed us to remove the black pixels, leaving our robot in place. Okay. So let's go ahead and change the size and positioning of our robot by adding a transform node. And I just clicked it right in the toolbar. I'm going to change its size and position it right about there. Okay, so if this didn't have any camera movement, we would be close to pretty much being done. But it does have camera movement, so when we play it back, it's basically just going to be a floating robot. We need to be able to track our robot to the footage so it's locked in and it feels like it's in its environment. So let's add a tracker. I'm going to select my backplate, go to my effects library, go to Tools, and under Tracking, we can drag a tracker straight into our pipeline. So what do we have going on here? Well, our tracker node is selected. On screen, you can see that Fusion has added a tracker for us. There's this solid line box. And what is that solid line box? Well, that is essentially where we're going to place our pattern for Fusion to track. It's going to need a pattern to be able to follow and track. And usually you want that pattern to be something that is sharp, very contrasty, and visible throughout the length of your clip. Next is this dotted line outside of that solid line, and that is the search area. So as your clip is moving or the camera is moving, you're going to want to define a search area that Fusion can look at to find that pattern in place. All right, let's reset our viewer and let's move our tracker. I'm just going to click in this top left corner. You can see this little white box that pops up. We're just going to click and move our tracker right here at the bottom of the screen. Okay, great. So that's a nice contrasty, sharp image. It's pattern. It stays up the whole length of our clip. Now, because I have my playhead at the beginning of my clip, I'm going to just track forward. Here's all of our different options to track forwards or backwards. In this case, we're just going to track forward. So click the track forward button. And Fusion is going through, analyzing each frame for that pattern and tracking it accordingly. We can see that right down here. It's locking in our tracked pattern. And when it's done, a pop-up menu box will let us know that it's complete. We've got our little playback here with our green line letting us know that we've got a nice successful track. We can also see our path, our motion path that Fusion has tracked for us. Now we're ready to attach our tracking data to our robot. So how do we do that? Well, let's change the operation of our tracker from none to match move. So basically, it's opened up some more parameters for us, turning our tracker into a merge node for us to use. So let's just attach our robot. I'm just going to break away its pipeline, and reconnect it to the tracker's foreground input. Now we've got this black background again. Well, that's just because basically we have a fresh merge node. So let's change the apply mode from normal back to screen. And there we go. I'm going to delete this merge node. It's redundant. And our robot is attached. Now, because it's been tracked, it's kind of shifted a little bit. And I'm just going to change that by selecting the transform node and just bringing it right back into place. So not bad. We've tracked our footage to our background plate, and it's looking pretty good. I did notice here that our foreground audience is actually underneath the robot. So this is completely breaking the illusion that our robot is there in the scene in that environment. So we need to be able to isolate our audience and put them back over our robot. We can do that a couple different ways. Earlier we looked at using an ellipse mask. So we can draw a mask, we can use mask shape and animate our mask over our audience and put them back over. That will take a little bit of time. Or we can use our image data from our backplate and turn it into a black and white matte and use that as a traveling matte. So let's take a look at that. I'm just gonna move my nodes up a little bit. I'm gonna drag a color corrector in, and I'm just gonna take another output from our backplate into our color corrector. And that's kind of one of the cool things about working with nodes is that it's visual. You can easily just start rerouting and reusing things much quicker and faster because you're using nodes. So we've taken the output of our backplate, we've put it into a color corrector. Now I'm going to hit the #1 key. I have my color corrector node selected. So now we're viewing the color corrector in viewer 1. Let's turn it into a black and white image. We're going to desaturate it. We're going to come up to our menu and change it from colors to levels. And I'm just going to start to crush our shadows, our mids, and really crank up our highlights. And here we go. All right. That's looking like it's going to work just great. So what we're going to do is take the output of our color corrector and connect it to the mask input of our tracker. Nothing has really happened. Well, why is that? Let's select our tracker and let's go to the tracker settings. Now the tracker settings for the mask input is looking for an alpha channel. Well, we're not using an alpha channel, we're using the luminance channel from our RGB signal. So let's just change our channel from alpha to luminance, and right away you can see now it's applying that as a mask. Let's take a look at it. All right, not bad. We've brought in some footage, we've removed the black background, we've tracked it to our stage, and we've used our footage again as a traveling matte for compositing our shot. Not bad. Okay, let's move on to the next clip. And we're going to do just a simple green screen compositing. Okay, we've got our actor. He's in space, he's looking out a window. We need to remove the green screen and add a shot of a planet in the background. Simple enough. All right, so I'm going to select the media in node. And before we've been opening up our effects library, we've been grabbing tools from the toolbar. But there's another way that you can add tools in Fusion, and that is using a keyboard command of Shift and Spacebar. And that's going to bring up the Select Tool dialog box. Now this does require that you have an understanding of the different names for all the nodes. So first familiarize yourself with all the nodes and their names. That way, all you have to do is type in the name that you're looking for, and Fusion will automatically isolate it for you. So in this case, we're going to use the delta key here. So I'm going to type in delta. Right away, Fusion's isolated. I can just hit enter. I had my media 1 in node selected. Fusion has added the delta key here straight to our pipeline. Now there's a lot of different inputs that we have here for the delta key here. Things like adding a clean plate to remove objects or adding pre-made garbage masks. You can add a lot of other image inputs to help guide and make your keying that much easier. For us right now, we just need a backplate for our key, so let's do that and key our footage. Our delta key is selected. I'm going to go to the inspector. For the background color, again, I'm going to click and drag this eyedropper right over our green screen and release. You can see that it's keyed out. We've got a checkerboard background back there, and it looks pretty good. It's a preliminary key. Let's take a closer look at it. We've got our delta keyer selected in the node editor. I'm going to hit the number 1 key, and let's take a look at its alpha. All right, well, we definitely have some room for cleanup. So let's go over to our matte controls in our delta keyer, and just adjust the threshold, tightening up our matte, and making our key that much cleaner. Okay, not bad. We might come back to this later once we start doing our compositing, just to tweak it some. So let's open up our media pool, and let's go back to our graphics bin, and let's drag in our planet right into our pipeline. Again, Fusion has added our media clip, added a merge node, and connected them all together for us. But this time, we see that all we see on our screen is just a planet. Well, why is that? Well, it's because of the merge node. Again, remember that foreground versus background, remembering which layer you want to be a foreground and which layer you want to be the background. So in this case, we have our planet as our foreground, and we have our green screen as a background. We need to be able to swap those, and you can do that very easily. Right-click on the merge node and go to Swap Inputs. And just like that, Fusion has swapped our inputs for us. Okay, so I want to be able to clean up these hard edges on our matte. So I'm just going to blur our matte just a little bit and bring in the erode-dilate. Okay, good. That looks a little bit more natural for us. Now, I'm going to select my media in node, my planet. I'm going to add a transform node to that, just because I want to be able to see our planet a little bit better. Now, one thing I forgot to do was rename our nodes. So this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all my nodes at once. Holding the Command key down, I'm going to select all 3 nodes. Now I'm going to hit F2. Media 1 in node is our backplate. And when I hit Enter, Fusion's just going to bring up the next rename tool. So Media in 2 node is our planet. I'm going to hit Enter again. And we have our Media out node, our output. So that's just a nice, easy, efficient way of renaming nodes all in one go. So we've looked at several different aspects of compositing and building our node structures. Lastly, I just want to talk about node organizing. We talked earlier that you can organize your nodes however you see fit. It won't impact the final outcome of your video. But it is important to be able to organize your nodes. So let's just take a quick look at some simple ways of organizing your node editor. I'm going to bring up my node editor here. So we can right-click right inside the node editor, and we can say line up all tools to the grid. As you're building, as you're adding nodes, things are going to start to be moved and placed different spots. So by aligning it to a grid, that'll allow you to keep your lines nice and straight and organized. Another great way is if by right-clicking and going to Arrange Tools and arranging tools to connect it. So what does that do? Well, it still allows you to keep your nodes and place them wherever you want to place them, but if you'll see here, as I'm scrubbing my node, it snaps as it gets to the center. Again, just another simple way of keeping your pipelines nice and straight and clean. Let's say, for example, we have a massive node structure, and we want to be able to put certain nodes in a container and hide them. So that way we'll keep our node structure clean. Well, you can do that. We'll select all of our nodes, we'll right-click, and we'll say Group. And just like that, Fusion has taken all of those nodes and put them into a group node. Now, we're free to rename that. And if you need access to it, you can just double-click on it, and you have access to all those nodes right inside the group node. But it's essentially like a compound clip, but just keeping it nice and contained, you still have access to everything. OK, I'm going to hit this X to close it back down. And if you need to, you can right-click, and you can ungroup it, bringing it right back to where we had it. All right, lastly, you may not want to be able to group your nodes. You may want them, you may still want to have access to them, but contain them as well. So we can do that with an underlay tool. So I'm going to select my nodes. I'm going to use our select tool menu, and I'm going to type in underlay. And what we've done is we've added this container that we still have visual access to our nodes, but now we can just move this underlay around. And it's going to drag all these nodes inside of it with it. If you option click on the header for the underlay, you can actually change its color by right clicking, and in this case we'll change it green, and we'll rename it as well. So you'll see that there's so much flexibility in organizing your nodes, keeping things nice and tidy, adjusting the UI, adding nodes for many, many different things. So I want to thank you for watching this video. Keep looking, keep exploring, and we'll come back. Hi, my name is Tony, and today we're going to look at Fusion's 3D tools right inside of DaVinci Resolve. So I'm going to assume that you have an understanding of the basic layout and functionality of Fusion while we're working today. But if you don't, that's fine. You can always go back to the overview video where we cover that in much more detail. So the purpose of today's video is to kind of go over an introduction to 3D. We're going to be doing some 3D text. We're going to be animating the 3D text. We're going to build our own custom materials for that, as well as a custom reflection map. So I'm kind of excited about that. Next, we're going to build a 3D particle system to kind of help give our camera some nice movement. And then we're going to finish all that off in 2D, adding some glows, some light rays, and that's going to really bring our image together and add some nice pop. All right, enough talking, let's get into Fusion. So let's add our 3D text. And I'm going to hit the number 1 key and just load it into viewer 1. So one thing that you should know as we're working inside of the 3D environment is that it is an actual real 3D environment. So we're not dealing with 2.5D, right? In a real 3D environment, you can have actual objects, materials, real 3D cameras. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but just want you to be aware of that. So real quick, to navigate inside of the 3D environment, I'm going to hit the middle mouse button and hold my option key down, and that's going to let me orbit. If I just press the middle mouse button, I can move left or right. And if I hit my command key, I can scroll my mouse wheel and zoom in and out. So that's just the basic ways of moving around inside of our 3D environment. Okay, let's add some text. So Fusion, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, let's give this text some extrusion. Increase the depth. Let's take a look, a little bit more, and give it a little bit of a bevel depth and a bevel width. Okay, so this is just a nice white plain text. You can come in here and change the color in the shading tab. You can change the color, but this is just really one solid color, and we want to be able to have a little more dimension. So I would like to create something that kind of resembles like a nice glass look and feel. So let's build our custom material. Let's start off with a ward shader. Let me move this up here. I'm going to pipe that into a reflect node. And let's view that in our viewer. All right. Right now we have nothing going on, so let's give our ward a little bit of color. And we're going to bring down our alpha and our opacity. Okay, this is the base for our material. Let's go and create our custom reflection map. So I'm going to start by adding a shape layer, shape 3D, excuse me. Put that in viewer 1. Next, I'm going to add not a 3D camera, but a spherical 3D camera, and that's going to let us create a map so we can use for our spherical reflection. So let's add that now. If I can. All right, spherical camera. There we go. It's automatically added a 3D merge. I'm going to load that 3D merge in my viewer 1. And let's zoom out a little bit. All right, I'm going to move my shape 3D. There we go. All the way out here. And I'm going to move it all the way to the edge of this grid. Now, why am I doing that? Well, I want to be able to add more shape 3D objects. So instead of actually creating individual shape nodes, I'm going to use the duplicate 3D node. That's going to be much more efficient, and I'll show you that right now. So let's add the duplicate 3D node. Now, there's also a duplicate 2D node as well. So just be aware that there's a 2D version and a 3D version. So let's make sure we select the 3D version. And in the inspector, let's make about 25 copies. And nothing's happened yet, but I'm going to click and drag this on-screen control for the duplicate node, and you can see right away I've just duplicated this one object 25 times. So again, just a nice efficient way of being able to quickly duplicate and create stuff. All right, I'm going to name this box. I'm going to select my Merge 3D and add another shape 3D. And let's name this one top. Oops, let's try that again. And let's go to the Controls tab for our shape plane. Let's scale it up. Let's unlock the X, Y, and Z. And just make this a little bigger. All right, so now we need to take the X rotation and put it at -90. So I know this looks kind of weird and not sure what we're doing, but it'll all come together here once we finish setting it up. All right, I'm going to copy my top node. I'm going to select my Merge 3D. I'm going to paste it. Now I'm going to rename this one bottom, and I'm just going to bring this down and move it over. Let's go back to the top node and just make this a little bit bigger while we're here. We'll put this at 20. And let's go back to the bottom one. Let's do the same thing as well. Let's bring that down a little bit. Okay, we're going to do this one more time. I'm going to select my bottom node, I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it in my node editor and just drag it into the Merge 3D. Now, I'm not sure if you noticed, but in 2D, we have, you can only put a foreground and background together. So you're stacking, you're bringing your layers together, you're merging them together. In 3D, you can actually use a merge node and just keep adding layers. Because we're in a 3D environment, it's much easier just to keep adding multiple merge nodes. So you don't need to have multiple merge nodes unless you want to in 3D. All right, so let's rename this node to side. And we're going to bring it up. We're going to get rid of our rotation. Just going to reset that. I'm going to orbit around, bring it to the side, and let's change the color of this one to like a dark gray. Okay, so this looks a little funky, I know, but trust me, it'll come together here. Let's now take it out of the 3D environment and bring it into the 2D environment. So before I mentioned that Fusion has a real 3D environment, well, think of it as if you were to go to a 3D application and you made an animation. How would you get that animation into your compositor or your layer-based system? Well, you would have to render it out of the 3D application and then bring it in as a 2D image. And that's kind of the same thought process here. We're not rendering to disk, but we're just rendering it to a 2D image. So we'll come out of our 3D environment using a render node, and now we can go into our 2D environment. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to add a 3D renderer. This is going to allow us to go into 2D. So because we're using because we're using a spherical camera, now we've got an equirectangular image that we can use for our sphere map. So let's add a spherical map. And now we're going to take the sphere map and we're going to put it right into our reflect node. Now before I do that, actually, normally we left click on the output of our nodes and we pipe it into our nodes. But for this time, I'm going to right-click and drag and put it over my reflect node. And now it's going to give me the option to click on whatever input I want. So if your node has multiple inputs, this is a great way. If you're not sure which input to go to, it's a great way to look at it. So I want this to go into the color material. And right away, you can see that now we've got some reflections happening for our material. So in my sphere map, let's go ahead and turn on angular mapping. Okay, so now what is left is to take our 3D text and connect it with this material. So we can't do it by default. So what we're going to have to do is replace the material. So let me load my 3D text into viewer 1. And let's zoom in over here so we can see how it will look. With my 3D node text selected, let's add a replace material 3D. This is going to allow us to put our custom material onto our text. So I'm going to drag our reflect node into my replace material. Now I need to load it into the viewer, so I'm going to hit 1, load it into the viewer. All right, we can see now that we have this interesting, cool looking glass effect for our text. Kind of cool. Now we're going to come back to the sphere map. We're going to adjust some of its parameters as we start animating and building and having our 2D look effects. So we'll come back to that. Okay, let's do some animating. Now, in our last lesson, we just animated the tracking and kind of did it globally. For this one, we want to do something a little more dynamic. So I would like to sequentially animate the text so they follow each other. And to do that, we're going to use modifiers. And modifiers are a great way to add more complexity to parameters. It's basically, at its core, an expression with a GUI. It's much more than that. So let's jump right in. How do we do that? In our text tab, right inside our stylized text box, I'm going to right-click. And now this has given us a bunch of other options to look at. So I'm going to click on the follower, and this is that sequential text animation engine that's built right into Fusion. It's the same one that's for the 2D text and 3D text. So here we go. Let me position this. I'm going to go to the shading tab. I'm going to close down this property. I'm going to go to position and rotation. So let's set a keyframe. But first, actually, I need to figure out where I want my animation to stop. So let's go and say around frame 38. Frame 38 feels like the right frame. And let's set a keyframe for our offset Z and a keyframe for our Y. So we're first setting our end keyframe, and now we need to go back and set our beginning keyframe. So let's go to the beginning, and let's just take our offset and move it up. I'm going to double click in here and hit the number 1, hit enter. And then for our Y rotation, I'm just going to type in 90. And then let's play that back. All right, not bad. So I'm just going to take our auto render range and just isolate it to the area that we're working on. I don't want to render the whole or preview the whole clip. So I'm going to hold Command and click and drag right inside the time ruler. And that's going to just preview that specific area. Okay, so we have our text animating. It's not animating sequentially yet. Let's click on our time tab, and then we're going to just increase the delay. All right, so you can start to see there that our text is now animating one after the other. I'm going to come into the 3D options here, and I'm just going to remove this grid so we can see that a little better. There we go. All right, it's coming together. Now, while we're here, I just want to smooth out this animation. So I'm going to open up the spline editor. I'm going to click on my stylized text, and that's revealed all the keyframes. For this, I'm just going to quickly select both of my end keyframes for my offset and my Y angle. I'm going to hit Shift S, and that's just going to smooth out those keyframes so as it lands, it's going to land nice and slow. All right, that's looking good. Let's close down the spline. Okay, so we've animated some text. Let's go ahead and add a camera now. So I got my replace 3D material selected. I'm going to add a 3D camera. Fusion's already made a merge 3D for me. Now I need to view this merge 3D so I can see what's going on. So I'm going to hit the number 1 key, and I'm going to hit the number 2 key. So I've loaded this one node into both views. And I'll tell you why here in a second. So let me just adjust this a little bit so we can see it better. Okay, so on my left view, I've got the perspective view, right? I can move around, adjust all my properties as needed. In my right view, I have the same thing, but I'm going to change that. So down here at the bottom left, where it says perspective, I'm going to click on Camera 3D. Because I have a Camera 3D piped into my Merge 3D, I have access to that view. So basically now I'm viewing the POV of that camera. So we don't see anything. We need to move our camera into place. So to do that, one way that I like to do this is instead of going to the inspector and tweaking and adjusting each individual frame, I just come to the perspective view and I just find my frame here in the perspective view. Let me move out here so I can get a better look. Something like this, a little bit closer. Now I'm going to right click in this perspective corner down here and say copy this POV to my camera. So right away in viewer 2 you can see Fusion has taken the camera and moved it right where I told it to move. So it's kind of a cool way of animating as well. You don't have to go and try to move the x-axis and the y-axis and the z-axis. You just use the perspective view with your mouse and orbit around and then say copy that. Okay, so this is kind of where I want to land. I want my camera to land right here. So let's scrub our timeline and just see where we can land. All right, so let's go right at frame 30. This is where our camera is going to land. So let's go to our camera controls. Excuse me, let's first click on the camera node, go to the camera controls. Now I need to set keyframes for my X, Y, and Z offset. So one way you can do that for most parameters is just actually right click on the name of the parameter and say animate the translation group. So that's just going to give me keyframes for all three right away. And I'm also going to do one for the Z rotation as well. So let's go to the beginning, and then let's actually do this inside of the camera view. So I'm going to hold the command key and just scroll down. So I'm actually animated. You can see the inspector is moving, and I'm just moving my camera right where I need to. And then I'm going to put my Z rotation at 90, and let's watch this back. One thing to note is if you make an adjustment inside a parameter, you hit enter and you hit the space bar, you need to be able to click outside of that parameter, then hit the space bar, and the playback will work. All right, so on the left view you see my perspective view, the right view you see what's happening inside the camera, and that's not bad. Okay, let's open up the spline editor just to smooth out these keyframes. I don't like having static linear keyframes. So I'm starting to have a bunch of keyframes here. I'm not sure which one is which. I'm just going to turn off my 3D text. I have my camera selected. Again, I'm just going to select all these keyframes at the end, my end keyframes. I'm going to hit Shift S, and that's just going to smooth those out. Cool. So right now our camera's twisting, coming back, and landing. It'd be nice if it was kind of still moving away, right? That we're still kind of pushing away from it. So we're going to go to the end of our time ruler, and we're just going to grab our offset and push it out a little bit. Let's see what that does for us. There we go. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but it still has a subtle slight movement. Just kind of nice. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Can never go wrong with a bigger movement, right? All right, so what do we have? We've got our text animating, we've got our camera animating. Now let's go ahead and add some particles. Actually, while I'm here, I'm just going to select all these nodes. It's kind of bothering me. I'm just going to hit Command G. I'm just going to put those into a group just so it's nice and tidy. Okay, let's talk particles. So in the effects library, before we talk particles, there's all these different templates that you can look from. Fusion comes preloaded with different backgrounds, generators, lens flares, particles, shaders. So just go through there, take a look at the particles, or take a look at the shaders. It's a great way to deconstruct and just to see how things are constructed and built. So there's firework particles, there's smoke particles, there's all sorts of different particles for different types of designs and needs. We're going to use the tools and build it ourselves, but I just want you to see all the different tools that are available for the particles. So we've got all sorts of things from causing friction or different types of forces, gravity, wind, you name it. You can spend an endless amount of time in particles. There's so much that I still need to look at and learn. All right, to use particles though, no matter what you're doing, either if it's 2D or for 3D, you always need to have two nodes. You need to have a particle generator and a particle renderer. Without those nodes, you're not having any particles. So let's add a particle emitter and let's add a particle renderer. Okay, now by default, it's set, the particle renderer is set to 3D, so we can just pipe this right in to our merge 3D. And you can see right there is our little particle. So let's start creating and building our particle system. Okay, first of all, I want to go to the region. This is where we're telling the emitter where and how to generate particles. So right now it's set to this little sphere. I'm going to change it to a cube, and then let's adjust the size of it and the height of it. And let's just move along here, adjust the depth. I want to see where my camera is landing. I'm going to click out where my end keyframe is just real quick to see where my camera is landing so I can adjust the dimensions. Oh, let's go more than that. Okay, that's good. Let's increase the width. Let's try 2. Let's do 3. Let's do 2 for that. Maybe 3. Let's see what we got. Let's watch this. So, I mean, this is kind of nice. I'm in 3D. I'm putting particles. I'm just playing back. I'm not sure how big I want my particle box to be, but I think this is going to work. Let's just adjust. Now let's keep it wide. Let's adjust the height. All right. If we need to adjust it, we'll come back and adjust it. Let's go to our Style tab for our particles. Right now it's set to point. I'm going to change this to line. And let's see here. We have a line. Let's go to the size controls and just crank up the size controls. Yes, we have lines. Okay. Let's go to our velocity. Add some velocity. So it's going in the wrong direction. So let's go ahead and change the angle to -90. So now it's, as you can see here, the particles are going away from the camera into the background. Now, this line is not lining up properly, so I'm just going to come to the Y rotation and change that. Before I do that though, right now the particles are set to always face camera. Just go ahead and deselect that. And then let's change this to 90 degrees. All right. Oh, I changed the variance. Okay, let's reset the variance and let's go to our Y rotation. There we go. Okay, look at that. Not bad. So we have a cool, interesting looking star field that's happening. Camera's flying past our text. Particles are flying past us as well. I think this is good. Let's go back to our Style tab here, and then let's just create some size variance. Right? We don't want everything to be uniform. You're making, computer-generated graphics. Everything's so clean and uniform. Let's break it up. So we're gonna do some size variance. I'm also gonna click into size over life and just adjust how it's born and how big it gets. Now the same option, so if I'm in the spline editor and I select a keyframe, I hit Shift-S, that smooths out that keyframe. Now in the inspector, you'll have some instances like this where we have a spline as well, and the same thing works. Shift-S will smooth out that keyframe for us as well. So whenever you see a spline, doesn't matter which panel it is, you can always select it, you can always hit Shift-S or adjust it as needed. Okay, so I think this is looking all right. Oh, let's go to the fade controls. can't forget the fade controls. We're going to fade it in a little bit, and we're going to really crank down on the out. Okay, let's go to the emitter tab, and let's just bring down the lifespan. Again, I'm just playing around. I'm just kind of tweaking and building it. There's so many different options that you can use here and go crazy with, so just bear with me as we're kind of just finding this together. All right, lifespan variance, good. Now, I do not want my particles to be animating the whole time. I would like for them to fade away. So I'm going to go to the beginning of my clip. I'm going to change the number count to about 400. I'm going to set a keyframe. I'm going to move one frame over. I'm going to set another keyframe and change this to 0. So now I've just told Fusion, oops, here we go, let me click out. I've just told Fusion to generate a certain amount of particles at a certain point in time, and then they'll fade away. So you can see that here in our left view, they're starting to fade away. Okay, let's change the number variance just a little bit, and let's bring up our lifespan. Okay, not bad. One thing I do want to go back to, you're going to have to forgive me, I'm constantly tweaking all the time, trying to make things look a little bit better and cool. Let's go back to our reflection map here. In the spherical map, we're just going to animate the rotation just so we can get some cool features. Let's see here. Let's just move this around. I want to bring out this reflection as much as possible. All right, so I'm going to set keyframes here at the very end of my clip. And let's go back here and let's just move this around a little bit. All right, let's see what that looks like. Oops, let's open up our render range now. So you can see I just animated the rotation of the sphere map, and it's given this effect that the reflections are moving on the text. So just a nice little subtle thing. We don't want anything to be too static, so just giving a little movement here and there really adds a nice touch. Okay, I think I'm good with that. Let's close this down. All right, so we're in our 3D environment. Again, we need to go back into 2D. Now we want to start tweaking our look of our image, and we're going to add some glows and all that stuff, so we need to go into 2D. We're going to do that with our 3D renderer node. So I have my merge node selected. I'm going to add my renderer 3D node. Let's look at that. Okay, well, what happened to our particles? Well, what happened was the renderer 3D has a couple of different options for you to choose from. So this render type here is set to software renderer. We're going to change that to OpenGL. And there you go. We've got our particles, we've got our glass look, and that is looking a little bit better. All right, also, I'm going to come over here to the settings tab, and I'm going to turn on motion blur. Gotta love that motion blur. Let's see what we have here. Nice. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so now we're just going to start adding some 2D filters just to kind of really bring this image and give it some nice pop. So I'm going to turn off the view for my Merge 3D, and I'm just going to use one viewer right now. So I'm going to click this monitor button, and it's just going to isolate this view for me, just so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this node called filter node. I love the filter node. It's so underrated. I'm going to load that in to my viewer. I'm going to change this to Sobel. So it's just kind of giving us this cool little outline. And I want to reapply this back over my renderer. So if you're coming from a layer-based motion graphics application, you're probably familiar with pre-comping, so a composition within a composition. And when I was working on layer-based applications, I had tons of pre-comps. So what we just did right now is basically the same thing. It's a pre-comp, but because we're in nodes, it's so much easier, it's so much more efficient, it's quicker to just grab something and comp it right back over itself. You can see it, you always have access to it. So just keep that in mind when you're relating that to other applications. Okay, so after the filter, I'm going to add a blur node just to kind of soften that edge a little bit. Yeah, right about there. And let's look at our merge. Okay, so here's before, and here's after. So you can kind of see it's giving it this nice little pop. I'm going to just blend this down, just dial it back. Just dial it back some. Bring down the alpha gain. And let's see what we have here. Before and after. Before and after. All right, not bad. Now I would like my particles to actually still be lingering on, so I'm going to go back to my particles real quick and just increase the lifespan. Let's see here. Yeah. There we go. That's much better. Okay, great. Let's keep moving on. All right, so let's add a little color correction. And for this, we're just gonna bring down our gamma a little bit, pump up the gain. Let's add a glow. Now we're gonna just increase the glow size a little bit. Maybe pump up the glow. If you want to be able to toggle on the effect, it's kind of just to see what it is you came from and where you're going. Right next to the name, there's this little switch that you can click on and off. You can also hit Command P, and that'll turn off, on and off that node. So you can see we're adding this nice little glow. I'm going to add another glow. This time it's going to be a soft glow. Let's view that. That's a little bit big. I'm going to use a threshold. I'm just going to isolate to these highlighted areas. I'm going to bring the gain down. We don't want to go too crazy. We just want to add a nice little subtle punch. Okay, so you can see we're just adding just a nice subtle punch. Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and add a little bit of atmosphere. Right now we're kind of in just on a black background, but we want to add some atmosphere. So I'm going to add a background node. Now in this case, excuse me, the background node is another underrated tool as well. So obviously we can use it to generate a solid color, in this case black, but under the type you have all these other options. So we have a gradient and you have gradient types. Let's look at that and let's open up our two monitors and put our background in viewer 1. So you can see here that you have all these options to make different gradients. And for our purposes, I'm going to change this gradient type to radial. And let's change this color around. Just going to find a nice little shade of blue. And let's change this other color, nice and dark. So it's a great way of creating little vignettes. You can also use it to drive other filters. So you can change and morph the background node to use for displacement maps, for other types of blurs. We'll use it for a blur node actually later on. So definitely explore the background node. There's a lot of options that you can play with. Okay, so this looks nice. It's too clean. So again, I want to break it up, add some dimension to it. So we're going to do that with fast noise. So I'm going to add a fast noise. Let's view the fast noise. Let's crank up the detail. Let's bring down the scale some. And let's pipe the output of our fast noise right into the mask input of our background. Let's view that. And so right away we have the color and the gradient properties of our background, but we're using the fast noise to break it up and give it some dimension. So that's going to be really nice. So let's look at our merge. All right, not bad. Let's go to our apply mode and just go to screen. And that's not looking too bad. Okay, we might come back later and tweak that, but I'm good with that for now. Okay, what's next? All right, we're going to add emboss. So back to the filter node. I love the filter node. Oops, wrong F2. Here we go. So we're going to add a little bit of emboss. Now what is this doing? It's just adding a little bit of extra sharpness and crunch to our image. Just a personal taste. After this, we're going to add some Very Blur. I like the Very Blur. It's a cool little tool to use. Definitely explore it. So right now, nothing is happening with this Very Blur. We need to be able to control it and tell the Very Blur which part of the image we want to blur. And we're going to do that again with another background node. So let's add a background node. Let's view that in viewer 1. And we're going to change this to our gradient. This time, instead of going to radial, we're going to go to reflect. Now I'm going to grab this on-screen control here and bring in my gradient. I'm going to use this black and white image to control which part of my Very Blur I want to be blurred and which part I want not to be blurred. So let's pipe in the background into our Very Blur. And just so we can see the difference, we're just going to crank up the Very Blur. All right, so you can see now that the edges are all blurred while the center is mostly in focus. So let's adjust the background so we can get it right where we want it. Now, if you adjust this gradient triangle here at the bottom, you can see that I'm opening it up over here as I move it to the right. So this is a great way of just kind of tweaking and adjusting. Okay, let's go back to the Very Blur. I think that's good. Let's bring this down. We don't want to blur it that much. So here's off. Just want to do it a little bit. Let's toggle that on and off. Okay, nice. Again, just adding dimension to our image and breaking it up where we can, keeping it sharp where we want to, but breaking it up where we can. Okay, we're almost there. Rays, let's add some rays, some little light rays. We can't go wrong with light rays. All right, that's pretty big. Let's try to bring this down a little bit. Just using these controls here, and really just to taste, right? There's no really rhyme or reason or method. It's just to taste and to the design. In this case, it's kind of a little too much everywhere, so I'm just going to isolate it with an ellipse mask and just kind of soften this edge out. And let's just click through and see what we have so far. We're just kind of clicking through, checking everything. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, this is pretty good. I'm liking this. So what I'm going to do real quick, I'm just going to change it up. I'm going to actually animate this ellipse. So let's see here. Right about here, I want my rays to kind of kick in. So let's do frame 20. Let's put a keyframe on our width and our height. Let's jump over to about frame 46 and let's set keyframes again. Now I've just set beginning and end keyframes. I haven't changed anything, but just so I can mark my beginning and ends. Now this is the end. This is where I want my ellipse to open up to. I'm going to go to the beginning and I'm just going to bring the size of this down. So that way our ellipse is opening up and you'll start to see how the rays are now being shown as the ellipse opens up. So you don't actually have to animate the rays itself. You can just use a mask to control it and animate as needed. I'll leave that for now. Maybe we'll come back and adjust that a little bit later. Okay, let's go back to our effects library and back to those templates that we talked about earlier. Under Tools, we've got this cool little plugin called Chromatic Aberration. I'm just going to add a little bit of chromatic aberration. And lastly, we're going to add some grain. Got to use my favorite filter, the filter node. Okay, let's click on grain and let's just crank it up 2 by 2. There you go. You can see we've added a little bit of grain just to kind of break things up, keep it feeling nice and cool. Let's make this 1. All right, not bad. Okay, this is pretty good. There's so many different ways you can just take this and go with it. This is really just a taste, but you can go crazy. In fact, I want to add a little bit of a foreground piece, so I'm going to add a shape 3D. So let's go back to our 3D environment. Let's create a shape 3D, just because I can't stop tinkering. Let's load that in Viewer 2. Let's quickly change this to a cube. And, you know, again, it's just so nice to be able to repurpose things very, very quickly. So we created our custom material earlier. I'm just going to take out of that reflect and pipe it right into our shape 3D. So we kind of have that same material, we're using it on our cube. Okay, let's put 2 viewers up so we can see what we're doing. Let's actually do this here. Let's go back to the end, and let's put this in our Viewer 2. I'm going to take the output of my Shape 3D and drop it into my Merge 3D. So I want to add this little shape just as a foreground element. So let me go to Perspective View, and let's just move this right where we want it. So I'm going to go to the end and just adjust and tweak. So I've been going to the inspector, making changes, coming back. You don't have to. You've got these on-screen controls up here where you can change and do stuff right inside the viewer. So we can change rotation of our object. We can also change the scale of our object. Oh, I went too far. Let's see here. Let's try that a little more. So that way you just stay right inside of the viewer and do all of your adjusting as needed. Okay, just going to move this over a little bit. I am going to change the size down in the inspector. Fusion has to process both the output and the 3D for this. Okay, that is not bad. Let's bring it in a little closer. Anytime you can give dimension and shape to your composition by adding a foreground or background element, just helps keep things nice and real. Okay, so what I would like to do is blur this, this little cube and use it as a foreground to kind of create some sort of depth of field effect. Now right now I have the shape 3D going into my Merge 3D and out to the Renderer 3D. So I'm going to break it apart, isolate it, that way I can add it back into my pipeline and tweak that just specifically. So let's disconnect our Shape 3D and let's select our Merge 3D and our Renderer 3D. I'm going to copy that. We're just going to paste it down here. Now I'm going to take the output of this Shape 3D and put it into the Merge 3D. So if I were to load the Render 3D into my viewer, well, nothing's really happening. It's just sitting there. So I need to add the camera. So I don't have to copy and paste the camera. I can just take the output from my camera and branch it right into my Merge 3D. And just like that, now I have all that same camera data, camera animation happening right here in this separate pipeline. Okay, that's good. So now we're ready to add this back into our node structure. So let's find a good spot for it. I think after this glow might be good. I'm just going to select these nodes, move them down, select my glow, add a merge, and then take the output of this, drop it right into my merge. And then let's view the output of our final comp. Okay. So do you see what I did there? I did a whole new 3D foreground object, repurposed my camera, did a whole new renderer, and now I'm piping it back in 2D. So let's add a blur node to this, and we're just going to crank this up. We're going to select our merge. Now, when you're in the merge node, it took me a while. You have all your different composite modes, screen, overlay, soft, hard light. I could not find the add overlay. it's actually the alpha gain. So if you adjust the alpha gain, that's the equivalent of add, but it's even better because you can actually dial it in as much as you want. So it's not just a button you click on, you can dial it in to taste. So I'm going to bring down this alpha gain. That's the same as add. And you can see it's just peeking in right there on the bottom of the F. Maybe we'll add some brightness contrast, and we'll crank this up a little bit more. Go back to our blur. Let's just go crazy with our blur. See what happens. 200. Okay, let's go back to our merge. Bring down our blend a little bit. Okay, so what has this done? Well, let's click through and find out. Okay, great. So let's take a look at that. I'm just going to click at the beginning of my comp and see how that looks. All right. Not bad. I'm liking this. We got our rays, got our particles, got a nice little foreground piece. Okay, so I would say this is a good place to go ahead and stop. But before we do that, I want to talk about really the whole dimension of Resolve, right? We're in Fusion, but there's so many other parts of Resolve that really brings it all home together. So let's jump into the color page. I'm going to go to the color page, and right away, it's available for us. Our animation is available for us here in the color page. Now, when I'm doing motion graphics, I'll design in Fusion, I'll edit it to music on the edit page, I'll add my sound effects in the Fairlight side. But really, the color is where you can hone it in and bring it together. So there's a lot of other effects that you can add right here on the color page on top of the motion graphics that you just built. So you can add even more glows, camera shake, other distortions, or just kind of clean up your motion graphics. A lot of times you need that final color finesse, maybe something to the shadows or to the highlights. So this is where you really would polish off your motion graphics piece. And essentially, it's not available anywhere else in this type of platform. So don't be afraid to delve in and to mix the two together. So let's just take a look. I kind of added some nodes already. They're turned off, so we're just going to select them and turn them on. So I've added, let's see here, what have I added? I added some lens reflections, some prism blurs, and some glows. So again, it's up to you to taste based on how your creative is and what you're doing, but you can really just take your animations, your visual effects to the next level because you have the ability just to click one little button and go right over to the color tab. So I hope we learned something today and we had fun along the way. This is just a taste. There's so much more that you can do with the 3D nodes. There's a lot we haven't covered. And if you, again, need to look at the first video, go right ahead. But thanks for watching, and come back again soon.
Hi, I'm Mary, and I'm here to talk to you about Fairlight page in DaVinci Resolve 15. So here we're going to take a scene that was edited, and we're going to develop the soundtrack into a fully professional quality soundtrack in audio post. So if you're following along, you've already downloaded the project, so let's get started. The project's open. One of the things we might want to do is go ahead and reset the user interface. So under the workspace menu, if your interface doesn't look just like mine, go ahead and click reset, and that way it'll match what I'm working on. Now let's talk about the interface real quickly. This is the default interface. The main portion of the middle here, this is all of your timeline, your audio timeline, and this is where you have all of your clips and your tracks. There's a ruler running across the top. You can click anywhere on that ruler to move to that particular frame, and of course you can see which frame you're on right there in the viewer at the top. Now running across the top of the timeline, you're going to see your monitoring panel. I'm actually going to mute playback for just a moment so that when I start playback here, you can see this is where you have meters for every track in the timeline, and you can also see, I can see my video as I'm playing. You can also resize your monitoring panel by just dragging the left edge next to the viewer. You can see that I can resize this any way I'd like to. I can resize it any way I'd like to because, as you see, we've got meters, but I only have 3 tracks and 3 meters right now, so I can take advantage of that real estate and make it a little bit larger. You can also resize the screen as well by just pulling down below the viewer, and now I have a larger viewing area that I can work with. So it's a very flexible interface, which is great. Now just below the monitoring panel, you'll see over on the right we have our mixer, and the mixer is where we have a channel strip for every track in the timeline. You can just drag the edge, as you can see, to expand that, which is very useful. And then here I have a channel strip for every track. If I click on any of those right here and select them, you'll notice that the corresponding track will also be selected. One other thing you'll see right away is whatever track I have selected, when a clip is underneath the playhead, that clip actually is highlighted as well, so that's very useful. I'm going to stop playback, and if I want to deselect, just click anywhere in that gray space. So we have our monitoring panel at the top, we have our mixer on the side, and then of course we have our timeline. So those are the three primary areas that we'll be working with. And then here at the top, above the timeline area, you're going to see your transport controls. And what the transport controls have are just your basic controls that you would use for moving your playhead around. And of course, it's everything you would expect, your play, your stop, and here's your record button, for example. Now, I'm going to jump back out of there. The other thing we would use for playback is, of course, just the national standard, which is a space bar. So anytime you want to start or stop, just use your space bar as you would with any other application. Now if I want to jump to the home position, just hit the home key. And if you want to go to the end position, just press end, and that will always take you to the last frame in your project. So you now have a way to navigate your way around. Let's dive in and take a look at what's actually happening in this scene. Now when you get a scene from editorial, first thing you want to do is evaluate, what do I have here to work with? Everything that the editors do when they're editing their soundtrack is very deliberate. They have a reason for it. So part of the job is to figure out what it is they're doing and why, and then just to expand on that to make it sound even better. So right now I have 3 tracks. I have my dialogue track here at the top, which is going to have all the talking parts. And then we have our drone track, which is going to be a general filler track. And then we have an effects track at the bottom. Now one of the things that's very useful is when you're looking at your tracks, let me go in and look at them a little closer, is you'll see that you have these 2 buttons here, a solo button, which is the S, and then you have the mute button here. And what those do is they allow you to listen to only specific tracks or to mute a track so that you can evaluate individual tracks as needed. And so that's what we're going to do right here. Dialogue we can kind of figure out. Let's take a look at and listen to some of these other tracks. So for example, if I solo this drone track, I'm going to deselect all the tracks here by clicking the empty space. And if I solo this and just start playback, I can hear what it is. And let me just turn off my mute so that you'll be able to hear it also. So that's just a general drone sound, and those are used as filler for just a background sound to kind of fill in the gaps, and it's also selling the idea that we're on a spaceship, which is useful. One issue I'm going to have is obviously the volume levels on this is going to be a little bit loud, so we'll deal with that in a minute. So we have our drone track. Let's see what this lower track is. I'm going to solo that one and listen. Okay, so that is medical equipment. As you can hear it, that's going to be the respirator sound that goes with our character who's here on the medical equipment, which makes sense. We would want to have some kind of respirator there. So I get it. Now I noticed that the editor has put a fade on that clip, which means they're trying to lower the sound, which is great. But if I play a little bit forward, I'm going to roll through this and just see what's happening. If I go a little bit further, I'll see that the respirator is still in the same room, so it doesn't mean I want to make it go away altogether. We're just going to lower the level of that clip when it's necessary. So we'll do a little bit of work with that here in a second. So let's unsolo that track and let's go ahead and make it longer, because we can. And to extend a track, all you need to do is just grab the edge of it and just drag. And you notice that anytime you click the tail of a clip, which is the end, the head of a clip is the beginning, and if I click on the tail, it will show me my handles, which as you can see, I have plenty of handles for this clip to make it longer. So let's go ahead and extend it so it lasts about the same length as our dialogue. And then I'm going to remove that fade. If you look, we've got that fade here. I can just remove that by dragging that fade handle out. So it's probably not necessary. If it turns out we do need to fade, we can deal with that when we get there. One other thing while I'm here is let's go look at the end now. And I want to zoom in a little bit just to see if we've done a clean job when we extended this. So let's put our playhead down there towards the end, and we're going to zoom in. And to do that, we can use the zoom controls here above the timeline. You have 2. You have one zoom control for horizontal zoom, and you notice that whenever you zoom horizontally, it's going to always put the playhead in the middle, which is great because then the clip I'm working with is right there front and center, and I can adjust it or extend it, which is perfect. So that is for doing horizontal zoom, and then for doing vertical zoom, it's always going to look at your selected track. So if I select this track and I make it larger, you'll notice that I can really blow that out and make it huge to work with because that's the selected track using my horizontal zoom. If you're using a 3-button mouse, by the way, the shortcut would be the Option key for doing horizontal zooms, and if you hold Shift, see if I can get this one to work. If you hold down the Option key, it's going to do your horizontal zoom, and the Shift key is going to do your vertical zoom. So you have total control of it with your mouse if you prefer. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. So now that I've selected that, I can really see each progression by looking at the waveform of, I can see the progression of that particular sound effect. And so now I know I want to extend it, and let's let it finish out that cycle right at the end there. And so now if I want to see, well, how does that going to sound? I'm going to zoom, use my vertical zoom to bring all the tracks back. I'm going to click down here to the end, and let's just hear how the end of this sounds with that finished piece there.
What?
He says what, and then we go to a spaceship. So I think that's going to work just fine. Again, later on, if we decide we want to make any adjustments, you can always change it. Let's go back to the beginning. I hit the home key, and I'm going to use the shortcut Shift-Z to fit everything horizontally into the available space on my timeline. Now, before we actually go in and make any adjustments, I do want to point out, as I said before, this was edited on the edit page. Let's go to the edit page for just a minute. First thing I'm going to do is let's move our playhead somewhere over that first clip so you just have one spot there that you're looking at, and you can see, okay, we've got our character, the very first shot, there he is. And then let's go to the edit page, and when you go there, you're going to see we're on the exact same frame. It's the same timeline. Nothing has changed. The only thing that changed is we actually went to the edit page, and now here you can see what we actually did when it was cut together. And if I click this horizontal line in between my video and audio, you can see you can raise that up, and now you can see the entire timeline right here, and I can hit Shift-Z, and I can see the exact same clips, same timeline. As you can see, it's very uniform. We're in the same place. We're just looking at it from a different page. This is where you go when you want to edit your picture and sound. Let's go back to the Fairlight page. This is where you work on your soundtrack. And in the Fairlight page, you only work with your sound. So that's perfect. So here we are, and we are ready to make a few changes. So the first thing we have to work on, and it's the most obvious, is our volume levels. So we're going to start with the drone track, and let's just deal with the volume levels. I'm going to solo that track again. And when I solo that track, just click the S button there. And if I start playback, we're going to focus on the sound. And I want you to look at the meters, because you don't have to know that much about the meters to understand how they work. Even if you're brand new to audio mixing, I'm going to give you a couple of clues here for your sound levels. These levels are marked in 3 different zones of color, which makes it very easy for you to see instantly if it's too loud or too quiet to get your basic levels set up. If I start playback, you'll see, and I'm going to dim the sound just for a moment. If I look at playback on this drone, do you see how it's in the red area? We don't want a background sound ever to be in the red, okay? Unless someone's standing next to a jet engine, we don't want to have it in the red area. The yellow area is actually where we want to have all of our dialogue. If you always mix your dialogue so it's in that yellow zone, it's going to sound good. And then, of course, you finesse the levels as you go. The green zone would be more for your background sound, background music. So let's go ahead and move this down to the green zone now. And to lower it, we have a couple of choices. We can select the clip itself, and we can just lower the volume level of the clip. And you notice as you raise or lower, just click on, and I'll zoom in a little bit for you. If you just click this overlay, you can see that I can raise or lower my levels, and the graphics will update on your waveform so that you can see if it's louder or quieter. You can also adjust the level of the track itself in the mixer or right here using this field. So you have a choice. It's preferred if you just go ahead and change it inside of the timeline on the clips, balance those first. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to use our mixer as a guide, and we're also going to bring up one other panel, and that's our inspector. So go up to the top right. Let's look at our inspector. And this is very useful because the inspector allows you to find out more information about whatever you happen to have selected. For example, if I select this clip, you'll notice that it shows more information about the clip. If I select the track, it's going to show me information about the track and allow me to make changes there. So in this case, I just want to select the clip. And let's look at the inspector, and here it shows me the volume level. It shows pan. If I need to adjust the pan, I can adjust the pitch, and there's even some EQ that you can make adjustments to if that's what you need to do. In this case, we're just looking at the volume. I'm going to click this reset button right here, and that'll reset the volume level of that clip since I was just messing with it. And now what we're going to do is make the change here on the clip itself. Now I can change it by dragging, or I can change it by dragging over here on the clip volume in the inspector. So I can do it either place. If you ever want to reset your level, just double click on that volume overlay and it will automatically reset it. And by the way, when you're looking at this field, that 0.0 does not mean 0 decibels. What it means is no change has been applied to that particular field. So it just means that no change is applied. And then what we change is shows how many decibels we've made adjustments to. So let's come over here, and I want to lower this a lot. So I'm going to start playback, and as I play that, I'm going to bring this down until, again, I don't want it in the red, I don't want it in the yellow, I want to bring this all the way down to the green area, and there it is. And you also want to use your ears when you're working with sound, obviously, so you have to trust how it sounds in addition to just making adjustments based on meters, okay? So they both work together. So now that I've changed the level of that particular clip, let's see what I set it to. If I make it selected, I can see I'm around minus 13 decibels is how much I've lowered it. So let's do the same thing to those other clips in the track. I'm going to hit Shift-Z to fit everything to the timeline, and then I'm just going to select all of those additional clips at one time. And when I do that, look what happened in the inspector. The inspector now shows that we have multiple clips selected, and that's perfect because with multiple clips, I can then make the adjustments to all of those at one time. So I'm going to go ahead and lower those levels to around minus 13, minus 14, anywhere between 13 and 15, just something that's low enough that it's not going to be stepping over my dialogue. And I've now set the levels of that particular track. What's great is because we did not adjust the level of the fader at all, that means I have all of this room to adjust my fader later on when I get into mixing. Now, let's move on to this next track. So we've dropped down and fixed the drone track. Let's now look at this effect. And if you remember, this effect had that fade going on by the editor, and now we're going to figure out why that fade was there and do the same thing, but we're going to do it on the track and then on the clip. So the first thing I want to do is let's reset the level of this particular clip. Double click. Looks like it's set. I noticed that the level of the track has been lowered by 15 decibels, and if I look over at the mixer, you'll see that this fader has been lowered as well. So in editorial, they just dropped that level, and that was how they dealt with it. So let's go ahead and start by resetting that level. Just double click on that fader to reset it, and let's just see what we're actually dealing with, and then we'll make adjustments to it. So I'm going to turn off my dim for a moment, so I'm playing it at full volume, and let's listen. Okay, it's a good sound. It really sells the idea of this respirator that we're seeing. However, it's also kind of loud, and it's going to be a bit annoying, and we don't need it to be annoying. We just need it to be present and make sure that we're selling the idea that this guy's actually under this medical equipment. So what we'll do is we can adjust the level here on the fader, and this time we're going to do it while listening with the other tracks. And to do that, we can just start playback. I'm going to do mine dimmed, but you can do yours at full volume if you're following along. And we're going to just drag this down and lower it while we listen. And actually, I will take off dim for a moment and try this. I'm going to start it at the very beginning, press home, and I'm just going to listen and lower that level, and I'm going to watch my meters. Let's make sure that those levels are down in the green. So here we go. Start playback, and I'm just lowering it. Okay, I want it to be subtle. There we go. Somewhere in that ballpark is good. So I've now lowered the level of the track by using my ears, and notice that it also lowered it here on the fader. So set your own levels and just watch it. As long as I'm out of the yellow zone with that, I think I'm okay. I could bring it down a little bit if I need to. You can always adjust your levels. It's not a set it and forget it kind of environment. When you're constantly changing levels when you're mixing or working with audio, the idea is to keep them balanced as you go so you don't have so much work down the road trying to just fix things and make them work together. Here, they're already working. So great, we've got that part done. Next, what we want to do is go ahead and lower it, and we're going to try to achieve what was done with that fade out, only we're going to do it a little bit smarter right here in audio by adding a couple of keyframes to the clip itself. One other thing I want to do is I'd like to see the video track. So we're going to come up here to the timeline options menu, and we're going to click on that. And in the timeline options menu, you have some choices for being able to see different elements of your timeline. I'm going to just go right here to the video tracks. And by turning that on, we'll be able to see the actual video clips. Just click out of that menu once you're done. And now I can see every single clip that was edited in the timeline, all of the different tracks from my edit page. I can't actually change them, which I wouldn't want to do. I can just see them as a reference, which is great. I'm going to move my playhead over here to around 12 seconds, and I'm going to zoom in. All right, so let's zoom in on our clip. Now I've got a lot going on here in my real estate, so I'll keep the inspector open, but I'm just letting you know that you can always adjust your volume, or you can always adjust your clips as you need to. For example, right now I can collapse these clips, just horizontally zoom so they're much tighter, these tracks, and then I can just extend this one track by dragging the bottom of the track header, and now I've made this one much larger so I can focus just on the area I need to right now. Now this is the area in question, and as you can see, we go from having the character right in the foreground to our main character looking at him, walking across the screen, and from the rest of the scene, he's going to be in the background. And so for that, we can actually just lower this level right here, and let's use his clip when he walks across the screen as a guide. So I'm going to move my playhead here, and if I look, I can see that there's one section there in the waveform where we have one of those respirator full respirator moves. So let's go ahead and use that as a guide. I'm going to option click on the volume overlay, and when you option click, you set a keyframe right there on that particular overlay at that moment. And I'm going to come over here, I'm going to set a second one on the other side of that particular respirator area. So we're looking at this piece, and now when I play that back, these keyframes are roughly the same length as that shot, and then what I'm going to do is I can lower the volume level of the entire rest of the clip, and what it's going to do is going to give me a nice gradual fade as he's crossing the room, and then by the time he gets to this side and we see the respirator in the background, it will be much quieter. Now you can use your inspector as a guide if you want to look for obvious numbers. For me, I'm just going to listen to it and see, does it work? I want it to be present. You want to hear the respirator. We just don't want it to be stepping all over our dialogue. At any time, if we realize it's annoying us, if it's too loud, you can always adjust that level later. So let's play this back. I'm going to move my playhead right about here and just play this little section. And there you go. So here you can hear that it's clearly still in the room, but now we've lowered that level. So we accomplished what the editor had done with the fade, but we didn't remove it completely, and now it's still working as part of the scene. Because obviously, if it's in the scene and we can see it, even if you don't see it visually in every shot, it's still there. And when it comes to audio, when you're selling a location, you have to make sure those sound effects are consistent throughout the scene. So let's hit Shift-Z. So we have now finished that section. Now, remember how I changed the size of that track? I can adjust that by just changing my horizontal zoom. You notice that all the tracks now catch up and they're all the same size again. Let's now close down a few of these different panels. I don't need my inspector right now, so you can just click that button. I don't need the mixer right now either. And in fact, I don't even need to see all of my monitoring panel at the moment. I just want to see the viewer. And if that's the case, you can just click this little button below the viewer and it'll pop it out as an individual moving floating viewer that you can resize, and I can even hide those meters. And so now I'm working with my timeline however I need to get through my job, and in this case I'm going to set it up just like this and find out what else I need to do for my project. Let me set it down here, and I'm going to hit Shift-Z, and notice my entire timeline fits again, and now I can move on to what else I need to do. Also, I don't need my video track anymore, so let's hide that as well. Go up to Timeline Options and just turn that off. So now we're focused on our timeline. We've got our levels balanced pretty good, so now we're going to look at some of these markers across the top of the timeline. So if you notice, over here on the left-hand side, we have an index. Let's turn on our index. And this is going to show you your different tracks and also your markers. And so I'm going to look at the markers index for a second. Let's go into list view. And in the list view of our markers, this allows us to, if you look at the list view, this is going to give you a thumbnail for every single marker. And it's also going to give us additional information. And these markers were created by the editorial department. And by the way, I'm going to resize this a little bit, just grab the edge and pull. And now I can see all that information. And you notice the entire interface changes to accommodate what it is I need to do at any time, which is great. So what I want to do is I'm going to move this color, I want to move this particular category over, so the color of the markers I just moved to the left. And there's some of these different columns, I don't even need that information right now. I just want to see the name and read the notes. So if you right click on any column header, you can just turn off your starting, your ending time code, and your duration. So now I can focus on just the elements I need. Let's resize the name column. There you go. And so this is a nice way where the editorial department can leave notes, or you can sit down and you can set notes within the timeline and pass information back and forth, and we can keep it just like a spotting list right here in our timeline to look at. I'm going to sort by my colors here, and I notice the purple markers have to do with sound design, and then we have these red markers here, and those have to do with things that we need to fix within the dialogue tracks. So I'd also, since we're looking at these, one thing that's come to mind, I'd like us to actually add another marker, is let's go back towards the beginning, just click over your playhead in this empty space. This shot at the very beginning, we have that respirator, and I know you see the respirator on him, but to me, nothing speaks of hospital or medical equipment more than a heart monitor, and that's a really known sound, and I think that will really help sell this entire scene. And so one of the things I'd like to do is let's set a marker for a heart monitor to remind us to actually create one later on. So to set a marker, just move your playhead anywhere over that empty space where we're seeing that clip. And you can either press M, the shortcut for marker, or you can just come over here to this marker area and just click on the menu, go down, and let's just make a purple marker in this case. There it is. And if I want to write information in it, just double click the marker right there in the timeline. And let's call this heart monitor, because we're going to create one of those from scratch. It'll take us about 2 minutes to record and create our own heart monitor that we'll be using in a little bit. So that's just a reminder for us. So now that we've set our markers, let's go ahead and I'm going to sort the other direction. And now I'm sorting through the red markers. And we're going to go in there and see some of these different elements that we're working on for our dialogue tracks, which is very useful. For now, though, let's do a couple of these short bits here for our sound design. Let's look at the first marker here that says suspenseful drone. Just double click that thumbnail and it'll take the playhead to that position. And that's the first thing that we're going to do. I don't need my index anymore for now, so I can resize it this way if I want to make it smaller, or we can just hide it. So let's just hide our index, and we're going to go into the media pool instead. Now, if you just opened up this project, depending on what you have selected here, our master bin is where all of the information or all of our different bins of media is. In this case, we're going to come down to where it says SFX sample. And this is where we have some different sound effects, and we're going to go into our drones and atmosphere sound effects. And this is where we're going to find something that we can add. The instruction was suspenseful drone, so that's what we're going to put here. And I'm going to move my viewer over to this area for the moment. Again, I can move it anywhere I want to, whenever I need to, which is useful. And I'm not even going to create a track. In fact, I could even close this right now if I want to and come back to it later. I'm not going to create a track. I'm going to show you how we can have Fairlight will create the track for you based on your media. So let's go through here and look. We're looking for something called suspenseful drone. I see something down at the bottom. You can look at them in list view or icon view. And anytime you select a clip, you'll notice that it shows up right here in the preview panel. And what's nice about the preview panel is this gives you the ability to use your home and end keys to see the beginning and end of your clips. You can also play the clip through. This is our drone. And that's definitely a suspenseful drone, right? I can hear that. And you can even use your space bar to start and stop this. In this case, we're going to use the entire clip. I do want to point out that there's a second suspenseful drone in there. If you notice, that one has 6 channels of audio. So that's a 5.1 surround sound effect. We don't need that for this particular shot. So we're going to come back and use just the 2-channel suspenseful drone, you notice it shows me both channels. And we know it's going to go to this purple marker. By the way, if you want to navigate between your markers without going to the index, just hold the Shift key and use your up and down arrows. And let's come over here into the timeline. You notice I can be anywhere I want to, and if I use my up and down arrows, it will go from marker to marker. So let's make sure we're on that purple marker right here in the middle, and I'm going to bring this clip over, and I can do it one of two ways. I can select it and drag it straight from the list, or I can bring it from the preview player and just drag it down, and notice that I'm going to move it to my playhead, and notice a new track is created for me, and I just released this, and now it's in the timeline. It's created a track that matches, and I matched it to my marker position. So that's how easy it is to edit a clip into the timeline. Now, the first thing I do always when I've added new material is let's go ahead and name that track right now. Double click the name and just type drone 2. That way we have 2 different drone tracks. I also like to use colors on my different tracks to keep track of them, right? But to organize them. So we'll right click and go to change track color to navy. And that way it matches my other drone track. And I'd like to also move it up so it's with the other drone track. So we will just right click again and choose move up. So as you can see, it's infinitely flexible and you have total control as to where you want to put your clips and editing your tracks. So now that I have this here, first thing we have to do, and you already know this, is we're going to set the levels. Now instead of bringing up the mixer, we should be able to do it by just looking at this little meter right here in the track header. So I'm going to watch it. Let's just solo that track and listen. And you see how it's in the red. So we already know that it's too loud. You've already been taught this. So let's bring it down quite a bit. See if you can get that down in the green zone. That's pretty good. And then you're just going to have to use your ears and trust yourself. At some point you have to go, I know if it sounds good or not, and you're going to have to trust your own ears and make adjustments accordingly. So let's go ahead and just add a fade at the beginning and end. And let's just play the beginning of this section. I'm going to start at the purple marker and just play just for a couple seconds. If you want to see the video and audio, let's bring up our meters so you can see the video and just start playback. And it'd be nice if we unsolo that track. So let's try that one more time.
I can't explain this discrepancy.
And here comes the drone.
You died.
You see how we have that nice subtle drone? You don't want to beat someone over the head with it. You want it to be a nice, quiet, something that you just slip in there just to add a little bit of suspense, and then it disappears just as easily. At this moment, I don't know how the director wants to play this scene. This is a scene of people talking in a room. So it may have music, it may not have music, but the drone will really help us on the emotional level at this point. So there you go. We've just added that. Let's add one more thing. If you notice, I've still got my media pool open. Let's go to our index, and you notice you can have your marker index and your media pool showing at the same time, which is great. And what we want to do is let's look at that other marker below this that was the subtle explosion sound. Double click that icon and it will take our playhead to that position. And we're going to add a little explosion right here where Philip says boom. So I'm going to now hide my index and let's resize our tracks. I'm just going to use my vertical zoom there and just make these a little bit smaller so we can see them. And we're going to add an impact sound. If you notice, we can go to our sound effects, look for where it says impact right here. That's one of our categories, and I have 2 different sounds that we can choose from there. And before we do that, instead of bringing it just into the timeline to create its own track, we can actually make a track ahead of time if we'd like. So let's just create a track from scratch this time. Just right-click in the header area and just choose Add Track. We want this to be a stereo track, and there it is. It's just created the track for us. Let's name the track. It's always a good idea, and we'll call this Impact. And the impact, anytime we have a sound that's going to be an explosion, an impact, something loud and disruptive that we really need in our scene, it can go into this track now. So let's choose one of these 2 sounds. Let's go over to our media pool. We have a soft hit. I'll press the home key to go to the beginning and play. Okay, that's one. And then let's listen to this other one. Okay, and these are pretty, even though they seem loud on the meters, they're not too loud. These are nice resonating, very low frequency kind of sounds just to kind of sell the idea of an explosion. So let's go with the soft hit right here. And I'm going to drag this to my impact track and I'm going to line it up with the marker. There we go. So we've just added our sound effect. One other thing I'd like to do is let's go ahead and color this track purple. Right click and change the track color to purple. I just happen to use purple for effects. You can use any kind of color schemes you like. I just like to use purple for effects. That's just me. So once we have that in there, we now have added 2 new tracks. We've added a little bit of sound effects, so we've kind of built up this scene. Let's see what we actually did. I'm going to hide the media pool. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. This time I'm going to use the Command key and plus, or the equal sign, and it just makes it a little bit bigger so I can actually see what's happening here. Might reduce the size of these tracks a little bit and make this one a little larger because I can. And as you can see, this gives me an opportunity to see what I've actually done. Let's move our playhead back a little bit, and I'm just going to play this section.
You went spacewalking. Then just 2 hours ago, boom, there's this explosion and it surrounded the whole ship.
Okay, so that is our clip in the timeline. Now what we want to do is maybe adjust the sound a little bit more of this particular clip. It's good, it's loud, but I think I want to just punch this up a little bit differently in the story, because I think instead of it being part of his memory, if you notice that as we play through,
boom, there's this explosion and it surrounded the whole ship.
Here we actually see the explosion. So I'd like to move this over, and to do that I'm going to actually bring up something new in the interface that's very useful for matching sound effects or different things to the picture. So let's go back over to our timeline options. We're going to go down here to our scrollers, and we have 1 video scroller we'll bring up and 1 of our 2 audio scrollers. That's all we'll need for now, and then just click off of that to close up that menu. And over here you can see we now have a film strip where we can actually see every single frame. And we also have down here, we can see our waveform, which is very useful. I'm going to move my playhead back to that marker so that I can see here are the 2 elements the way they are synced at the moment. I'm going to play through this.
Boom, there's this explosion.
Okay, and then let's scroll through here. And notice if I drag this, what I'm really doing is I'm just moving the playhead around. And what I want to do is I want this to start on the first frame of the spaceship, so I'm actually going to double click on that frame. My playhead has now moved to it, which is great. So now that it's moved to the spot that I want it to go, I can now not move the playhead but move the clip itself. Now one thing about moving clips around in the timeline is if you zoom in on the clip, like I am right now, the more you zoom in, the more refined your movement will be. So by zooming in a little more, when I drag this, I can move at the subframe level, which is really useful, and I can really place this exactly where I want this to go. So there, I've just placed it, because I don't actually want the clip to start on that first frame. I'm going to back it up a tiny bit so that the explosion is happening right when we see the explosion on screen. So as you can see, I've lined it up here on the timeline, and I've also lined it up down here using my scrollers. So that's what the scrollers are useful for. And then if I want to play this section again, I'll go back to my marker and play this one more time.
Boom, there's this explosion and it surrounded the whole ship. We also...
Okay, so, and that's working great. So now that we've done that, I'm going to fit everything to the window, and we're going to hide our scrollers. Those are a valuable tool when you need them, but always hide the parts of the elements. Anytime you have something on your interface that you don't need, it's a good idea just hide it until you need it again. That way you keep more real estate for your actual work. So that's great. So now we've accomplished getting some of our clips together. We have set up our basic tracks. I'm just resizing things a little bit here so that they all match. And now what we're going to do is we're going to now focus on the most important part. 90% of what we need to do is all going to be on the dialogue tracks, because dialogue is king. Dialogue is the most important part of our soundtrack. If nothing else is right, as long as we have our dialogue clean and clear, you can use very little sound effects and music and still have a good scene, or the drama will still work. But you have to do the work to make that dialogue really effective. So we're going to now focus on the dialogue tracks. Now, one of the neat things about this is we can change our interface. Let's go back to the index, and we're going to go to the track index. And since we're going to focus on the dialogue tracks, one of the things we can do is actually hide all of the other tracks. Now, if you didn't follow along with all of the other steps that we've done so far, if you notice right here in this pop-up menu, and also, let me hide the index and go to the media pool, here in the tutorial timelines bin, you'll see that I have all backup timelines for you. So that you can just go on to the next timeline, and right here, number 2, record new voiceover, and you'll have the exact same timeline I just had and you'll be caught up. So you'll have that, so you can access your timelines here in the media pool, or you can also access them right here by just using this pop-up menu and find the next timeline. So now we're back to the index. What we're going to do is I'm going to hide all of the tracks except for the dialogue track. We know they're there, we know the levels are set, everything's working well. I'm just going to come over here and notice those little eyeball icons right here. That shows your visibility for a track. If you click it on or off, you can just hide the track. It does not mute the track. You will still hear them. I'm just no longer looking at them in a timeline, so I can focus on the parts that I need. Let's hide the index. I'm going to fit everything to window with Shift-Z. And now we're going to focus on these light green clips here. These clips were created, these were recorded on the set. This is basically scratch voiceover, or this was someone reading it, feeding the lines to the actors, but it wasn't the real talent. So now it's time to go in there and record the voice of this character who is our computer. So I'm going to just start playback and just let you hear a little bit of this dialogue, and then we're going to work on replacing it.
Emiliana Newton is seated across from.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Ada, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Philip Naida.
Okay, so you can hear the voice. You can tell that it's not a great recording. It was just, again, it was cut in there for timing. We do not see the computer. The computer is not present in this shot. So we don't have to do dialogue replacement and actually try to match up words to moving lips or anything like that. We just need to record some basic voiceover into our timeline. So first thing we need to do is let's create a track. Just right click, add track. We want to make a mono track because it's always good to keep your dialogue in mono as much as possible. That's a single channel of audio. And when you're working with a single channel of audio, you'll have more control, less chance of phasing or any other issues with it, and we'll have a nice clean sound that we can work with. So, and let's go ahead and name our track. Double click that. I'm going to call it Ada. That's the name of the computer, VoiceOver, VO. And so now I have my Ada voiceover track, and even though it says audio 6, right now we're looking at it directly below audio 1 or A1 track. Now, one issue we might run into is these clips. I'm going to zoom in, and remember, wherever your playhead is where you zoom, so if you have it near the clips you want to zoom into, you can see them really well. One thing I'd like to do is we no longer need to hear these particular clips, so if you want to disable a clip, you can just select it. You can right click on it and click this right here, which is enable clip. If I uncheck that, I've disabled the clip, which means we won't hear it. It's like muting it within the track. So let's mute that first clip, and I'm also going to turn it off all the other ones as well. So I'm going to command select those to get multiple clips at once in the timeline. I've selected the first one. Let's command select, holding command, and I've clicked each of those. And then if I want to disable them, the shortcut is just D, and I have disabled that clip. Let's do this last one over here. D again, and I've disabled that clip. Now I can enable them if I ever want to, but I've now turned them off so they're mute, and now we can focus on replacing those with some other sound. So for this example, I'm going to record my voice, and I'm going to show you how to set that up. I have a USB microphone that I hooked up just for this example that we'll use, and we need to set up this track. So once you've connected a microphone, if that's what you're using, or if you're following along at home, you can even use your built-in microphone just for this example so you can see how to record and patch. Now to patch your tracks, just go up to the Fairlight menu at the top and choose the Patch Input Output menu. And when you click, there you go, Fairlight menu, let's go to Patch Input Output, and when you select that, it will bring up this panel. And this panel will allow you to patch in whatever you have connected. On the left-hand side is my source. It'll show inputs. That's the default. And I have, this microphone will record in stereo or mono, so I'm just going to click one of the channels of this is fine. And then I need to choose which track I want to record to. So over here for destination, you want to make sure you choose your track input, because that way I'm saying I want to take my audio input and record it to a track. It's a very simple stream if you understand it. And which track do we want to record to? It's right here. It's my Ada voiceover track. So once that's selected, come down here and click Patch. And it shows you that this is going to be going to the Ada VO track, and it also gives you the same information on the other side. When you're finished, we can close this. And once a track is patched, you can now go to that track and arm it. Now, because I am in an environment where I'm wearing a mic, and I also have a mic here, is I'm going to be a little bit cautious with this one, and I'm actually going to mute my output right now just so that I don't send feedback in. If you're listening with headphones and recording, you won't have any issues with that. But it's always good to be conscientious before you start working with a mic. Now, if I want to come over here and arm this track, all you do is click that R button. You'll notice if I go to my mixer that you also have the ability to arm a track right here as well. So in either place you can arm your track. That R button means that my mic is open and I can record. Now I want to do one other thing with this. Let me mute that track for a second. Is the one other thing I want to do, which is unique to Fairlight, is because we are part of DaVinci Resolve and there's a fully functioning editor right here on the edit page, we actually have an advantage. We can go over there and use titles as a script prompt, which is exactly what we're going to do. So let's go over to the edit page for just a minute. And when you click on the edit page, if you look, you're going to see that right here I have a piece of text that's been sitting in there. Just select it, and you do the exact same thing we did with those audio clips, is we're going to enable that. So you can either right-click and enable it, or we'll just select it and press D. And that just enabled it, and now I can see my dialogue, my different lines for my script. This also works. You can even use scrolling text. If you have a really long piece of voiceover, you can use scrolling text. You can copy and paste into that text, and then you can use it just like a teleprompter. So it's very useful. Now we can just jump right back over to the Fairlight page, and now I have a script I can use, which is awesome. I'm going to pop this right out of my monitoring panel, close my meter so I have plenty of space, and now I'm ready to record, and I even have my script right here handy. So if you're following along, feel free to try this. I'm going to just show you the mechanism of how we record, and then we'll jump ahead to the next section. So I'm going to unmute this track, and I'm going to come up here with my mic, and I'm just going to do a rough recording. Because we're not actually trying to match anything else, and let me solo this track so we won't hear any of the other tracks at the same time. I don't have to match it with anything, so I'm just going to record it in. It doesn't matter if it lines up with anything. We can edit it later. So I'm going to read over these lines. It's for Ada's computer voiceover, and let's read through them one time. I'm just going to click the record button when you're ready to record. So here we go. Emiliana Newton. Yes. Philip Maida. Philip Maida. I cannot explain this discrepancy. Earth date is March 22nd, 2103. And just hit the space bar when you're finished. And here I can see my waveform. There's my levels I can adjust. And so my first take is finished. Now one thing I like to do is I'm going to right click and color this orange for no reason. And by coloring it, now when I do a second take, I'll be able to differentiate between my different takes. And I'll show you how that works in just a second. So let's try another take real fast. I'll do one more here. And if I record that, I'll just start it in roughly the same spot and read it again. Emiliana Newton. Yes. Philip Maida. Philip Maida. I cannot explain this discrepancy. Earth date is March 22nd, 2103. All right, and there I finished this one. Let's raise that level up a little bit and also adjust the color. As you can see, it's very easy to do this, and one recording will go right on top of the other. Each take just is going to stack up as layers inside of the same track. And just for fun, let's do one more thing. I just want to punch in and do one little recording right here of just, I'm going to have Ada say can't. We'll use a contraction instead of cannot. So let's just try one last thing where it's just this one line. I'll move my playhead to that spot and record that. I can't explain this discrepancy. There. And so there's my last take. Notice all of my different takes are here. I'm going to change the color of that one as well. And you'll understand the colors in just a minute when we go into layers. So here we have our different recordings, all of them sitting on top of each other right inside the timeline. I no longer need my microphone. And now we can get busy and start cutting these up and making them work with the scene. Now to see the different takes, we're going to come over here. And by the way, why don't you join me on this, and you can have the exact same recordings I have to work with. We'll go to the next timeline, which is number 3, soundtrack with VO recorded. Go ahead and open that up, and you'll see it's the same timeline. There's the recordings, and this one has the tracks showing. We can choose to have those showing or not. I'm going to go ahead and hide those in my index, just like you've already seen. And now you'll have the exact same thing I just was working with. Let's zoom in a little bit, move your playhead over this, zoom in just a little so you can see it better. And there we have the 3 different recordings, different colors, all sitting in the timeline. Now to see the different layers at the same time, we just go up to the View menu and turn on Show Audio Track Layers. And by doing that, now I can see all 3 takes. There we are. And we can actually work with those. And you notice that this gives me the opportunity to line up the audio and to work with these. I think one of the things I want to do is I'm going to make this upper track a little bit smaller because I don't really need to see that now, and really focus on this middle section. You can make it as large as you want to. This is your timeline, so make it as large as you want so that you can really see those. And one of the things we're going to do is we're just going to line up the timeline We're going to line up in the timeline the different takes. You can actually see where they're repeated, right? And then we're going to split them up and then move them to the right position. So it's very easy to work in layers. Now this is all within one track, but all you do is just drag a clip to the upper layer, and that's the one you're going to hear. If I drag this yellow one up, I'm going to hear that one. So you always hear whichever take is above. So right now I'm going to listen to this first take, and let me unmute my playback so we can hear that and solo this track.
Amelia.
Okay, let me try that one more time.
Emiliana Newton.
Okay, so you can hear that first take. So you can move these around however you'd like. Let's go ahead and stack them up, yellow, orange, and then apricot for a moment. And I would like to go ahead and split these into chunks, because now that we've got these stacked, we're going to break these into the different parts and move them to where they belong, because that's what we would do. Create our comp or composite of different takes and then move the best ones to where we need them to go. So very simple to do this. I'm going to just zoom in a tiny bit more so I have lots of space. I can really see my waveform. And let's come in here, and I'm just going to, by dragging one of these, notice how when they overlap you can really see where the waveforms overlap. So I've lined these up pretty nicely. And what I want to do is I'm just going to make a split here between these first 2. Now to split your clips or to edit those, let's first select them by just dragging across those clips. And once I've done that, I come up here and you have your razor tool. It's this one right here. It looks like a pair of scissors. The shortcut is Command B for blade. It's easy to remember, and just click that once. And I've now split the clips right here for that first section. Let's move down and split this next one. Again, select the clips first and split. Do that one more time. So you can do this. It's very easy. Just pay attention to what you're doing. No problem. Now for this last bit, I'm going to use a different tool to cut the next section, and we're going to actually use the range selection tool, which is this one up here at the top. You can see that's my range selection tool, and you can get there to the shortcut is R for range selection. The A gets to your arrow tool, and this one goes to your range selection. And what that will do is it will allow me to select a range. So what we're going to do is create a range that goes around the apricot clip at the top as well as the others. There we go. And by selecting that range, I've now separated all of those different takes by just this little section. And then to split those, just grab it and pull down just a hair. And what that did was it just split them using the boundaries of my range. Now the range selection is very functional. It has a lot of different uses. This just happens to be one that's useful for editing. So if you ever have to go into the middle of a clip and edit something, just select it with that range selection tool, and there you have it. Let's go back to our standard arrow tool, and we are ready to move these around. I'm going to hit Shift Z to fit this to the window. I'm going to show you a couple of methods now that we've cut these into bits. I'm going to show you a couple ways to move these around. I'm just going to make this track a little smaller so we can see the other clips here. And if I want to move this, one of the things we can do is just select across both clips and manually drag those over to the new section. Okay, that's one way. But I want to show you, you can also do that without being in layers. So let's go up and turn off our track layers. Uncheck under the View menu, just turn off Show Track Layers. And we can also move this by just dragging. Now if I grab the top of this clip and move it, I'm only grabbing the top layer. I'm going to undo that, Command Z. And instead I'm going to just drag across, and that will select everything in that layer. And then I can move that. So I will move that. Let's try that one more time. Drag from the middle, and I can move that into position. So the idea here is we're going to take these stacks and we're just going to move them, select across, and move them right where they go in the dialog. And you can obviously see based on the disabled clips where they go. And then I'll move this one as well. So even though I have a stack of multiple takes, I can move them around as if they were an individual clip, as long as you understand how that works. So now we have these all plugged in. As you can see, the last step would be choose whichever take you want to use. And in this case, I like the takes that I have, but if I wanted to change the take, I would just go over to View, Show Audio Track Layers. Here I have my layers. And let's say I want to change this one take. I could just drag it above.
Philip made
And then I'll be using that take instead. So it's very simple. Go ahead and try that on your own system if you're following along. And then once you're happy with those, we will move on to the next step. So once we have those set up, let's move down to the next timeline, which is where we're going to get into our dialogue editing. I'm also going to turn off my audio track layers. And here we have our timeline ready to actually start with the next section, which is our dialogue editing. So we have all of the clips in place, and all we did, if you are keeping the same timeline and following along, just go to your index and make sure all of your tracks are showing. Okay, so we have our disabled clips above, we have our main dialogue, and we have all of these other tracks. It's time to now focus on the most important part, dialogue. Now, to do that, one of the things we'll do is we'll solo these dialogue tracks in a minute. The other thing we need to do, and this is a step you absolutely have to follow. If you're doing dialogue editing, if you really want your sound to be good, and it can be whether you're working with a scene for a narrative, if you're doing an interview, whatever it happens to be, scripted or unscripted, if you have multiple people talking on screen, whether they're sharing a mic, they have different mics, is they all need to have their own track. And that's just something that we need to do so that we can treat each voice individually. So right now we have two tracks that we can use. We have Ada on her own voice track, and we have dialogue, which we can turn into one of our character tracks. Let's add one more track. We're just going to right click, choose Add Tracks, and then we're going to choose, we just need to add one track. Let's make it below dialogue, that's fine, and make sure it's a mono track, and choose Add Tracks, and it will place it right where we want it. Now, if you accidentally create a stereo track sometime and you need to change it from stereo to mono, that's easy. Just right-click the track header and come down here to change track type, and you can change it. So that's not a big deal. So now that we have three different tracks for our three different characters, let's make sure we name these properly. We'll go to this top track first, and I'm going to change it from dialogue to Emiliana. And then the second track we'll make for Philip. P-H-I-L-I-P, there you go, Philip. So once we have our tracks made for our characters, then comes the most important part, the next most important part, which is now moving the clips to the associated tracks for each character. So for example, let's bring up our meters so we can actually see the video. And we're going to start moving these clips into tracks. Now there's different ways that you can move the clips. The thing you have to really focus on is as you're moving this is sync sound. There are people talking with these, so you've got to be careful not to shuffle them from side to side. And luckily the Fairlight page has a lot of different ways that we can get there. So let me show you a few of the most common techniques for moving your clips from track to track. Let's start with this first clip here, which is where Philip first enters the scene. And we need to move this down. And to move this clip, we're just going to hold down the Shift key. And by holding Shift, you can just drag straight down, and it will not move at all left or right. So this will restrain the movement so that you can get it right to the track you need. And that's great. It's a little bit manual, but it does get us there. I want to zoom in a little bit more, so let's just zoom in. And let's look at this next shot. And by the way, just make sure that the clips match whoever's talking. So this is Philip again. So we want to move his down. Now this time, let's use a shortcut from the edit page for those of you who might be editors. And that's just hold down the Option key and press that down arrow. And that will automatically drop something down a track. So we were able to move it. And you can move it multiple tracks if they're available. So that was easy. Now let's do one more. We've got this clip. Let's see.
Ada, identify the...
Okay, that's Emiliana, so we're going to keep hers there. Let's move on down.
Identify the person.
Okay, that's her again. Let's see.
Ada, how's that?
And now we've got Philip, and I think Philip is then, let me zoom out a little bit. I think Philip is then the next few clips. So to move multiple clips, I'm going to select this one, and I can select multiples just by command selecting like we've done before. And then to move these down to another track, let me change this horizontally. One of the things we can also do is we can cut and we can paste, just like you would in a word processor, the exact same shortcuts you're used to using. So Command C, Command V, Command X, to cut. So I'm actually going to Command X and cut those clips. You notice that they became ghost images. And then by just selecting the track itself, it automatically moves those into that track. So it could be a track anywhere in that timeline and I can move to it. And then the shortcut would be Command V and it'll paste it right into that spot. So it's a great way to move lots of clips at one time. So based on what I've shown you so far, let's get those last couple clips where they need to go. This is his. Let's move that one down and make sure. Now this one happens to be layered. I'll move that down this way. Let's get this last one.
Ada.
Emiliana, and then he's got one.
What?
So let's move his down. All right. So now that we've done this work, I'm going to actually delete the Emiliana clips that we don't need, the old ones that were recorded on the set. You can delete those any way you want to. And something else, I'm just selecting them and deleting them because I can. And then what we're going to do is also color these because it's nice, again, to organize your elements. I'm going to make Emiliana's track. Let's make her track orange. Change track color to orange. We'll make Philip's track yellow. And we will make the computer's track, let's go with like beige, for example, or something like that. Now the reason her clips did not turn beige is, if you recall, I colored the actual clips when I was recording. And when you color a clip, it overrides whatever track color you have. So in that case, I can select these and I can make the clip color cleared. And by doing that, I no longer have a specific color on a clip. It's now taking whatever track color I have. So that does work in your favor for whatever purpose you have for coloring. You do have the ability to override your track colors with clip colors. So now we have performed what's called a checkerboard edit. Now if you didn't finish all of those steps and you want to just jump ahead, if you go to timeline 5, you'll see that I have the exact same thing already done here and you have caught up. Now this is what a checkerboard edit looks like. This is done, like I said, in all types of video projects or film projects, is we split everybody up to their own tracks, and now they can all be treated as individual tracks and individual voices. Now, one of the nice things about this checkerboard edit is you can actually go in and we can zoom in and really focus on now the sound for each track. And one of the things I like to do is, let's move to the beginning of this section. Let's go ahead and move to around 2120. And let's look at another way of navigation. Instead of just manually dragging our playheads around, a shortcut set that's used by editors all the time is your J, K, and L keys. You just take your right hand, put it on your keyboard. The L key plays forward, the J key plays back, K will stop. And if you put them in combination, they'll move in slow motion, forward or back. So I can play forward, scrub forward, forward, or back. And if you hit them multiple times, like the L key, I go and fast forward or back. So they're very useful for really scrubbing through your material and finding a particular point in your timeline. In this case, I am right here, and we're going to move over and listen to just a few of these elements. I'd like to zoom in a little bit more to the timeline, and I'm going to show you another method for playback that we have. And let's go back to our timeline options menu to get there. And we're going to turn on fixed playhead, and that's the option right there at the top that says fixed playhead. It looks like a playhead with a lock. Click on that, and what that does is it actually locks the playhead in position, and now all of the clips will scroll underneath that. And that's very useful when you have a long timeline, so that you can really focus on what's happening. So I'm going to start playback, and we're going to listen now.
Ada, identify the person in front of me.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, so you can just scrub the playhead underneath it, and you can see that's how it works. So it's very useful, and this way you can actually start listening to your dialogue, listen to that checkerboard edit, and you can really hear if there's an issue, you'll catch it right away. And this is where you can now start focusing on little issues that are in there. You can even solo those tracks as you go. So that's where we use the fixed playhead. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off, go back to timeline options and select that. We'll turn off our fixed playhead for now, and we're going to work on a couple of very specific issues that we have on our clips. So for example, the first thing we want to do is remove this hum. Now you're wondering, where is the hum? It's one of these markers that we have marked here. I can see it right now because it's this clip that has this giant thick signal right there. If you're not sure how to find it, we also had that marked in our index. If you remember, in the marker index, we had a marker that said remove hum. So that's one of the things we can adjust right there. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on that so you can see right where that position is. I'll hide my index. And to remove the hum, and let's just play it first so you can really hear it. I'm going to actually make this clip a little louder just so you'll hear it in playback on my system. Yours, you'll probably hear it yourself if you have your headphones on.
The hyperlight core came out.
Can you hear that little hum? It sounds like a background hum, and that's really annoying. You're going to catch that and go, what is going on? It's not background noise. It's actually a hum that's right there contaminating my dialogue. So to fix that, we're going to go over here and use one of our effects that's here in the effects library. Just click on the effects library to get there, and we're going to go to our de-hummer effect. And it does exactly what it says. We're going to just take that. And when you're working with our effects plugins, one thing to remember is the plugin can go on the track or it can go on a clip. You can have unlimited plugins on a clip. You can have up to 6 per track. In this case, it's only one clip in Philip's track that has that hum. So let's just drop it right onto Philip's clip. And there we go. I'm going to hide my effects library. Move this over. Again, just adjust as needed with your interface. I don't need to see my meters that big. There we go. And this is what it looks like right now. This is our plugin user interface. They're different for every plugin, very self-explanatory. And this sound that we're working with is a power line hum. Now I'd like to make it so we can listen to this over and over. So we're going to go back to our range selection tool. And when you get the range selection tool, just click on that clip and it automatically sets in and out points around it so that we can focus on just that one section. And I'm going to turn on looped playback as well, which is this button right here next to the record button. Just turn that on, and when your loop playback is turned on, we can then loop that one section and listen to it as we're making adjustments on the plugin. Let's go over here. So that's for loop playback, and what we're going to do is to start the loop playback, you're going to use the option key and the /. So that's also right here. You can find it in over here. This is where we play around, and your loop playback is it's in here somewhere, which I'll find later. So here we go. We're going to do our loop playback, just option and /. And this is where we can hear that section. And then if I want to adjust it, this power line hum, if you're in the United States, it's going to be a 60 hertz hum. If you are in Europe or elsewhere, it's going to be a 50 hertz hum. So it helps if you can find which one. In this case, it's 60 hertz. Then I'm going to just adjust the amount, and you notice that you can see the graphics show that I'm adjusting that amount. And then during playback, as you hear it, we're just going to dial that down until we don't hear it anymore.
Came out of cryo.
And when I think it's pretty good, you can stop playback. You can also, by the way, switch these on and off by just clicking this bypass. And by turning that off and on, you can hear it with and without. So I'm going to start loop playback again. So that's option and the /.
The hyperlight core.
This is without the hum remover. This is with. You can really hear that difference. So that's great. I'm going to close this up. Let's go over to our inspector for a minute. And when you're in your inspector, if you have a clip selected, you'll see that it will show you any of the effects that have been applied to that clip. Here it is. So if I need to make an adjustment to that, I could come over here and just click on that, and that way I can see what I've done and make adjustments anytime. So just click the button right here. That is your customizing button right there. And that will allow you to open up the interface again. Now one other thing we can do, which is kind of nice, is if you want to see what it looks like, because you notice it still looks like there's an issue with this clip. If you want to, I'm going to go back to my arrow tool for a moment. Is when you select a clip, one of the options you have is you can just listen to it and you can see that the hum is gone, but you can also right-click on that clip and we can choose to cache the audio effects. So if you have several plugins on there, maybe they're processor heavy plugins, and you want to just cache those, so it's then going to play the cached version, just choose Cache Audio Effects. And when I do that, notice it's now showing me the exact same clip, but now I don't see all that sound in there. If I look over here in the inspector, it shows me a little hard drive right there. You'll also see it on the clip itself that shows that the effects have been cached, but I can still open this up anytime. I can still make adjustments and it will automatically recache that for me. So notice it shows it's going to recache it once I finish monkeying around here. If I close that up, you notice that it's just recached it for me. So you can still change as much as you want to. This just really helps your processing. In this case, the de-hummer is not going to slow me down, but if I was working with more processor intensive plugins, I could definitely utilize the caching there. I'm going to hide my inspector. And so we've done that. We have one last thing we're going to do, and that will be the end of this section, and then we're going to get into more of our dialogue editing. What I want to do is we're going to come over here and we need to look at our index one more time. The last thing we had here was replace dialogue with another take. And this comes up all the time, so let's go ahead and, now that we've seen this, let's go to that marker. This is what it's pointing to. We're going to hide my index, and I'm going to zoom in on this section. You should be pretty good at zooming by now. And let's focus on this particular clip right here, and I'm just going to play this, and let's listen.
You died.
Okay, so he says you died, and this is a very serious moment. This is probably one of the most important lines of the entire scene. And if you notice, there's a little creak in there. It's right in the middle of his dialogue. It's not something I can really deal with, and it's messing up the entire take. And it's one of those things you could spend some time trying to fix that, but it's better to just go in and find the exact same words from another take, and we'll replace them right here. And that's what we're going to do. So let's do this together. First thing we'll do is I'm going to move my playhead to the end of that take right here, and I'm going to get my range selection tool, which you don't have to use, but I'm going to show you a few features that are built into the Fairlight page that are very useful. Go ahead and mark with my range selection tool. I'm going to mark an out point right there. Just O for out is all I need. We're going to come over here to the media pool, and we're going to go find that clip. And if you spill open the master bin list, you're going to come down and you'll find a section in here for Hyperlight Audio where it says files for repair and replace. That's what you want. And inside of there, we'll look at them in icon view. It's the only clip that has video. You'll be able to find it really easily. There it is. I've already kind of moved the playhead to the spot we want. Remember your J, K, and L shortcuts. You can use those here to listen to the take. And you can also zoom in more. Right here in this preview player, you can come over here. It's at 10x right now, but you can also go to, let's say, 30 times size if you really want to look at your waveform a little bit better. And here's that clip. I'm using J, K, and L. And I'm going to go ahead and mark an in point and mark an out. There, I've marked an in and out. They don't have to be exact. We can fix that once we get in here into the timeline. I just want to make sure that I have that marked. So now that it's marked, what we're going to do is we're going to just drag this clip over to the timeline. And instead of placing it on Philip's track, I'm actually going to put it on Emiliana's track because it's empty right now, and that way it can compare the two waveforms. So let's go ahead and grab that here, and we're just going to drag it over and stick it. And notice what it does, because I had those in and out points marked, is it's actually showing you the range of what it is I'm bringing in. I'm just going to line it up over top of that clip anywhere and release. And now I have it sitting on top of the other. Let's go to our arrow tool, and I'm going to raise the volume level. One of the best ways to match your dialogue is make sure they're at similar dialogue volume levels so that they will sound similar. I'm going to put my playhead over this and zoom in a little bit. I can also hide the media pool. We don't need that right now. So now we have a pretty focused view here, and we can drag this back and forth easily to try to line up these waveforms, which is pretty good. One of the other things we can do is we can nudge. And if you ever want to nudge, that's just using your comma and period keys, and that moves a frame at a time. Or again, you can just drag to where you need it to go. Now we're going to take this one step further, and we're going to go to a different editing mode. And we're going to come up here. Let's go to our timeline menu, and we're going to choose layered audio editing. And the reason we're going to do layered audio editing is this allows you to do audio layers even when you're editing your clips together. And this is very useful because then you can put a clip on top of another and see them both at the same time to compare the waveforms. So let's turn on layered audio editing and watch what happens. And by the way, right now this clip is orange because it's in Emiliana's track, which is orange. Let's right click this and change the clip color to green. And the reason I want to do that is otherwise when I drop it into the other track, it's just going to turn yellow. And I want to be able to see both waveforms at the same time. Adjust your zoom level as much as you need to really be able to see the different waveforms. And now I'm going to drag this down into the other track. And watch what happens when I do that. Do you see that I can see both waveforms at the same time? In layered audio mode, you can always see a transparent image, which allows me to totally line up those waveforms. And if you're wondering what my goal is, I'm looking at the consonant sounds, the wave patterns, because I'm thinking these consonant sounds where he starts the next word, we'll see the lip movement that will match that, and so that's why we want to make sure we line those up. So I think I've got this pretty good. If I'm not sure, you can always click and start dragging again, and in layers mode you'll be able to see that. And I think this is probably going to sound great, so let's move back over here and play it.
You died.
Looks good to me. So we just replaced one word that was unusable with another line of dialogue from a different take, and as you can see, we utilized the different tools that the Fairlight page has to offer to really make that work great. So let's save your work if you haven't done that. And what we're going to do is this is the end of part 1 of this tutorial where we really get our hands on the different parts of the interface and just adding some tracks and making things work. In part 2, we're going to go and take our dialogue editing a little further. We're going to work on balancing our levels. We're also going to look at some other features for mixing, a little bit of sound design, and finishing up our project. So join me in part 2. Hopefully you enjoyed part 1 and step through on your own if you haven't done that so far. Thank you. Hi, I'm Mary, and this is part 2 of our Introduction to Fairlight tutorial. In this section, we're going to work on some of the more specific mixing techniques to finish up our scene, such as we're going to do EQ, balancing out our tracks, some dynamics, and some other elements to get to our final mix. So let's get started. If you're following along, you'll want to open up the timeline 7 balance clip levels, which is right here. You can just go to the timeline pop-up menu to find that timeline. So here we have our checkerboard dialogue edit, and what we want to do is now get to balancing the levels for each individual audio clip. So we have 3 different character tracks. We have Emiliana's track here, we have Philip's track, and then we have Ada's voiceover track. And we're going to start with Emiliana's, and I'm just going to go to these 2 clips right here to look at the levels. And we're adjusting volume levels. We might as well zoom in here. So let's just zoom in on that particular clip so we can really see those. I'm also going to bring up our mixer, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we want to focus on with our levels. So I'm on Emiliana's track, and you notice that's track 1. If you're ever not sure of your track, just select the track, and that way you can see that it highlights in both locations, in the mixer and also in the track itself. Now what you're focusing on is, I've mentioned this before, I'm going to solo this track, and you can solo it from either the track header or from the mixer. And if I solo that track and play it, you can see the levels right here in the mixer. Now these same exact levels will also show up in the track header as well as the monitoring panel up above. What I want to focus on is what the levels actually are. And let me zoom in on this a little bit. When you're dealing with dialogue, you want to make sure your dialogue levels, they'll be in the yellow on that particular clip. I'm going to play that again.
Identify the person I'm speaking with.
And this yellow area right here is really where you want to focus your dialogue, and that's going to be averaging around -12 to -10. So that your average is going to be the thick part of the meter. Let's do that again one more time, and you'll see when it's solid color, that's going to be your average. And there's also peaks. So if you look for any of those horizontal lines that stay in the mixer, whenever you see a horizontal line, that's going to show you your last peak. And then when you see the solid lines inside of the meters, those are going to be your averages. And so you can focus on those. And we're really looking at this area right here in the timeline in your meter between -10 and -15. Now when it comes to dialogue, occasionally you'll want to go below that if it's an inaudible, a whisper that you just barely want to hear but you want to know what they're saying. You would play that as low as -20, never below that, because then you just won't be able to hear it. And then if it's a scream, that if you have a blood-curdling scream that's going to take over the entire scene, you want that scream to really be audible, then you would want to play that at as high as -3. But that's also the same level as explosions and other major effects. So you want to only use those sparingly when you need to. So let's focus on this little area right here. I'm going to play that shot one more time.
Identify the person I'm speaking with.
Okay, so that's where I want it to go. And you notice the peak was way up there at -5. So I can clearly see right there in my meter what's going on with this particular clip. I'm going to jump out of here, and now we're going to adjust it on the clip itself. All you have to do is just lower that level, and I can just manually raise or lower it. Her levels are fairly consistent. I can look at the waveform and see that. Let me make it a little bit bigger so you can really see her track. Just zoom in And now we can really focus on her clip as I play that through. Okay, I've lowered it, and now it looks like my average level is better. If I want to look at the inspector, I can actually select the clip, and I can see that I've lowered it to, it's at minus, or it's actually at 13. So if I play this through, if you double click a clip, it'll reset it to the starting point, or this is what I originally had to work with, and I had it as high as minus 13 was where it just was, which I think is a pretty good level. Okay, so you're watching your meters. So once I've done it with one clip, let me zoom out a little bit, let's move on to her next clip, and I'm going to assume it's going to be very similar to the first clip. So you can use the visuals as a guide sometimes to get things close. So let's try that. Let's look at the waveform here, and by just lowering these levels a little bit, I can see they're about the same height as the one on the other side, and I can play that, and let's just see what that level is. Let's look at our meter. Looks like I'm right there, exactly where I want it to be. Again, we're aiming for that yellow zone. Now that you know it, you will always know, look for the yellow when you're dealing with dialogue, and I can see that those levels are fairly consistent. So these clips were easy. Now let's look at something that's a little more challenging, and we're going to go into one of Philip's clips where his levels are fluctuating more. Part of it is for his performance, and part of it is just the words that he's using, and we're going to have to adjust them within the clip itself. Let's go down to Philip's track. I'm going to shift Z for a second. I'm going to come down here to the part where he talks about the explosion. So let's navigate down to about 1 minute and 9 seconds in the timeline, and then I'm going to zoom in a little bit so I can really see that clip. Again, always adjust the interface as needed so that you can really focus on the parts that you need, and notice that you have a lot of flexibility to do that. So I'm going to just zoom in a little more. And something I will point this out, that I got this scene came from editorial, and it clearly someone had made some adjustments to the levels. But when I'm about to work on them, I like to start from scratch and find out what I really have to work with, and I'll add my own points and levels if I need to. So if you ever want to reset the levels of a clip, just select the clip, and over in your inspector you can just reset that, and you can right here reset the clip back to its original levels, and that way you can make all the changes you need yourself. You can even select all the clips in an entire track and reset them all at once and start from scratch. So I'm going to hide my inspector, and so now we're going to focus on this particular clip and the levels in that clip. So I'm going to move that up a little bit. And so I can just look at this waveform for a minute, and I can see that this section is significantly lower than this part here, and I need to make sure all of them work. So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of keyframes in between those two phrases. So I'm going to just option click right there on the overlay, so I can freely adjust those two different areas. I'm going to go ahead and raise this up a little bit. I can just tell it's a little bit low, and then I'm going to play this and see it in context. And one of the things, let me solo this track. I had Emiliana's track. Let me come up here for a second. I had Emiliana's track soloed. I got to make sure you unsolo your tracks as you go, or else you may not hear any audio. So now that I've got Philip's track ready, let's play it.
Just 2 hours ago.
Okay, and I can see, again, look at your meters. I could see that the peaks were in the red, a little bit too hot, so I'm going to go back in there and look at that again. There's a shortcut that's very useful when you are repeating a certain section and you want to play it more than once, and that shortcut's going to be, all you do is move it here, and if you want to listen again, it's under the playback menu, and you just go to this section right here where it says play again. And what that will do is when you do a play, it'll play back whatever the last thing is you did. So we can use that numerous times in order to play it over and over again. If you want to, the shortcut is Option and L for listen, or listen again, is how I remember it. So let's go ahead and play that section, check the volume. I'm going to bring it down just a hair, always looking at my meters for Philip's track now, and let's play that again.
Just 2 hours ago.
Okay, and it looks like I've got it right where it needs to be. Now let me talk about those levels for just a minute. I said anywhere between -10 and -15 is okay for your dialogue, but you always have to put it in context with the character and what they're actually doing. If you have 3 people in a room, someone who's larger, who's got a big booming voice, you would play them closer to -10, and if you have someone with a softer voice, then you would play them a little bit lower, closer to -15. The average for most of the people that you're dealing with is going to be right around -12, and that's what you're going to do. So once we have that, let's go ahead, and I've got this part. It's working pretty well for me. Let's look at the next half of this clip. In this case, to make it easier, I'm going to turn on my loop playback right here, and I'm just going to mark an in point, and mark an out. I for in, O for out, just like you would do on the edit page. So just mark your clips whenever you need to, or in this case, mark the timeline for loop playback, and that will make it easier to do. So now that I have this set, I'm going to just look at my meters and play this section. To do loop playback, it's Option and the /. Okay, I've got some issues with this section, so we're going to zoom in a little bit. Let's make it even bigger to work with. And there's a lot going on in this clip. As you notice, you're going to see there's louder sections, there's quieter sections, and so we're going to have to deal with this a little bit at a time. And if you're thinking to yourself, wow, there's an awful lot of work on one clip, just think about it. Visual effects artists spend a lot of time on one frame. If you're a colorist, you spend time on every single clip. The same thing happens in dialogue editing or balancing your dialogue. Every clip matters for your entire scene or your entire show. So let's get in here and really look at this clip. I'm going to select this and make it even a little bit bigger so I can focus on that even more. By selecting the track, I can make that track a little bit higher. And now we're going to focus on what's happening here, this beginning section. I'm going to add a couple of more keyframes just by option clicking, and I can raise this section up a little bit more. And let's see how that's working. Okay, the boom is okay. It can be a little bit quieter. I'm okay with the boom. But then we have something happens here. Do you see this giant section on the waveform? It's here, and there's another one further down. And there's a name for that. Those are called plosives. And what a plosive is, it's where your microphone gets a really big power hit from trying to pronounce consonants or words like that starts with P's and B's, and it really takes a hit because it takes a lot more power to produce those sounds. And so what happens is it gives you a spike, as you can see right here. And in fact, he's saying the word explosion. Right there when he says explosion. I'll start it back earlier.
There's this explosion that surrounded the whole ship.
Surrounded the whole ship. And it's got that P on it again. So when you have plosives, what they can do is they're going to throw the levels off for everything else. When you're trying to balance your track levels, those plosives are always going to make things too loud. So you're going to end up lowering the other parts of the dialogue too much because you're trying to accommodate those plosives. So it's always better to just lower them individually. So all you need to do is put a set of keyframes on there, just option click. And you can lower them. You don't have to do it too dramatically. You want it to sound natural, but you see how I can adjust that and bring those down so they're closer to the normal dialogue levels that you already have. Let's also do the one here at the end. For ship, just option click twice. And I'm going to bring this down as well. Don't have to overdo it. Let's just bring it down and tame it. And then I'm also going to bring down the end of the shot. We don't need too much there. So you can always go in and make adjustments within your clip as needed. So let's come back here and listen.
There's this explosion that surrounded the whole ship.
There we go. So we just balanced out his shot. Now you're probably thinking, wow, that would take a long time. It does. It takes a little bit of time to get this through, but it's just like color correction, only we're doing audio correction. And since dialogue is the most important thing in your project, it's a good idea to take the time to really do it the right way. And if you go through and you balance all of your dialogue clips within all of your tracks, I've never touched my meter. And what that means is when it's time to start mixing, the faders can just be used to make sure that the volume levels are good overall and balanced with the other tracks. And I'm not going around chasing dialogue that's all over the place because it was never balanced in the first place. So it's worth taking the time. And now that you know how to do it, feel free to try that. And we're going to move on to another concept here with our balancing of dialogue tracks. Now I have those in and out points. I'm going to clear those by hitting Option X. I'm going to resize these tracks, make them a little bit smaller, and we're going to come down here and look at Ada's track. Now in this case, this character Ada, let's make that a little bit bigger. It's always about zooming in as you need to. And I'm making this a little bit bigger so we can focus on her levels now. Now this is a different scenario because the Ada character theoretically is a computer voice. She's not going to breathe in that case, and her volume levels should be much more consistent because it's not produced by a human. So in that case, what we need to do is make sure their levels are much more even. And so when I check these levels, we can make them almost exactly the same. So let's go ahead and make sure we have not soloed any of our other tracks. Let's check. We still have Philip's track is soloed, so let's unsolo that and come over here. Now one nice trick is if you accidentally have something soloed, instead of chasing your tracks, you can always look at your mixer. And if you notice here in the mixer, it's also going to show you when a track is soloed. So I can unsolo Philips track here, and I can solo Ada's right here in the mixer, which is useful. Let's check out Ada's track now. I'm going to just play this first. Let's do the first 2 clips. I'll mark an in point and an out point so we can listen to them. And let's just start playback.
Emiliana Newton. Yes.
Okay, so the levels aren't bad. I'm going to check this one again.
Emiliana Newton. Yes.
Okay, those are hitting right in where I want them to go, right there in that yellow zone, and those seem to be consistent. So I'm going to hit Shift-Z so I can see the rest of the clips. And I'm going to show you another useful trick that we have. I'm going to clear off my in and out points. And remember, when you want to zoom, wherever your playhead is, that's what you're going to zoom to. So I'm going to move my playhead over this clip right here. We have the set of 5 clips from Ada. I'm going to move over one of those and then zoom in, and notice that it's going to put that right front and center where I need it to go. And what I want to show you is some of these levels I can tell are lower or higher, but we're going to use a different method here since these are very consistent, is we're going to try normalization. Now, if you're an audio editor, you know normalization may be a little bit of a cheat, but it's like having an auto white balance, only instead you're using it for your volume levels. Let's try it on the 3rd clip for Ada. We'll just try it right here. Now, by the way, if I double click on her volume, you'll notice that resets it. So these are the levels that we started with. If I right click on the clip and choose normalize audio levels, what that's going to give me is this window right here. Let me zoom in on that. And this is where we can normalize. And what it's going to do is it's going to allow me to set where I want the peak to go. Not the average, but the peak. And so if I know where I want her volume level to go, all we need to do is, let's lower this. As you know, we want our volume levels to be, again, between -10 and -15. Her other clips were closer to -10, so let's go ahead and set our peaks to that level as well. So I'll set my peak to -10, just drag on that fader to get it there. And what will happen in theory is if the peak is at -10, then the average should fall just below that within the -12 range. So let's try that. I'm just going to click normalize, jump out, and now when I play that, we'll look at the meters.
Philip Ada.
Yeah, it looks like I nailed it right on the -12, exactly where we wanted it to go. So now let's do the rest of our clips all at once. I'm going to hit Shift-Z, and we can select all of our clips, just drag across them. There we go. I've selected multiple clips now. And when you select multiple clips, you can right-click and you can actually normalize them all at once. Again, I wouldn't recommend this for complicated dialogue scenes, but in this case, if you have very similar sounding voice or something that's more monotone, you can make those adjustments. Let's try it. I'm just going to right-click and now choose Normalize. And this time, if you look at the interface, this now gives us a choice because it's multiple clips. We can do it relative to each other or independent. Let's choose independent, and that way, if you're doing it independent, it's going to look at the levels for each one individually. So let's do that. Again, let's set it to -10, which is right where we want it to go, and click Normalize, and that's it. Now we should have all of those clips balanced for Ada's track. Let's try, randomly try this one right here.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
Yep, her levels are right where we need them, so perfect. So we now have, in theory, these clips are balanced. Now, if you want to take up the challenge and go in and try to balance some more of these dialogue clips, feel free. If not, we're going to move on to the next timeline where these are already finished and we can move on to the next thing. So let's come up here to our different timelines and go down to DS. And now we're going to focus on de-esser. And if you're wondering what is a de-esser, what that does is it helps remove the sibilance inside of our shots, because as we speak in dialogue, and like right now I'm speaking into a microphone, there's that whistly sound that can happen, the sibilance that can be picked up by the microphone, sometimes by proximity or just depends on the mic. And what we want to do is we just want to dial that back, because the louder the voice is, the more wattage we have behind it, the more you're going to hear those, and they begin to get irritating to listen to, and you definitely don't want to irritate people while they're trying to watch a dramatic scene. So in order to adjust that, let's go in and we're going to look at one of the clips on Ada's track. I'm going to go down to, just navigate yourself down to this clip right here that's around 4422 in your time code. It's the 4th in that series, and I'm going to play just this shot. I'd also like to mark that clip. I'm going to use my range selection tool to mark it with in and out points so that I can easily loop the playback. And let's listen to that clip. I'll solo it.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
Okay, now I don't know if you hear that whistly S at the end in there, but I definitely hear it. And again, when that's in the middle of a scene or if you're in a theater listening to it, that's really going to stand out. So we want to adjust that. Now before I add my de-esser plugin, I'm going to go ahead and show you on the EQ for that clip where that sibilance is, so you can start targeting it yourself and understanding a little bit more about where that sibilance lives on the clip. So let's go ahead to the inspector and select the clip. And when you select the clip, scoot over a little bit. When I select the clip and I look over at the inspector, here we have our clip EQ. Let's go ahead and turn on the EQ. Now the equalizer we have for every single clip, and you'll see it anytime you select a clip, it's going to appear for that particular clip. In this case, I just want to work on that one right here on Ada's track. And we're going to focus just in the sibilance area. So I'm going to turn off all the different bands for this equalizer. So we're only looking at band number 3. Zoom in a little bit here for you. Now when you're looking at the equalizer, right here is my band 3. As you can see, I can sweep that band right here. And we actually call this when you're working with audio, anytime you move back and forth, and we call it sweeping, because what I'm doing is I'm listening as I'm dragging the frequencies to try to find where something sounds either good or where it sounds really bad. So let's go ahead and we're going to start loop playback on that clip.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
And like I said, I'm going to first make it sound really bad, and then I'll make it sound a little bit better. So let's go ahead and make sure that, let me punch out for a second. Make sure that I'm doing my loop playback on that particular clip. So Option / so we can hear it.
I cannot explain this discrepancy. I cannot explain this discrepancy.
And what you're going to do is you're going to sweep back and forth and listen to really where it sounds the worst, okay? Because when that really stands out, you'll know exactly where that is. And on this clip, as I listen to my frequency, it's going to be right around 7 kilohertz. You're really going to hear a lot of whistly S's. So you never keep that. You're only doing this so you can really find where the issue is and then target it. So again, I'm going to start the playback there.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
And that's where it's really the worst. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to go the other direction and move down and just see what it sounds like when we remove a little bit of that sound. So again, Option L.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
So by taking it down just a little bit, I've really removed that issue. First I had to find it, and then I can pull it down. So I'm going to turn off the EQ right now. I was just using that as an example so you can see it and hear it for yourself. And now we're going to go and get the de-esser, where we have a plugin that will do some of this work for us. As long as you understand what it's doing, then you can go in there and change it. So let's go ahead and hide our inspector. We're going to go over to our effects library. And we want to apply our de-esser, which is this effect right here near the top. Now the thing about the de-esser is, if somebody has sibilance, chances are it's not on one clip, it's on all of their clips. So one of the reasons that you break up dialogue and do a checkerboard edit and move all the dialogue to its own track is so you can treat each person's voice accordingly. And so in this case, instead of putting the de-esser on the clip, let's put it on the entire track for Ada, and that's going to do nothing but improve all of Ada's clips. So we have added the de-esser to Ada's track. I'm going to hide the effects library now, and I'm just going to move this plugin out of the way a little bit so I can still see the plugin interface, and I can see the clip, and I can even see my mixer. So adjust as I need to. And what you're going to see is the sibilance is going to be between 4 and 8K. Generally, that's where it lives. And so the idea is first you figure out where it is, which we did when we were using the EQ, and then we just reduce it. Now, this particular plugin is also a compressor. So not only is this going to be reducing our sibilance, but it's also going to be compressing the sound around it. So you have to be a little careful. If you take out too much, you're going to give your character a lisp. So let's go ahead and start the playback, and we'll listen.
I cannot explain this discrepancy.
So this is without having.
Explain this discrepancy.
So that's without.
I cannot explain this discrepancy. I cannot explain this discrepancy.
See, if I pull out too much, you can start to hear a little bit of lisp in the voice, which you definitely don't want to do. But sometimes finding that gives you the exact place where you need to lower your sibilance. And so once I have that, and it's right around 7K, just like I had before, I'm going to now bring this up just a little bit. Another thing to think about whenever you're working with these plugins, or especially when you're affecting somebody's voice, is you try to do it in small increments, maybe 3 decibel increments, something small. You don't want to overdo it because it's cumulative and eventually it's going to start becoming too much and it'll be more noticeable. So in this case, we just brought it down a little bit. Notice on the left it shows you how many decibels you're adjusting, and this shows you the frequency that you're working with. So this ought to take off the edge, and now we can close up this plugin, and we have actually adjusted the S's on her entire track, which is great. Let's go ahead and unsolo that track, and we can now move on to the next element that we're going to work with. Let's come over and go ahead to timeline number 9. If you go to 9, the de-essing has already been done, and you can see what we're going to focus on is the dynamics. Okay, and in fact, this timeline's called dynamics for a very specific reason. If you happen to look at this timeline, you'll see that there's a lot of keyframes on Philip's timeline, on his different track and his different clips, and that's because it took a lot of keyframes to really get those levels good. So once we have those, we're now going to take it to the next step. So what is dynamics? Dynamic range, if you're working with video or color correction, you're dealing with your black and whites and the difference in between. When you're talking about dynamic range for audio, you're talking about the difference between no sound and the loudest peaks. So it's basically changing the range of your signal. In this case, the dialogue is between -10 and -15. That's a 5 decibel range, and that's it. And you're really trying to keep your dialogue within that range. And if you can do that, then it's all going to have a similar loudness, and it's all going to stand out above all of those other tracks. If you have dialogue levels that are all over the place, then they're going to get buried in some of the other sound effects or the music, and you're not going to hear them as well. So this helps give it that professional edge. So in order to adjust that, we have on every single track, let's go to our arrow tool. We're going to focus on Philip's track for this. And we have dynamics controls right here inside of the mixer. And in the mixer, you have controls for every single track, including EQ to adjust the entire track instead of the clip. And here we have dynamics. It's this section right here. I want to do it for Philip's track, so I just have to look down here and find Philip's track. There it is. Open up the dynamics window for that. And this is where you can control the dynamics. And this is where we can take the loudest peak and we can reduce them and bring them closer to the shortest peaks just within his track. And so let's look at what's in here in our dynamics window. We have an expander, and what the expander does is if you have it's just like if you had a flat image and you wanted to kind of expand the blacks and whites in that image. In this case, if you use the expander, you're taking your sound, if it's very narrow in its dynamic range, and expanding that a little bit is what you're doing. The gate, on the other hand, that's to the gate is going to put a floor. It's going to basically say, I'm not going to hear any sound that's below a certain threshold. So that's good for removing low-level noise, for example. That's what your gate is. On the far right, we have a limiter. And that limiter, notice it looks like a hard ceiling. That's exactly what it is. Your limiter is a hard ceiling. It says no sound is going to go above this threshold. So if your delivery requirements say it cannot get above a certain amount, you can set that right here with your limiter. And then the final is our compressor. And the compressor is the most commonly used dynamics. It's on every single track, and what that's doing is it's taking a threshold, particular sound level, and it's taking anything that goes above that and bringing them closer together. So reducing the louder parts and bringing them closer, which will reduce your dynamic range, and that's the goal here. Keep it nice and tight. So let's look at the dynamics for Philip's track, and I'm just going to show you on this particular section right here. I'm going to zoom in. Let's look at the clip that starts at 114.12, right here.
He also sustained some hull damage, but...
Okay, so he's saying it also sustained some hull damage. I'm just going to give you an idea of how this works. Now, obviously, we've already keyframed this and brought these pretty close together already, but in using the compressor, we're looking at the entire track, not just this particular clip. Now, with the compressor on, this threshold is going to say, zoom in on that a little bit. If you look at the threshold, this is where the lowest level is that we're working with. That's our threshold. Now, if his volume level for something quiet is closer to -20 on something, we could actually set this to 20. The ratio is saying anything that goes above my threshold, I'm only going to hear, if it's 2 to 1, for every 2 decibels over my threshold, we're only going to hear 1 of those. If it's a 5-to-1 ratio, then for every 5 decibels that are over or louder than my threshold, we're only going to hear 1 or only 1 of those. And so what that does is it really helps reduce the levels and bring them closer. So in this case, let's see where his levels are. I'm going to mark his clip with my range selection tool right here. Bring us out of that zoomed playback, and I'm just going to start this and look.
We also sustained some hull damage, but...
Okay, so right here you can see this is our input level, and the input level is what we're starting with before we go into compression. And I can see that some of his words are actually falling way down here below where I really want them to go. So I'm going to change my threshold, let's say to -20, to catch some of those words that are a little bit lower, or those syllables that are even lower. And then we're going to have a ratio, let's say 3-to-1, just to kind of narrow that range a bit. So let's start the playback.
We also sustained some hull damage, but it's nothing.
Okay, and then what we want to look at is over here our output meter, because that's going to show us the change that we've applied. And if we've reduced our levels too much, we can bring them back up with what's called the makeup. And that's basically going to make up the sound that we've reduced. If we've reduced it too much, we then need to make it up, and we can do that right here. So let's look at our meters. Let's look at that clip.
We also sustained some hull damage, but...
Okay, so now his levels seem a little bit too low, so we can just make those up right here. Let's do it again.
We also sustained some hull damage, but...
Okay, there you go. And so we've just adjusted his levels a little bit. And so again, by just adding a bit of compression on your tracks, that's going to help make up for anything you may not have caught when you were adding your keyframes and balancing out those tracks. So that is your compression. You notice once you've added compression to a track, you can see a graphic for it right here on your dynamics. Now, one thing we could do is, because Ada is a computer, if you ever listen to a voice that's recorded on a computer or a phone or something like that, you'll know that they have a lot of compression. They really squash that sound. And so we could do that to Ada's track if we wanted to. Let's just bring up her dynamics, and let's put a really heavy compression on that one. We'll lower the threshold. We'll lower the threshold to maybe -25 is fine, somewhere low, catch the lowest end of anything she happens to say. And then let's really crank up that compression. This is not going to sound great, by the way, but it'll work for a computer. And we're going to bring her up to maybe a 12-to-1. So it's really going to squash that sound. And let's see how that works on Ada's track. I'm going to select her track. And let's move over so we're actually at some of her clips, and let's just see them.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And bring me up the makeup gain.
Ada, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Philip Maida.
Identify the person on the med lab.
Philip Maida.
And so you notice how her voice really now sounds compressed. It really sounds like it's lost some of its human nature, which is exactly what we wanted to do. Then we can adjust that makeup gain. And the nice thing is this has just been applied to the entire track. So now we have added some excessive compression to her track. Let's do one other thing. Let's go in there and let's monkey a little bit with her EQ as well. So let's move up to the equalizer for the Ada track. And when you bring that up, you'll notice we also have a 7-band EQ on every single track that's already there. And this is great for improving sound, but it's also good in this case for degrading it or making it sound a little bit different. So in this case, notice I have my EQ for, it tells you right here which track it is. And I want to set an in point right here at the beginning of Ada's section and an out point, just so I can get these 2 clips are fine. So if I mark those, that way we can just play that one section and really hear what we're doing to the sound instead of waiting. And then when I start playback, I'll just listen to that.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, so now that we have that set, what I'm going to show you is if I turn on my band 1, this is my high pass filter, which means only the higher frequencies are going to pass through there. And this is great for eliminating any extra sound, low end stuff that no one's going to actually need in their voice to improve their voice. It's just the low rumble in the room or something like that. You can get rid of that right here with band 1. What we really want to focus on is band 6, because this is where we're really going to eliminate the high frequencies, because this is a low pass filter, which means only the lower frequencies are going to get through. So you can see the shaded area are the things that we're getting rid of. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to eliminate this. And I'm going to show you, as during playback, how much I can diminish her voice. So much so that if you've ever listened to, been in a hotel room, or you've been in a room where you can hear sound from the other side of the wall, that's because high frequencies don't make it through the wall. What you're only hearing is the low end or the bass end. So if we eliminate it too much, it's like creating a barrier. In this case, we just want to eliminate it enough so it doesn't sound natural and it kind of feels like it's coming out of a speaker. So let's try that. We're going to start playback.
Person in front of me.
And I'm just going to take
sure?
out all that high end.
Yes.
Person in
Okay,
front
not
of me.
too much.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, so we've just eliminated enough that it sounds pretty good. I'm going to tighten it up on both sides. And just for fun, I'm going to raise a little bit of the band 4 right there in the middle, just to kind of give it a little bit of punch in there for some of those mid-level frequencies for her. So now she's going to sound a little more like a computer. Let's close up the EQ, and you notice the graph is showing right here. So not only can EQ be used to improve different sounds, but it also can be used, like I said, to degrade them. So now that we've done that, let's look at one more thing we can do for our sound design, because she still sounds
Emiliana Newton.
she's starting to sound more like a computer, like she's coming out of a speaker, but I'd like to take it one more step and use another one of our different plugins. Now, if you've been following along and you'd like to get to this section, just go into your timeline and open up the EQ and chorus if you want to. In this case, I'm just going to stay right where I am and finish this one off. So let's go ahead and go to the effects library. And we're going to go down here and look for the chorus right there, our chorus plugin. Now, chorus plugin is used a lot in music, but it also will be useful for Ada's track. So let's go ahead and drag the chorus onto the entire track, close up your effects library. And if you're wondering, what does chorus mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. It takes one voice or one sound, and it's going to duplicate it and add a little bit of delay and a little bit of modulation, just like what would happen in a real world if you had a lot of people singing at the same time. No matter how much rehearsal, there's always going to be a slight delay between the voices, slight pitch discrepancies between the different voices, and this emulates that. And you can also use it to extremes to really make it sound like a robot voice or something else. So in this case, let's just take this and we're going to go to one of the presets, and then the top left of any of our plugins, you can find your presets part right here, and we're going to choose the dramatic plugin preset right there. So now we've added the dramatic plugin preset for our chorus, and if I start playback, let's listen to that section. Let's just listen to her voice.
Emiliana Newton.
Okay, you notice how she really does sound much more computer, not too much, but just enough. Now, one thing I want to point out too on this plugin is on all of the plugins, you have the ability to adjust your wet, dry signal. And just so you know, wet, if it's wet, that means it's fully affected. If it's dry, that means there's no effect whatsoever applied to it, and you can choose anything in between whenever you need to. In this case, we'll go with it almost full, so that way we get a really interesting sound to it. Go ahead and close it up. And now we have our full scene with all of our characters and everything is balanced, and we're now ready to move on to the next section. So very cool. I think our dialogue is done. Now we can get into sound design. Let's move on to the next timeline, which is going to be 11, sound design. Okay. If you open up this sound design timeline and hit Shift-Z, you'll see all the work that we've done so far has already been applied. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create that sound effect we were talking about a few minutes ago. Remember, if you happen to be doing the first part of the section if you did the first part of the tutorial, that you created a marker to make a heart monitor sound effect. Well, it's time for us to actually create the heart monitor sound effect. That's this marker right here. We're going to make a sound effect. Now, to do this, I don't need to use my mixer. All I want to do is, and in fact, at this moment, I don't even need my meters. All I want to do is create a track for this. So let's create a new track. And in fact, yeah, let's make a new track and let's put it with the respirator sound effect. So add tracks. This one will be stereo. And let's go ahead and put it underneath our let's put it, let's see, underneath the drone so that it's going to be right here, which is fine. It can be our respirator, it can sit right there above the respirator. And let's go ahead and name it heart monitor so we know what it's going to be. There. So we have our heart monitor right here. And then we're ready to start recording. Now you can do this one of two ways. You can create your sound effects right in the timeline, or if you're building sound effects from scratch, it's sometimes nice to work with them in a separate timeline because this is an art form and sound design, it can get messy, and it's nice to be able to get in there and make a mess, create something awesome, and then bring it back into your main timeline. So let's do that. Let's go over to the media page. And let's just create our new timeline. You can do it right here in your tutorial timelines if you want to. Just select the bin and just say anywhere in that empty bin in that space, right click timelines and say create new timeline, or just press Command N to create your timeline. Let's call it heart monitor. And you can even put your initials next to it if you want to create something special, and there it is. I have my new timeline for nothing but creating our sound effects. The other thing I want to do is I'm going to make an extra track in here. Let's make one more stereo track because we're going to record two different things here. The first one, at the top, we're going to make noise. Go ahead and name it as noise. And the second one, we will make our tone, okay, for our heart monitor. Now, where do we get these sound effects if we're going to make them? Well, we're going to use our built-in oscillator. So, and that's going to live right here under the Fairlight menu. So if you go to the Fairlight menu, you can find right here is our oscillator. It lives inside of the test tone settings. So just click test tone settings and it's going to open up right here. And this gives you access to your oscillator. This is where we can make noise. We can make different noises if we want to test our output levels, and we can also record different sounds or tones that we can use for special effects or sound effects. So in this case, let's start with the first track, and we're going to click this options menu, and by doing that it brings up our patch input output automatically for our oscillator. So go ahead and click on that, and now you can see here's my test tones over here on the left is the source, and now we're going to choose noise for this first one. We have noise, and we also need to choose the track, and we'd like to go ahead and patch this to the noise track. You notice that we named the track noise to make it a little bit easier here. If those are both selected, which they are, then we can come down here and patch. And so now those are set. And one thing I'm going to do, just because this might be a little bit noisy, is I'm going to hit my dim button just on my system so that it's not too loud, and then we can arm the track. And when we do that, you're going to hear the noise that we have selected for our oscillator. I'm actually going to mute this just for the video. You can listen to it on yours if you'd like, but we are ready to record that noise. Let's go back up and get our test tones settings again, and let's listen to the two different types of noise that we can record. I'm going to unmute this for a second. We have white noise, which is all frequencies full on. That's why it sounds the way it does. And then we have pink noise. Okay, and I'd like to record some pink noise. I'm going to actually mute the track, and I can still record it even though the track is muted. So I'm going to just record a little bit. All I need to do is hit record, and there is my pink noise. Okay. Now something interesting about this pink noise, and I'm going to stop my recording, just hit stop, and now we have a nice set of pink noise. I'd like to bring up the meters for a moment, because some of you may be familiar with this if you've ever calibrated a system or listened to your different system, and you're wondering, well, what levels am I actually listening to? Let's go back and look at this. I just recorded that pink noise, and it's at the default of minus 15 decibels. Let's see where that sits. I'm going to unmute the track. Where does that sit on my meters over here? And this starts to get a little bit interesting. Let me mute that. Stop playback. Because we can actually use this noise, and we can actually start looking at our loudness meters and see a correlation between some of these different levels as we get towards our mixing. So for example, let's change this instead of minus 15. Let's change the level to minus 23. And if any of you work with finishing or mixing, you know that those are the targets for our loudness meters. So by lowering that, I can now listen to it or re-record it, and you notice the levels are now dead on center 0 at minus 23 for my loudness meters. Well, you know something else that's very interesting about those loudness meters? Let's also look here at our main output, and if you look at your main output, you're going to notice that it's right there at minus 15. So this is actually very valuable because it also means I can set up my levels. Let me mute that. But it means you can set up your levels for dialogue. I can use this test tone sound level by setting it to -3, which is my loudness output level, and it actually is going to match with -15. So if your dialogue levels are good, you're already mixing for your loudness for your output. So just pointing that out because it's very useful, and some people use that noise for setting up their system. Another choice we've already recorded that noise, is let's come down to the next track down here. We need to also patch our tone, and you can either patch noise or you can patch your tone, one or the other at a time. So now let's go in and patch the second track, patch our input output, and now instead of noise, we're going to deselect the noise and unpatch it, and we're going to go to just the oscillator. And if you click oscillator, that's going to give you your different tones you can work with for creating a sound effect. And we're going to now select the tone track and patch. And as soon as we patch that, now we're going to be listening to this tone. Let's arm the track. You probably recognize that 1 kilohertz tone. That's what we use to also calibrate systems and work with those. And you notice that this auto also is set up for, there's my 0 on my loudness meter as well. So depending on what you're used to working with, that's our tone. Now in this case, I'm going to mute that track. You don't really have to listen to it while I'm playing that back. But now we're going to use this tone and record a little bit to make our heart monitor. And literally we can, now that you know how to patch and you know how to access that, we can create our own sound effect in just a matter of a minute or two. So first thing I want to do is record a little bit of that tone. So I'll start recording. I can mute it or not, it's still going to record. So I'm just going to lay off a little bit of that and then stop playback. And once I've done that, let me unmute the track and see if I have it. Okay, so we have our sound effects. So now we're ready to create our heart monitor. So you don't need a lot, just enough to work with. And I'm going to undim my sound and I'm going to make this track a little bit bigger. And let's look at what we have. There's my signal for my heart monitor. I've recorded just a little bit, and this is going to be really easy to do. We have the sound, right? Now all we have to do is create a piece that's about 5 seconds long, and we're just going to copy and paste it into a pattern, and then we're going to bounce that into a single clip, which is rendering it into a clip, and bring it back into our other project. Just a matter of seconds. So let's start at the beginning. Actually, let's go to the end of this clip. And once we're there, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you can really see what I'm doing. If I want to move 1 frame left or right, I can just use my left or right arrows. So let's move 1 frame to left. And if you ever noticed a heart monitor, it's not actually a frame. It's going to be a little bit longer beep. So let's make it 5 frames to the left. So okay, let's make it about 5 frames wide. Select this clip, and if you remember, all we have to do to split this is come up here to the razor tool and click. Now I have that single piece of audio that I can use now to create my pattern. Next thing I'm going to do is select that clip, and you can copy and paste these clips just like you would, like I said, a word processor. So I'm going to just copy the clip. And if I want to move, instead of a single frame at a time, if I want to move 5 frames at a time, I'm going to use Shift and the right arrow, and that moves 5 frames over. And I'm going to paste it. I'm going to do that again and paste it. And you see what I'm doing? I'm just pasting this in here. Very simple, and you can do it as often as you need to create a nice pattern for our heart monitor. Now you can just continue doing that as long as you want to. You can also copy and paste them if you want. In a group, but I'm just making some of these so we have the idea of a monitor. Okay, so make it as long as you need to, and then if I play this, there's my heart monitor. But we can take it to the next step. I've just created this pattern, but guess what? We can also change the pitch as well. So select any one of these clips, and if you come up here to the inspector, you can see that we have the ability to change the pitch on these individual clips. Or I could bounce them first to make them one single clip with the pattern and then change the pitch to that. And I think that's what I like to do here. So I'm going to hide my inspector. And I've created this pattern. Let's mark the ins and outs on this. Mark an in point, I for in. Let's mark an out point. Now I'm going to make my out point at the beginning of the last clip instead of the end, so that way there'll be enough space I can duplicate this and loop it together if I want to. And once I have that set, let's listen. Okay, there's my heart monitor. Now the next thing I want to do is I actually want to bounce this and turn it into its own individual clip. To do that, select the track, make sure your in and outs are set, and just come up here to the timeline menu, and you're going to see two choices for bouncing. And if you're not familiar with bouncing, in audio, bounce means render. You're going to render it into a brand new clip. So in this case, we're going to bounce this to a new track layer. I just click bounce, and it's now created that track layer. Let's zoom out. You can see here's my clip right here. I just made this sound effect. I can pull it out. I now have a standalone sound effect, clear my in and out points, and I can use this and copy it and paste it into my other timeline if I'd like to. So let me zoom out, and there's my clip. And again, I can make this longer if I want to, but I've created my first one. I'd like to do one other version of this. Let's play it again. Let's play it from here and see. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but this is my bounce clip. By the way, I did bounce this. Let's go up to the view menu and just show you, if you do audio track layers, you can see that that was actually bounced to a separate layer right there. So that's very cool. So if we like the sound, we can keep this one, or we can create a brand new one or different pattern right here. All you have to do, I'm going to hide my track layers, is if I want to change my pattern, I could just, let's say I want to deselect some of these, or let's say I want to disable them. Let's do that. Let's select every other clip, and I'm going to hit D to disable them, and that way my pattern is a little longer. So I either have the fast heartbeat pattern or I have the slower heartbeat pattern, but it gives me a choice, two totally different sound effects that take just a few seconds to make. So I'm going to come over here and mark my in. I'll mark an out point, and I'll bounce this one also. And we can bounce it again. Go to the timeline, bounce it, and make sure your track is selected when you go to bounce to a new layer, and that way that will actually work for you. Ins, outs, and a layer selected. So now I have two different heart monitor sound effects that I can work with. Let's take both of those, and we're going to copy and paste them into our other timeline. So to select a clip, just drag across it to select, and you can just do a Command C to copy, or right click to copy. And let's go to our other timeline we were just working in. We're going to go to the sound design timeline that we had already created. We can select the track, and anytime you're pasting into a new track, just make sure that you select the track you want to paste into, and it's going to look at your playhead position as well. So wherever your playhead was before. So anywhere I am in this track, if I Command V, I can just paste it. So that way we can bring things from one track to another, and there you have your clips. So I can bring a heart monitor in. So we actually made our own heart monitor right here, which is pretty cool. Now let's go ahead and jump ahead to the next timeline. Heart monitor pasted, and in this example I did the exact same thing. I just made a longer version of the heart monitor, and here it is at the bottom. It's the same one we just did. I just happen to have it in the timeline here, and we also added I added some keyframes to match this respirator so they follow the same amount of volume levels. So, and you notice it also sounds a little bit lower, because the other thing that I can do is I went into the inspector and I actually adjusted the pitch to make it sound a little bit different. So feel free to select your heart monitor and change that pitch to make it sound a little bit different for whatever it is you think works for that particular scene. Luckily, since no one's actually probably been in space, listened to a heart monitor, you can pretty much set it to whatever you want to for this particular example. So now we have this scene with our own little sound design. We've fixed the dialogue, we've added the tracks, we have our sound effects, we've even added our own original sound effect. Let's look at the last couple things we need to do here to really finish off this scene. Let's go over to the timeline 13. This has got our buses, and this is basically a finished version of this timeline where all of the dialogue and everything has been balanced just like we did. The sound effects are all in place, and I've even added the score from the soundtrack and some of the sound effects from the finished soundtrack as well. So we have moved further along, and what we're going to do is just show you how to take this to the next level to get to your mix. And that is, we have all these individual tracks that we're using for our mix, we had all of these different tracks that were required for our dialogue. In fact, I even added a fourth track here called Room, which was a piece of room tone that we extended to make sure we filled in all those gaps with the dialogue. Now what I want to do is, these have all been balanced and are ready to go. I just want to now bounce them into their own stem. And what a stem is it's the final elements for your mix. So whether you have 25 tracks of dialogue or 6 or 3 in this case, you want to bounce those all into one single track so that it makes it much easier for mixing. Obviously for your mixer, they have the access to the other tracks, but this makes it much easier to work with. So in order to bounce your entire tracks, what we can do is we're going to separate these into groups, and we're going to separate these into submixes. And I'll show you how that works right now. Now a submix, let's go up to the Fairlight menu, bus format. And what the bus format does is allows you to create submix buses or different buses that you can use for like clips. So for dialogue, for example, let's make a submix for our dialogue. Let's also make a submix for our sound effects, just so you can see how that works. And while we're here, in addition to our submixes, let's also create another main. And this main, we're going to make it for 5.1 surround sound. Why not? We might need that. And let's also do a main, or a main output for just music and effects with no dialogue, in case this is going to go to another language and it needs to be dubbed. So we just created all these different things. Let's see if they're the right formats. Our main 2, I need to change the name of that to 5.1 for surround sound. And obviously I need to actually make it 5.1, and I can do that right here in the format pop-up menu. Then let's look at main 3. This was going to be my music and effects, so I'm going to go ahead and change this to M and E for music and effects, and make sure that that is in stereo. And I might change the color of this just to make it unique. And then our submixes, this first one's going to be dialogue, so it should be mono, and I'll call it dial so I know what it is. And change the color. And then we also have our final submix, which was for our effects, or let's say for our background effects, we could do that as well. For background effects, and those would be in stereo. So it's very easy to set up your mains and your submixes, and once you've set those up, all you have to do is assign them. So let's say OK, and then we go up to the Fairlight menu again to the bus assign area, and this is where you're going to be able to assign. These are the tracks, these are the mains, and it's very easy to work with these. So let's start with our dialogue submix, and our dialogue submix is only going to play the dialogue tracks. Right now, you'll notice the available tracks, all of these say M1, and what the M1 means, they're going to the main 1. Okay, and instead of going to the main, I only want them to go now to the submix. So I will unassign those, and to unassign them, I can go to main 1 and then unassign each of those dialogue tracks if I'd like. And I could instead make sure that those are going to my submix. As you can see, it always shows you the initials of whatever it is that you've assigned. So my dialogue will now only go to the dialogue submix. And let's look what else we have. We have a PFX for production effects. Those can go to main 1. We have our drone sound. We have our respirators. I don't want the respirators going to my submix, obviously. So I'm going to turn that off, and so on. So you can just go through and assign things where they belong. Let's go back to our mains. I want to make sure that the main is playing my dialogue submix, which it is, and it's also playing my background effects, and that's good. Now let's go to my 5.1 main, and what do we want to go to that? We want basically everything goes to the 5.1, so we'll assign all. Okay, so in theory you could set it up that way. Now for my music and effects main out, for that one, I don't want to have any of these dialogue clips, so I'm going to select that and make sure that if I assign all, which I just did, I'm going to deselect the dialogue to make sure everything's playing in there except the dialogue. So as you can see, you just kind of have to think through which tracks need to go to which elements. And once I have those set, let's see, our background effects is the last one that we need to do, and we want to make sure that our background effects go to, that's going to be these effects, and whichever ones go to background, that's where we have them. And once you're set, you click Save, And now something really interesting has happened. Let's look up here at the top, and you'll notice that in this upper section, our monitoring panel now shows our different mains. We have our main 1, we have our 5.1 main, and we also have our main 3. And our 2 submixes are both showing here as well, our dialogue, and this is our background effects. Let's go to our mixer, and if you pull up the mixer, you're going to see that the mixer also shows that information right here. You're going to see my different mains in the mixer as well. There they are. There's my mains, main 2, main 3. So whatever adjustments you need to make on your mains or inside of your submixes, you can do that right here. So you also can see the patching, which is kind of interesting. If you're not sure how to patch your tracks, you can just go through here, and let me just zoom in a little bit to show you. You can also patch any track to any of the mains or submixes right here by just selecting or deselecting. So at any time you can, on the fly, make adjustments to make sure everything's going to the right tracks to be monitored. Now let's back up. I'm going to hide my mixer, open my meters, and I'm going to show you now how to bounce these dialogue tracks as I mentioned before. So we've set up our buses, and we've got these all set, ready to go. Let's jump down in case you've just been following along and you want to get to the next section. Let's go to 14, which is for bouncing our stems. In this case, the submixes are all set, everything's ready to go, and what we want to do is bounce the dialogue, which is these right here, into this dialogue track. And to do this, we're going to follow along with exactly what we had done before. We're going to mark ins and outs, or what we can do is we can actually avoid all of that and just use our submix in order to bounce it. So let's come over here and go to the timeline menu and look at bounce mix to track. If you notice, there's a difference between bounce selected track to a new layer, which we've already done, and bounce mix. So when I go to bounce mix, it gives you the choice of any of your mains or submixes, and those can be bounced anywhere you want to a new track or to a track that's already assigned. And in this case, I want my dialogue submix to go to one specific place, and that's that track that I named dialogue. Okay. Now, if you only want to bounce a portion of a track, you can just mark ins and out points. In this case, I just want to do that one submix to this one track. So I'm going to click OK, and I'm bouncing. And what I should get is a single clip at the top, and there it is. That's going to be my dialogue, and inside of that, it would have all of my dialogue clips ready to play and to work with, and it should sound exactly like if I was playing the dialogue by itself. So it's very useful to be able to bounce those and create your stems, whether it's dialogue or music or effects. I can then solo it and play it just like what we have here. And this way we're eliminating all of the faders and tracks and using fewer and fewer as we get to our final mix. So very useful. So that's just bouncing right there in the track. Now let's fast forward to the very last step for our mixing, because now you know about your levels, you know about how to add all the different elements to your tracks. Let's get to our finishing. So in this case, we're going to go to our last timeline, finishing. And here what you're going to see is our finished stems. This is where all of these different tracks have been finished, our bouncing has been done, and this is where all of the different elements for the timeline have been put together in one single timeline. And what we have at the top is we have our stereo mix, which if you play any of this, I'm going to solo just the stereo mix.
Ada.
Okay, so there's my stereo mix. Now we also have our separate stems here. We have different, the naming conventions here are using abbreviations that are very common in mixing. So we have VX for voice, we have SFX for sound effects, and then we have MX for music. And so if I solo these, and you notice you can just swipe when you want to solo multiple tracks. If I solo these, I can hear those all together and monitor the levels.
Emiliana Newton.
Okay. And then the last thing we have is, so there's my stereo, so I could check the loudness levels, make sure everything's right on those individual stems. And then the last one that I'm going to focus on is down here, is we have our surround stems, or we have 6 mono stems that we need to now make sure they're panned to the right tracks and ready to go for their output. So let's look at these 5 tracks, and if I look at any one of these, let's bring up our mixer. And one thing we haven't looked at is our track panning, and so I'm going to point that out right now. Each one of these separate tracks, I'm just going to solo all of these. Each one of these is panned mono right now. I can see that right here in the pan controls. If I double click, you can see that this track 5 is panned right there, dead center. That's going to the center channel, which is generally just for dialogue. And what we want to do is we want to make sure these are panned to the proper channels for 5.1 surround. Now I can manually do this and move the left channel to the left, or we can use another feature and just link this group of mono tracks. And when you link it together, it will automatically pan it for us to the proper channels for our output. So we're going to come up here to the Fairlight menu. We're going to choose right here where it says Link Group. And when you choose Link Group, it's going to look for any mono tracks that you have together in your timeline and show those to you right here. In this case, I have 6. I can select the first one, then select the last one, and then it's going to show us at the bottom. There's my 5.1 that I can choose. That's what I've done. And by choosing that, a couple of things have happened. Let's look at this a little closer in the timeline. As soon as I do that, if you notice over here, that on each track header, it's going to show me, here's my left, right, center. That's my LFE for my low frequency effects. I've got my left surround, and so on. So all my tracks have been labeled already for surround, which is great. Let's also look at a couple other things that it's showing us. Do you see up at the top in the monitoring panel, you see a band across all those. It shows they're linked. You also see a white band right here along the tracks also in the timeline. And finally, let's go ahead and expand the mixer. And you'll notice there's no longer 6 independent mono tracks. Instead, we have one track with a single fader. You can tell if I play any of this, you're going to tell that this is a surround sound because I can see all those different channels moving. And I can see that my panner, if I double click, shows that each channel is going to the proper, it's been panned properly to the right channel. So that's perfect. That's exactly what I need. The only thing that I haven't done is let's turn on our boom here. And we're going to bring that up because our boom is going to be our sound for our, that's going to be for the LFE, so for our low frequency effects. And once you've brought that up, you notice it's even showing right here in our pan controls as well. So now that we have that all set, let's do one other thing. I'm going to come up here to my control room. And if I look, you notice I could go to my 5.1 main. And if I listen to this, now I'm going to be monitoring my 5.1 surround main. As you can see the meters are moving with all those different channels. Or I can monitor my main output, that's my stereo, and I can listen to that as well. All I just have to do is unsolo these tracks and instead solo the others. So you have total control of your tracks as you go, and you can monitor whichever ones you want. So when you get to mixing, you've now seen how you can bounce levels, how you can work your way around, and now we're all set. The last thing you really need to do is just go to the deliver page and actually deliver your finished mix. So in the deliver page, you're going to have the same controls that you have as far as here's my timeline. I can see all of my different tracks down here. And I basically just need to choose which elements I want to output or render out. In this case, you can choose all different types of outputs. In this, I want to just do my audio for this example. So I'll choose audio only in the upper left. And let's look at just the audio only tab. You can name your file name if you need to. So if I want to name this Hyperlight Mix 5.1, for example, I could name it that, or I could just name it Hyperlight Mix, or whatever name you need to give it. You can do that here. And we can browse to where it's going to go on the desktop, or I can browse anywhere on my computer where I want this to go. I'll send it to Documents. And then we can come down here and you have a couple choices. You can output things as individual clips or as a single clip, which means the entire rendered file, which is exactly what I want to do here. And then you come down further and we can choose the type of format we want, the bit depth, and this is where it gets really interesting, is you can also choose, let me zoom in, what you're going to output. Remember, I had multiple different mains, I have multiple submixes, and I can choose which one of those I want to include. If I only want my output, my stereo, I will leave it set just like this. What if I want to add something else? Then I'll just add that as well. And so now I also have my 5.1 output, and I can click this again. I can also add one of my mono tracks if I want to. And so I can always do that as many times as I need to. Now I'm going to go back to the Fairlight page for 1 minute. Because if you remember, I linked those tracks together right here in the Fairlight page, but what if my delivery means I doesn't want a linked track, it actually wants individual mono channels? That's no problem. You just come over here to the Fairlight menu and go back to your link group, and I can select this and unlink it just fine. And as soon as I've done that, you notice all the tracks are back to just mono tracks. And if I come over here to the timeline, to the mixer, you're going to see that all of those panning is still there. So every single channel is still panned exactly where it needed to be. So whether it's linked or unlinked, I'm still set up for my output. And now when I go back to the deliver page, it will give me an option for outputting my timeline tracks. I can choose mono timeline tracks, just say plus, and it's going to give me the option of, depending on what type of track that I want, I can actually choose the individual tracks to select, which is very nice. So you always have a choice to output whatever you need, like I said, and you can even choose the tracks right here, and whatever those are going to be, I choose the track number, and see, it's going to tell me these are my mono tracks, and I can output each one of those as a separate mono track, and it's automatically going to do those in order as well. So once you have the configuration of what you want to output, you can just say add to render queue, set it up. You can choose to output as many different mixes as you want to, and then when you're ready, you just hit start render. So hopefully this gave you a nice overview of how you can do some of the finishing with your Fairlight page and some of your own projects. If you enjoyed working with this and you'd like to actually get even further into it, feel free to check out the training page right here you can access it through the help menu, or you can go to Blackmagic Design and you can go to our training page there as well. And you can even check out the book, Fairlight Introduction to Fairlight Audio Post, where you can go through full step-by-step lessons from start to finish with audio post-production. So hopefully you enjoyed the tutorial, and get in there and try it out for yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sherwin, and I'm a DaVinci Resolve certified trainer. In this video, I'm going to walk you through some of the exciting features of the media page. Now, you can start Resolve without going into the media page, but that's actually the first place that I go to when I'm in Resolve, because I know that when I spend a little bit more time importing, organizing, and prepping my project in the media page, the less time I spend, looking for the stuff that I need. And that ultimately gives me so much more time to be creative. So let's dive right in. If your interface looks a little bit different than mine, go ahead and reset the UI layout. So go to the Workspace menu and reset your UI layout. Now at the top of the media page is the interface toolbar. This is where you can show and hide different parts of the interface. Now below this is the media storage. You can find a list of all your drives and the contents in the drive. Now let me open up my Hyperlight Media, and I'll navigate to the medbay, and I'm going to click on a clip, and by doing so it brings it up in the viewer. In the viewer, I can preview my clips using the transport control. I can use my spacebar to play and pause. I can even use my mouse to hover over a clip, and I'll see this right in the viewer. Now, this is called the Live Media Preview. This is an amazing feature that can save you a lot of time. You can quickly scrub through a lot of clips and find the clip that you want. This feature is turned on and off in the Options menu in your viewer. To the right of that is the audio panel. This is where you can see audio meters and a waveform. Below that is the metadata panel. This is where you can see metadata that's associated with your clip, and you can also find different categories to customize it. When you're ready to import your media, you can bring it down into the media pool located at the bottom of your media page. The media pool is the place where all your media stays, and Resolve's going to look in that media pool for the rest of the projects. So, now that we've got the interface, now that we've talked about the interface, let's jump into the media storage and import some clips. You can import clips in many different ways, but let me show you some of the ways that I like to import. Of course, there's the drag and drop. I'll switch to this folder, and I'll drag all of these in, and I can create a bin by right-clicking and add bin. So I'll name it one cryopod. Let me jump back to the master, and I'll bring these clips inside in that bin. Another way to import media is to just click and drag the folder from your media storage down into the media pool. And when I do that, Resolve will automatically import and create bins for you. Another awesome feature is, let's jump outside of Resolve into the system windows. So I've got a folder here, and you see the folder, subfolders and media inside the folder. I'm going to click and drag that directly into the media pool, and Resolve will recognize the folder structure and the media inside and import and create bins for you. Now, this is a really cool feature. Now, imagine you were given a drive full of thousands and thousands of clips and folders, and all you need to do is drag that main folder into the media pool, and Resolve will recognize that entire folder structure and create a bin structure that mirrors that. So that's going to save you a ton of time and, again, allow you to start working and being creative. So now that we've got some of our clips imported, let's take a look at the media pool. In the media pool, I'm in my thumbnail view. I can increase the size of my thumbnails by dragging the slider. I can also sort these clips with these categories in this drop-down menu. Again, I'm currently in the thumbnail view. I can switch over to list view. Now, list view is really cool because it gives you a bunch of different columns of information about the clip that, in thumbnail view, you don't see that much. So you can also double-click on the column header to sort. By default, Resolve gives you a number of columns. If you want to customize it, you can right-click, and it'll bring up this list. You can select, deselect columns. I'm going to hide a few more. OK. And let's say this is the column layout that you like, that works best for your workflow. You can save this as a preset. So I'm right-clicking on the column header, and at the very top, it says Create Column Layout. So I'll call this Basic. So next, I want to talk about a few other ways that I use to help streamline my importing and organization. I'll bring up this clip here in the viewer, and you can see that the clip name is an alphanumeric string, pretty much what the camera created. Typically, when I'm editing, it's much easier for me to understand what the clip is when it's named something like the scene and take. So I'm going to rename this to the slate. I'll name it 1 Take 3. Now, when I do that, I'm only changing the clip name. If you look in the metadata panel, the original media file still stays the same. So the clip name is just what Resolve will use to reference this media file for the rest of the pages. Another thing that I like to do is first I'll switch over the thumbnail view. Now, thumbnail view is great because it gives me a really nice frame of my clip, and I can quickly sort through, let's say a large bin of footage, and I can quickly scrub through that, and I can see what that thumbnail is. Now, jumping back to this screen, you can see that the slate totally obscures the shot. So I have no idea what's in the shot other than a big slate. So using my live media preview, I can hover through, and what I want to do is set this frame so it's much more representative of the shot. So I'll find a frame that looks good, and I think this frame looks good because it not only shows me the frame, but it also shows me a moment here. So this scene is important, and her performance is really good. So I'll right-click, and I'll set this as the poster frame. And when I do that, I can scrub through, and when I jump away, it goes back to that frame. So this is a really nice feature to have so that it, again, saves you more time. Next thing I want to do is, so now that we've got the media organized and prepped, the next thing I want to do is jump into syncing. The first thing I'll do is I'll just organize the sidebar with the bins. I'll right-click and sort by name. Okay. So I'll jump into my manual bin. There are two different ways of syncing in Resolve. You can manually sync or auto sync. We'll first talk about manual syncing. Now, in general, the principles are you find a visual sync point, find an audio sync point, and then tell Resolve, sync it at this frame. So let's first find our visual sync point. Click this and bring it into our viewer. Thankfully, they use the slate so we can easily find a visual sync point, which is the frame in which these sticks come together. So I'm using my keyboard to go back, and I'll stop it on the frame. For the audio sync point, I'm going to my audio panel. I'll click on the waveform tab, and I want to make sure I load up the correct take sound file, so it's 1 take 3. Now I'm going to find the sound sync point, which is right here. Now that I've found both points, I'm going to tell Resolve to link it. At the bottom of the audio panel is this link audio button. When I link it, my audio transport disappears because it's now linked to my video. So let's find a spot where we have dialogue and, all right, great sync. Now we've got clean audio with this picture. And that's how easy it is to manually sync. So let's go to auto syncing. I'm clicking in my auto sync bin. I'm going to increase the size. All right. So let's take a listen to the audio files first. Okay, we have clean production sound, and let's listen to. Okay, so not so clean. So what we're going to do is replace the camera audio with this clean production sound. So let me highlight and right-click any of the clips. I'll go to Auto Sync Audio. Resolve gives you two different ways of auto syncing. You can sync by timecode or by waveform. Now, since these clips don't have timecode embedded, we're going to just use based on waveform. Click that. Resolve will analyze both clips and align them to match. And perfect. Great. So you can auto sync one at a time, or you can tell Resolve to do the work for you and batch sync a ton of clips. So let me select these 4 clips here, and I'll right-click and do based on waveform again. Now you can see that Resolve is starting to sync, and it's going to analyze all 4 of these clips. And once it's done, we should have everything synced. So let's check this out. Great. And then, great. So this is an amazing feature in Resolve. Now imagine this. You have a bin of, let's say, 100 clips, right? You've got to sync them. You don't have to manually sync them or auto sync one at a time. You can just tell Resolve, hey, sync this bin. I'm going to go get a sandwich. It better be done when I come back. And this is all done. And this is such an amazing feature. Again, it will save you so much time. Now, one of the cool things is when sound gets synced to the video clips, the metadata from the sound gets embedded into the video. So metadata is And that's really what the job of a DIT is. They'll sync, and then afterwards, they're going to look at the metadata, prep it, and let it go to editorial. Larger productions and post facilities, for them, metadata is absolutely essential to their workflow, and a lot of them use Resolve. In the media page, you can actually work with metadata in the very same way, and that's really cool. So let me show you some of the different ways that you can work with metadata that will speed up your workflow. So let me bring up a clip, and let's look at the metadata panel. I'm going to hide my audio panel just to give metadata panel a little bit more room. At the top right is a drop-down menu. These are different categories of metadata, and you can enter in custom metadata for it. So what we're going to do is tag some clips with character's name and the type of shot it is, and put that into the metadata. Then we're going to use a special bin called a smart bin to filter those results, and you'll see what's going to happen. Let me jump back into the shot and scene metadata category. And let me first tag this clip. All right, so we have one character, and it's around a medium shot. So for this character, her name is Emiliana. And the shot type, shot size, let's call it a medium. All right, and we've tagged our first clip with metadata, and it's really simple. You can also tag multiple clips with metadata, or tag them multiple at a time. So let's look through. So this contains 2 characters, and it's in OTS, and over the shoulder. So we'll enter in first Emiliana. Second character's name is Philip, and I'll type in over, and we'll use over for OTS. At the bottom, we'll save it, and now we tagged both of these clips with that metadata. So now that we've done the work prepping our clips, let's go create a smart bin. So I'll add a smart bin, and I want this smart bin to search for all the clips that contain Emiliana. So I'm going to name this smart bin Emiliana Shots. And below are all the different categories of the search criteria. We entered information in the shot and scene metadata category. Then we entered into the keywords field. And watch what happens. I'll type in EM. I'm not going to even finish. And you can see that it pulls up all the shots that were tagged with that. So I'm going to just create the smart bin. There. So now we've got shots that contain Emiliana. Now, smart bins are always looking in your media pool for things that match its criteria. So let's tag another clip with metadata in the keywords. And watch what happens when I jump back to Emiliana Shots. 1 take 3 is there. So it automatically populates your bin depending on whatever metadata fits its criteria. I'm hoping you see how cool smart bins are, because you can start seeing all the different ways that you can use a smart bin to speed up your searches, to help with organization. Now, the next thing I want to show you is using metadata to do some clip renaming. Now, this is really cool. I'll jump into my dailies bin. And in this dailies bin, you can see that there's metadata already for most of these clips. What I want to do is use this metadata, tell Resolve, use this metadata, rename my clips. So I'll highlight all of these clips. I'll select all using Command A. Right-click, and I'll go into Clip Attributes. I'll go into the Name tab, and in the clip name, this is where I'll do some work. I want to make sure the naming convention is something similar to, let's say, a scene, and then a take number. So I'll first type in a percent, and that brings up metadata variables. So it's pretty much all these metadata fields in this list. I'm looking for scene, and I'll do a space and I'll type in take. I'll type in percent, and then I'll look for the take number. Then, so this is a fairly straightforward way, but I actually want to add a little bit more description to it. Because there's metadata for it, I want to make this clip name much more descriptive. So I also want to know which camera it was shot on, so I'll type in cam, and then I'll do the variable of cam number. Then I'll also do the shot type. So I'll percent shot type. Okay, so check this out. Renamed. All of these clips are renamed in a matter of seconds. So I'll click this and you can see that it's renamed with this take. Let me let this sink in for y'all. It just renamed a ton of clips for you automatically. So just imagine, the time savings. I mean, if I had to do this manually, like click here and then type all this stuff in, let's say you had hundreds of clips. I mean, by the time you finish, there'd be like a new version of Resolve out there. So this is amazing. It speeds up your workflow. Now, remember, this only works when you take the time to tag, organize, and prep your footage. So this, again, if you remember to spend some time doing that, you're going to spend less time searching for your media. Again, ultimately leaving so much more time to be creative. Now that you've imported, tagged your metadata, and synced clips, you're ready to edit. So I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you have a better understanding of the power of the media page. Now, if you're interested in learning more, please visit the Blackmagic Design Forum. This is a great resource to go to. You can communicate directly with the people who make the software and the people that actually use the software. And this is a place that I go to all the time to find answers. And it's actually a really cool place to connect with other people. For more training options, you can, for example, training partners, certified books, and additional videos, please visit the DaVinci Resolve training website on the Blackmagic Design website. Additionally, you can go into the Resolve Help menu and select DaVinci Resolve Training. I hope you're excited about the media page. This is a really great page, and thanks for watching.
Hi, my name is Daria, and today I'll be showing you how to set up a project render on the Deliver page of DaVinci Resolve. So I've already got a project set up on my workstation. I'm currently on the Edit page, where I've assembled my media into a timeline. I then went onto the Color page to perform all of my color correction and grading. And when I'm ready to export this out of the software, all I have to do is click on the Deliver icon at the bottom of the interface to enter the Deliver page. So let's take a look at this interface. We're really working with 4 main panels here. In the top left corner, we have the render settings. This is where you'll be performing the majority of the work. It's setting up your file format and your codecs. Next to that, you have the viewer. This is showing you the final state of your media. Anything that you did to the media in terms of adding effects or transitions in the edit page, performing any kind of effects or motion graphics on the Fusion page, and of course, all of your color grading should appear in the viewer. If anything doesn't look right, or if anything looks like it's missing, then you probably want to go back to one of those pages and address that. Otherwise, it just won't be included in the render. On the right-hand side, you have the render queue. So this is where all of your render jobs will end up. The word queue should suggest that you can have multiple renders going on at once, and that's actually a huge advantage with the Deliver page. It means that you don't have to set up one job and wait for it to be completed before setting up another one. You can essentially set up all of your renders and then either let it render overnight or just go off, for a break and come back when it's all finished. Underneath those panels, you have two versions of the timeline. So in the middle of the page, you have the thumbnail timeline, which is identical to the one that you have on the color page. So this is showing you thumbnail icons of all of the clips, regardless of their duration. So at a glance, you can tell what's graded and what's not. You can also check out their version names, codecs, and file names directly underneath the file names, thumbnails. And you also see things like flags, which is quite important later on if we perform any kind of filtering. Beneath that timeline, you also have one that's representative of the timeline you see on the edit page. This is also extremely useful to have because you can see all of the individual video and audio tracks. It means that you can mute and solo certain audio elements. Also, you might have a version of your render that has all the titles overlaid on the video and one without. So you might be sending it off to an agency that's going to be designing custom motion graphics, and they will have a reference video alongside the one that you send without them. So it's really nice. At the top, you have timeline controls like the ones that you will find on the edit page as well, so you can navigate around the timeline and set in and out points if you have to. Now, the setting up a render, the process is actually pretty straightforward, and it's very simple to approach when you think of it as just being 3 steps. So step number 1 is to go into the render settings page and just set up the format, the codec, and any advanced settings that you're interested in. Step 2 is to identify the render range on the timeline. So you're specifying what you want to render. By default, this is set down here in the timeline as, I can't zoom in, is set to the entire timeline by default, but I could also go in there and start using my in and out shortcuts, I and O on the keyboard to define a narrower range. And then step 3 is to click on the Add to Render Queue button at the bottom of the render settings panel. 1, 2, 3, and I've added a job to the render queue. You can then repeat this process as many times as you need to for every version of your render. And when you're finally done, all you have to do is go over to the render queue and click on Start Render to start exporting your media onto your workstation. So it's a pretty straightforward process. But of course, the difficult part is setting up your render itself, making sure that you're using the appropriate codecs for the work that you're doing. So I'm going to go over here to the render settings and take a closer look at them. Right now, the panel is sort of collapsed to the top half of the page. So I'm going to use the interface toolbar at the very top of the page to expand my render settings to the full length of the page. And that's much easier to navigate now. At the top of the render settings, you're going to see a list of presets. Now, usually when you're doing any kind of creative work, a lot of people shy away from presets because they like to have full control over their setup. But in this case, these presets are actually based on various industry standards, and they're pretty much good to go. As soon as you select these are entirely usable. So the first 2 that I will see next to the custom setting, which just gives you access to all of the different file formats and codecs that you could possibly use. You have user-generated content websites like YouTube and Vimeo, and these are based on the specifications on those websites themselves. So all you have to do is click the icon and you will automatically launch those requirements. You can also use the drop-down arrows next to these icons to specify a different resolution, and that will also automatically adjust it in the render settings underneath. Next to those, you have some presets for ProRes and H.264 and H.265 masters. This is fantastic for delivering different versions or different standards to a client. So for example, if you needed a video for a client purely to review that was very light in file size and really easy to transfer online, then you would send them an H.264. But then simultaneously, you might also want to do a ProRes master, which might be the final delivery of your video project, and just set it as those 2 streams. Then further on, you have much more industry-specific formats like IMF, which is what high-end streaming services like Netflix use. You've also got round-trip presets that you would use with other software. So oftentimes, if you're working as a colorist, you might be receiving timelines from someone who's editing in Premiere, Avid Media Composer, or Final Cut, in which case they will oftentimes want those video files back after they've been graded so that they can continue to add effects or titles, things like that. So in that case, you'd select one of these presets, and you'll actually be delivering two things. One is the trimmed media in the timeline, containing, of course, all of the color grading data at a really high quality. And you'll also be including an XML file so that the editor is able to reconstruct the timeline on their end once they receive it. And then finally, there's also audio presets in case you're working with an audio engineer who's using something like Pro Tools. So I've got YouTube selected. I've made sure that this is set to HD, and I'm going to just scroll down and go over these settings very briefly. First of all, you've got your file name at the top, so you can just click directly on that and enter whichever name you like. I tend to be very particular about how I label my timelines on the edit page so that I never have to enter custom names. And that makes it really easy to keep track of my edit versions. If I was to send this to the client right now, they can give me feedback and they will be referring to a very specific file name. I will never work on this timeline 1.4 ever again. I will just make a duplicate of that, name it sequentially 1.5, and continue to work on that. And the default behavior of the render settings is to use whatever the label of the timeline on the edit page was. Underneath that, I have my location set to desktop. So that's also quite important to set up. If you don't have a location in the render settings, then the render just will not be able to occur. Underneath that, I'm able to specify whether I'm rendering the video as a single clip, so a self-contained video file that somebody can just launch in the video player and watch from start to finish. For certain workflows, you want to deliver individual clips, which means that every single clip in the edit is going to come out as its own file. And then beneath, I have these 3 tabs between which I can click and set up individual controls for the video stream, the audio, and also additional file name controls. So right now with video, I know that YouTube's preferred standard is QuickTime or MP4 in an H.264 codec, which uses temporal compression, which is absolutely ideal for online playback. I usually wouldn't change either of these settings, and I also wouldn't really touch resolution and frame rate if I've already set them up in my project settings, so I usually would be working in the format that I want to deliver. But there are a couple of settings closer down to the bottom here, which I might take a look at. So in particular, this one called quality. This is actually referring to the data rate of your video, and it has the biggest impact on the quality and the file size of your video by far. So it's worth knowing that by playing around with these numbers, you have full control over how large your file ends up, and also the visual quality of that file. There's a couple of reasons why you might want to change that. One thing could be that you might be delivering a really rough edit and you want a file that's absolutely tiny. You don't really care too much about the video quality of the frame. You're not too concerned about the accuracy of the colors. Sometimes you want something that's super easy to send across to someone that they can then review for things like tone, or pace. And then they can confirm and say, yes, we're happy with the edit, keep working and, doing the grade or the VFX. Or alternatively, sometimes you have a restriction on file size. Oftentimes when you're doing festival submissions online, they might have a limit that says no bigger than 2 gigabytes. In that case, you might be rendering out a 15-minute video and the end result could be 2.01 gigabytes. So you're just a little bit over that limit. So instead of having to crush your quality quite substantially, what you can do is just go into the restriction field and type in a slightly lower number and do another render, and you might end up with 1.99, so you are now meeting those standards. Using just a little bit of basic math, you can figure out what your file size will be using the data rate. It's just about taking those kilobits per second, multiplying it by 60 to get the result for a minute, and then of course multiplying that by 60 again to get an hour result. So I'll lower this just a little bit. I'll enter 8,000 kilobits instead of 10,000, and I'll just drop my file size a touch. I'm happy to leave the codec at AAC, which, just like H.264, is a codec that is more compressed than the standard that you get with PCM. And then finally, in the File tab, I'm going to make sure that I'm using my timeline name, and everything else is set up the way I want it to be. So I'm going to go to the bottom of the render settings, click on Add to Render Queue, and that's my first job that's now appeared in the Render Queue panel. I'm going to double-click Job 1, and I'm going to give it a more specific name because Job 1 is not very descriptive. I'll call it HD YouTube, and that will make it easier to keep track of what I was trying to accomplish with these settings. I'm also going to very quickly generate a second job, but this time what I want to do is set up some dailies. So dailies, of course, is a very common workflow in the film industry. It's when you generate compressed copies of your rushes for the editor to use. And the whole idea is that you want them to be able to play back the media in real time so that they can edit to the beat and keep track of the flow of the edit. If they were to try to work with the uncompressed media or the raw media that they receive directly from camera, they will often experience lag. That's absolutely normal. So it is important to create rushes for the edit process. Usually, you will also set up the rushes, or rather the dailies, by syncing sound, which can be performed on the media page, and also maybe applying a preliminary grade or some sort of transformative LUT on the color page so that the colors are configured to a closer range to what the final film will look like. So once these are performed, you will make sure that all of the media is placed on the timeline, every single clip. Don't trim anything. Don't try to get the pre-roll or the post-roll out. The editor absolutely needs the clapperboard information. But then all you have to do is go into the render settings, and I'm going to set this up from a custom preset. File name, I'm not going to worry about just yet. Location I'm happy with. I probably want to create a dedicated folder actually if I am doing dailies because I'm about to generate loads of files. There we go. And then I will of course make sure that I switch from rendering a single clip to rendering individual clips because I'll need to generate rushes. With the video quality, I do not want to use something like H.264, which is extremely aggressive with how it treats the video data. It's great for playback quality, but for editing, it's completely inappropriate because it drops a lot of the progressive frames. So you won't actually have the full image available to the editor. So what I'm going to do is click on the codec drop-down menu, and I will change it to something like ProRes at the top. There we go. And then underneath that, I reveal the different ProRes types that I have. So I'll probably go for something really quite light, like 422 LT. And all the different 422 types just refer to different data rates once again. So you just go lower and you have a lighter file size. And with editing, you're not super concerned about having a video that's 100% replicated from the original rushes. Great. Something else that I might be interested in including with these dailies will be some data burn-in information. So I can activate that from the workspace menu at the top of the page. There's an option here called data burn-in. And I will get this separate interface popping up on my window. So a data burn-in is just an overlay of certain information on the video or on the rushes that's baked into the viewer. That means that multiple people can view it on multiple viewers and they will have the exact same information in front of them. I use this all the time when I'm sending out just test renders to clients, and that way when they get back to me with their feedback, they have a really specific time code that they can refer to. Using the time code off the video player is not as dependable because they tend not to show frame information, and with a fast-paced edit, that could be absolutely vital for good feedback. So while I have this open, I'm going to activate source timecode. There we go. And I'm also going to activate source file name. Ooh, actually, source clip name. That's it. That's a little shorter. Notice that at the top I have two modes for data burn-in. So right now I'm applying this information on a project-wide basis, which means that every single clip on the timeline will contain this information. But I could also switch it to clip mode, and whatever clip I have selected when I'm ticking these fields will be the only clip to contain this information. So this is really useful if you're including custom text and leaving notes for yourself, or maybe for an audio engineer or a visual effects artist. Perhaps there's a boom visible that needs to be gotten rid of. Maybe there's just some audio instructions that you're leaving for someone else. So that's pretty handy. Finally, you also have logo controls. So this enables you to leave a watermark on your video if you need to for protection purposes. When you enable the logo control, you look on the right-hand side. This is where all the settings are for every single field in the data burn-in. At the very bottom, you have import file, which is where you'll be able to assign an image as a logo and then control its positioning and opacity over your viewer. I'll deselect the logo, but I will leave the other two in place. And now I can just collapse the data burn-in interface, and I can see these on the viewer. When I jump between my clips using my arrow keys, you can see that the file names update, and so does the source timecode. So this will be pretty useful for dailies and also just for a render for approval. But sometimes I will not want this data burn-in. Instead of going back into the menu and disabling all of these fields, what might be a faster approach would be to expand the advanced settings in the render settings, and then navigate to where you have the data burn-in field, and you can select none to deactivate it on this particular render. So once again, I'm going to complete this setup by going to the Audio tab. And this time, it is still set to AAC, but I will want to switch to PCM because I will want a higher quality render of the audio stream. And finally, I'll go into File. And because these are rushes, I will want to absolutely keep the source name of the files. When you're switching between online and offline timelines or vice versa, it's much easier to reconnect your media if the file names are identical in both versions. As soon as you start renaming things, then that link will be permanently broken, and you will have to go in there and relink everything manually, which is really inconvenient. So I'll use that. You do have this additional option directly underneath source name, which is use unique file names. Now that's not usually necessary when you're performing dailies work, but if I had an edited timeline and for whatever reason I was trying to export individual clips, I probably would want to activate use unique file names as well. The problem is that if I had multiple clips on the timeline that came from the same source media, if they all have the same source name, they will start to overwrite one another during render, and I absolutely do not want that. So by selecting Use Unique File Names, I get to specify whether there will be a unique prefix of numbers or a suffix, which is at the end of the file name, that will help identify between these source names, and that means the files won't overwrite one another. So this is absolutely vital for things like exporting media for visual effects workflows, or maybe just doing a round-trip workflow with an editor on another software. I'm going to save this as a job as well. So I'm just going to go down here, add to render queue, and also label this. So I'll double-click on job 2 title and say proxies. Excellent, and then click off just to apply that. Let's say that I generate a lot of proxies with this client, and let's say that they use more or less the same equipment every time. Well, in that case, I might not want to set this up as a render settings job every single time. I'd rather just set it up as a preset, and then all I have to do is click the same button every time I'm ready to deliver dailies with this client. So to save a set of settings as a preset, you will need to go into the options of the render settings panel, and then in the middle here you have save as new preset. You get to give it a name. So in my case, I'm going to call this ProRes Dailies, and click OK. And now you should see that in the very left of my render settings presets, I now have these ProRes Dailies. So that's a really handy way to just come back to previous setups that you've been using. I'd like to take a look at just a couple more setup controls on this page. First of all, something I really enjoy about the interface toolbar here is that you have the same ability to filter clips as you do on the color page. So that means that you can click on this drop-down menu next to the word clips and actually specify if there is a specific filter system that you want to use to isolate individual clips. So maybe you've only graded some of your media and you only want to send a client a render that includes the rendered clips, maybe for approval, in which case you will select graded clips and it will only show you those. Something that I do quite a lot is if I'm collaborating with another company that might be performing visual effects compositing, once the edit is completed, I will flag clips that require visual effects work. I will then filter the timeline based on just those clips, and again, send them out as individual clips, usually with some trim handles as well, which means that there will be like 12 to 24 frames on either side of the trim point. And that way, they will receive only the media they need to work on in a high-quality render. And yeah, I will do that using the clips filter at the top, using flags. And right now, I have a few green flags on the timeline. So when I press on green, I've now filtered it down to just those 3 media clips. And now if I was to add this render setting to the render queue, it will only run on those 3 clips and nothing else on the timeline. Speaking of timelines, we had set it up to this trailer that I had in place. But there's actually also a teaser that I was working on in this project. I can access it while still on the deliver page by using the drop-down menu at the top of the viewer. So here I can see that I have a previous version of the edit that I worked on, and underneath that I have teaser 3.0. Let me disable my filter first, so select all clips again, and then in the drop-down menu select teaser. So that's changed my timeline. I'm now looking at a different edit and a different grade. Notice that the render queue is still showing me the jobs from the previous timeline, so that's not interfered in any way. And now I can continue to use the render settings panel to maybe configure a different setup, click on add to render queue, and that will also end up in my list of jobs. But it's not just the ability to add projects from different timelines that's vital here. You can actually also set up jobs from different projects on your workstation. So, I'm working on these different timelines for this film, but maybe simultaneously I was also working on the behind the scenes for this project. And that is a completely different DRP file or DaVinci Resolve project. I can then add the render settings for that project into the render queue as well, and then just combine all of these jobs and render them out in one go. To reveal the jobs from different projects, I need to use the options menu in the render queue. So that's also this 3-dot menu in the top right corner. I can click on that, and I have this selection at the top, show all projects. And when I click on this, I can see that there was another job set up on a different project on this workstation, this one focusing on an audio render, so that was quite helpful. And yeah, that's all pretty much good to go. To send these projects out, I can either select one to highlight it, or I can maybe hold the the Shift key and select multiples and click on Start Render. I can also just press the first one, hold Shift, select the last one, and then click Start Render when I'm ready to go. I'm going to save my project. It's good, I got a good pop-up. All right, and it started off. Now, if you're ever uncertain about how to set up your render settings, my advice is that you look at the destination and find out what is required from you. So if you're uploading something to a website, there will almost always be some sort of specifications page or frequently asked questions page that will tell you which format they support and which codecs they prefer. If you're sending something to a festival or to a theater, again, there will usually be organizers or technicians whose job it is to provide you with this information and to support you. For broadcasters, there's a really wide range of standards based on which country they're in, whether they're using analog or digital. So again, get in touch with their technicians and they will support you and give you this information. Of course, there is also the Blackmagic forums. So come by. It is full of professional editors, full of digital technicians who do this on a day-to-day basis. And also, of course, the Blackmagic engineers themselves who will be able to answer your questions. Thank you very much for watching, and check out the rest of the videos on this page for more.
Anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you guys have doubts or have any problems with anything, please tell me in the comments below. I will try my best to answer them. Please support this channel and my efforts by clicking the subscribe button down below and liking this video. Do not worry, it is totally free. Thank you for watching this tutorial and have a nice day.